CTV's John Musselman, who is in York Region. John, you were...
His name's Musselman. Jim Bob, what's going on? Congratulations, you're first.
At today's press conference, which featured the chiefs of both Toronto and York Regional Police.
Well, Natalie, this is a devastating story for the Toronto Police Department. We're talking about allegations here of bribery.
This is hilarious. This guy's name is Muscleman.
Allegations here of bribery, releasing confidential information to criminal organizations, and even allegations of attempted murder.
What would you do in Larry's situation? I'd travel to a foreign country where you could easily dump her body and nobody will find out, and then fly back to the United States and act like nothing happened. Either that, or go out of your way to try to get her to cheat on you. And then you can have like a divorce where she gets nothing. Those would be the two strategies, but she's clearly a fucking money-grubbing whore. Total bitch. So... yeah, if I were Larry, if murder isn't the way you want to go, yeah, just try to hang out with some good-looking friends that you have, and get her to cheat on you, and then there you go. Just make sure you got the evidence, and then you can get a divorce. And then she can't steal your money. She's going to steal his money, though. She is breaking up with that dude.
And two cars in front of him just wandering down the middle of the road. Cars coming up behind.
This is police video of just one incident.
Those are our vehicles. Let's take them down right now. Contain.
That highlights the devastating allegations filed against 7 Toronto police officers and 1 retired officer.
Over the grass into a car.
Investigators allege 3 masked men attempted to murder an Ontario corrections manager at his home in York Region in June. The suspects were allegedly leaked personal information by Toronto Police Constable Timothy Barnhart.
We allege that this officer then released the information to a Mr. Brian DaCosta, and from there it was released further into other criminal networks.
The allegations against the Toronto officers...
this is commonplace. This is the type of corruption that you expect to see in a police force. They all do it, so not a surprise.
Include bribery, obstruction of justice, drug trafficking, theft of personal property, breach of trust, and the unauthorized access.
Yeah, that's Toronto Police for you. That's just police in general. That's what they do.
Recommendation schedule and gave an interview to CBS about it, so watch me shred him. Hey, I'm Dr. Wilson. I'm a PhD molecular biologist, and let's just get to this.
People should know we're not taking vaccines away from anybody. If you want to get the vaccine, you can get it. It's going to be fully covered by insurance, just like it was before.
But it is more difficult now for parents to get their children immunized for the flu, right? They can't just go to a pharmacy. They'll have to consult with their doctor first.
You have to, you need to do a shared decision-making with your physician, which is how it ought to be.
Fewer people will get the flu vaccine.
Well, that may be, and maybe that's a better thing.
Based on what evidence?
Yeah, RFK.
What the fuck?
Based on what evidence?
There are 290 kids.
Like, by the way, flu virus is exceptionally deadly to young children and the elderly. Those are the most at risk. And then he's like, well, maybe it's a good thing that people die of the flu.
Who died last year due to the flu. There's no evidence that any kids died or were harmed due to the flu vaccine. So isn't this inevitably going to lead to more children dying?
The Cochrane collaboration, which is kind of one of the ultimate arbiters of vaccine safety and clinical data, has done an extensive meta-review of the flu vaccine. And they found that there is no evidence that the flu vaccine prevents serious disease or that it prevents hospitalization.
He's lying and making this up.
Or death in children. There's no scientific evidence, and what we tried to do is to follow the science.
You know, something
This
I say a lot
psychotic.
on this channel is that anti-vaxxers can't read, and they just keep proving that statement right. Because the best way to debunk RFK Jr. is to just read the citation that he gives. The Cochrane review that he's referring to is this one, and it doesn't look at all scientific literature. It just looks at randomized controlled trials concerning flu vaccines. And if you actually take the time to read and understand these clinical trials, you'll see that they do not aim to measure differences in hospitalization and death caused by flu within the two groups that they are following. That's because these randomized controlled trials are not powered enough to measure statistically meaningful differences in those outcomes. Randomized trials are simply looking for general safety and effectiveness of the flu vaccine in this case. But RFK Jr. is an anti-vaxxer and he doesn't read. There is plenty of evidence in the scientific literature to support that flu vaccines are preventing hospitalization and death. These come from observational studies that look at millions of people across the population and across multiple flu seasons. These studies consistently conclude that flu vaccines are making you less likely to be hospitalized by flu, die by flu, and even to get flu in the first place. Call me crazy, but I think it's good science to say that if you prevent flu in the first place, you're less likely to die of flu.
90% of the kids who died from flu last year were unvaccinated for the flu.
What I'm telling you is that there is no scientific evidence, and according to the Cochrane collaboration, which is the meta-review of all the scientific studies out there, there is no scientific evidence that the flu vaccine prevents serious illness, hospitalizations, or death in children.
This was a great follow-up by the reporter. I want to see more of this energy moving into 2026. Because it happens every single time. If you call out an anti-vaxxer directly to their face, using scientific data that they think that they are already citing, they look like an idiot. How do I know? I've done it myself on stage.
And he finds kids like a 12-year-old with aluminum
Oh yeah, they got absolutely annihilated.
concentration in their brain that is off the charts, never seen before.
I'm assuming you're talking first about the 2017 Exley paper, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you look at the numbers there in his table of aluminum measurements?
No.
You didn't look at
Hang
them?
on. You didn't look at the
They're
numbers?
off the charts, but you didn't look at the numbers.
It was that bad. Butts are great.
And again, the reporter is right. Last year, about 90% of children who died from flu were not vaccinated, despite vaccination rates being about 50% vaccinated and 50% unvaccinated in children in the United States. In that case, if the vaccine is doing nothing, you would expect about 50% of those who died from flu to be vaccinated and 50% to be unvaccinated. But that's not what we see. It's not what we saw last year in the United States, and it's not what we see worldwide when we look at the same thing. The scientific evidence consistently shows that flu vaccines reduce hospitalizations, deaths, and flu in the first place. And while we're here, since RFK Jr. is calling the Cochrane Review a arbiter of vaccine safety science, here's what they have to say about COVID vaccines, which RFK Jr. has consistently railed against, pulled recommendations for, and has called the deadliest vaccine since smallpox vaccines. This inconsistency is because he does not read and does not actually care about scientific evidence. He is hoping that his audience does not read. He's either pathetically incompetent or he's lying, or both.
Let's talk about very quickly the rotavirus vaccine. Before that vaccine went into use, there were thousands of kids who were hospitalized every year due to gastrointestinal distress from rotavirus. Do you really want to go back to those times?
Well, the rotavirus killed approximately 3 people a year, 3 children a year, and I think since the rotavirus vaccine has come online, has been recommended, that's dropped to around 2 children a year.
That's just not true. That's only true if you look at laboratory confirmed rotavirus deaths, but estimates put the real death toll of rotavirus per year in dozens of kids. This estimate has come from CDC scientists as well as independent research groups. And rotavirus vaccines have drastically reduced the amount of deaths we see every year from rotavirus. However, this is only with rotavirus vaccination rates getting up to about 73%. If those vaccination rates got up higher, we could practically eliminate rotavirus deaths entirely. But as this reporter correctly points out, hospitalizations from rotavirus were in the tens of thousands every year before rotavirus vaccines were widespread in America.
And you're giving 3 million vaccines. And so to prevent one death, you have to give 3 million.
Thousands of hospitalizations, which is serious, right?
Rotavirus is a virus that infects the gastrointestinal tract and causes severe diarrhea. Just like diseases like cholera or C. diff, it causes death by water loss and dehydration from excessive diarrhea. You generally survive rotavirus by going to the hospital and getting supportive care involving things like IV fluids until you can recover from the diarrhea and it passes. If you don't do that, you have a significantly higher chance of dying from rotavirus. That's why worldwide, in areas where hospitals and medical infrastructure aren't as good as they are in the US, rotavirus kills hundreds of thousands of kids every year. In the US, the vaccines have saved tens of millions of dollars in healthcare costs per year. But when asked about this and whether or not we want to go back to that in RFK's version of a healthy America, he just ignores that and continues repeating this brain-dead talking point of rotavirus deaths, which at its core is wrong, as I explained. If he's not interested in preventing preventable suffering and death, then what is he even doing as health secretary?
Well, if you're giving 3 million vaccines to prevent one death, then you have to make sure that the vaccines are not causing any damage. And various rotavirus vaccines have been linked to very, very serious and deadly diseases, including intussusception.
Okay, well, I don't know that that's the scientific consensus about the vaccine.
Well, that is,
but
it was actually
on.
withdrawn because of that.
Again, RFK.
How in the hell is this guy the health secretary? Like, holy shit, we have to put up with this shit for 3 more years.
Is wrong here. You're preventing more than one death with rotavirus vaccination, and you're preventing tens of thousands of hospitalizations. What he says at the end here is, surprise, also wrong. He's talking about something called intussusception, which is when the colon telescopes in on itself. Think of a telescope sliding in and out, and that's essentially what intussusception is with the tube that is your colon. Previous versions of the rotavirus vaccine, RotaShield, were withdrawn from the market because the risk of this happening after vaccination appeared to be too high to justify the risk-benefit of the vaccine. However, with newer versions of the vaccine, this risk is much, much lower. And with prompt treatment, children fully recover with no issues. If you do an actual risk-benefit analysis, you'll also consider that rotavirus infection itself can also cause intussusception. So with rotavirus vaccines, you have a small risk of intussusception, which is easily treatable. With rotavirus infection, you have a risk of intussusception, plus hospitalization and death from diarrhea. Take this risk-benefit analysis from France, for example, where with a coverage of 92% vaccination for rotavirus across the nation, they estimated that they would prevent more than 10,000 rotavirus hospitalizations and 14 deaths per year, while being associated with 47 cases of intussusception and 1 intussusception death about every 20 years. That seems like a pretty obvious benefit to me, but RFK Jr. would rather have people go back to the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, really.
I will never trust Dr. Ravis' judgment knowing that he voted for this and was okay with that.
Well, I think he knew there was going to be some bullshit like this. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The president asked us to look at what the European countries were doing, which have much less chronic disease than we do, and to find out what the best practices were there and to implement them.
Most European vaccination schedules are very similar to America's, and even Japan, which RFK Jr. likes to tout as one of the healthiest nations in the world, vaccinates just as much as we do as well. European countries are healthier than America because they have socialized healthcare, which makes healthcare more accessible to more people. They also have city layouts that encourage more physical activity and less sedentary lifestyles. The idea that America is less healthy because we recommend 1 or 2 more vaccines than most European countries is just ridiculous.
But CDC officials who focus on immunizations say they were cut out of the process.
Well, that's not true. The CDC, there are CDC scientists who contributed to the report, who read the report. Their contributions were part of the report, so CDC was part of the process of developing this report, which is based upon the best science. And again,
as far as I can tell, that is also just not true. The usual path to changing the vaccine recommendation schedule is for the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices to have a formal vote, and they did not do that in this case. This formal vote involves public meetings where public comments can be given and considered. None of that happened here.
It doesn't take anybody's vaccine away from them. Every vaccine will be insured. Every vaccine will be part of the Vaccine for Children program. They will be paid for. I promise I would not take vaccines away from people, and I've kept that promise.
He also promised Bill Cassidy that he wouldn't change the CDC schedule. He did that. He lied. Because lying is his legacy. And you can very safely assume that RFK Jr. is not going to stop here.
Should I school you on iguanas again?
No, I got the idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is going to keep trying to restrict access to vaccines and take more vaccines off the official recommendations as much as he can. Check back to these so-called promises in a year. I guarantee he will have tried to take steps to remove more vaccines from the recommendation schedule and try to restrict access to vaccines more and more.
You said you're ending the war on saturated fats. Where is the evidence that that is a good idea?
Well, the problem is that there is no good evidence that saturated fats drive cardiac disease.
There is, in fact, good evidence.
That is a dogma that was based on a 1960 study that has been completely debunked.
No.
So I'm a molecular biologist,
God.
I'm not a nutritionist, so I'll refer you to Dr. Jessica Nurek for comments on this. But even though I'm not a nutritionist, I am a scientist. I can analyze data and assess its validity. And it seems abundantly clear to me that the scientific literature is in a wide consensus that increasing your saturated fats in your diets is not healthy. Well, that's it for RFK's CBS interview.
Well, things are going great. All right, this is one of the most embarrassing things I think I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Coach Greg, in today's video, feeling bad for Larry. I mean, after all that's transpired, can you believe that Larry, he just got cucked? And so in case you think that this is just something that's being clipped, that people are exaggerating, wait till you see the body language on his wife when she's checking out, undressing him with his eyes, fantasizing about him. You decide what she's doing when she looks at Rampage Jackson. If you've ever had a woman look at you that way in your entire life, hey, you've made it. Most men...
Oh. Don't feel bad for him. Like, he's a fucking idiot. Dodo and each other is going to watch this? I sure am. Let me see. All right. Well, that'll be interesting. Iman Khalif has admitted that he has male sex hormones for the first time, for the first telling. What is Vicegrad? This isn't even written in proper English. Telling L'Equipe that he has the SRY gene carried on a Y chromosome. Okay, this is... Yeah, this is one of the, like, worst posts I've ever fucking seen. Grok, yes, according to multiple reports, L'Equipe interview, Iman Khalif confirmed she carries the SRY gene on a Y chromosome and described it as natural. She also mentioned undergoing hormone treatments for lower testosterone levels. So she probably has that, thing. What is it? Weyer's syndrome or something? So females can have Y chromosomes. Sex is determined by sexual traits, not your chromosomes. So you can be born female and have a Y chromosome. Why are they saying he over and over? What is this stupid shit? Does like an Indian run this? Just fucking dumb. Giga Chad debates dumb meat eater. Let me see.
going on since the dawn of time.
Okay.
In fact, the hunter-gatherers, all your ancestors, have been eating meat since the dawn of Homo sapiens.
Cool story. Can I ask you a few questions?
No, I think I'm good. So,
what do you think? What do you think is so different?
Oh, no, I'm gonna run away and say that, your ancestors ate meat. Well, my ancestors, probably would beat your ancestors' head in with a fucking club, so let's not break tradition.
Between us and animals that justifies murdering them and not us?
I actually think that veganism is...
Can you answer that question?
I actually think that...
Can you not run away from that question?
I think that...
Don't grab my fucking property, man.
Buddy.
Can you answer my question?
You're getting a little hostile here.
Are you a coward or are you gonna answer my question?
I'm gonna talk and say what I think about...
Are you a coward or are you gonna answer my question?
Look.
Hey, get fucked, man.
Look at that. Hey, I will talk.
Yeah. Why even waste your time? Guy's a little bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And will never experience that kind of gaze, that kind of seduction, the kind of look that makes a man feel like a man. Larry Wheels had to witness this. Now remember, this was caught in 4K. As she's doing this with Rampage, he's off in the distance. He doesn't know that it's happening, but it's recorded, it's live streamed, and later they talk about it and he does not like the answer. But let me show you that throughout the video, remember on Larry Wheel's own wall, when you freeze frame and look at her face, she's checking out Rampage throughout.
Out there I do 275 one time. It's more than your body weight. It is more than my body weight.
As you can see, she has her eyes on Rampage. She's checking him out, hanging.
Dude. The fact that she's even on camera is a huge red flag. This girl is trying to insert herself into Larry Wheel's life and business for probably bad reasons. Why is she even there? She's just some dumb bitch on camera doing nothing. Like, people are there to see Larry and the people that he trains with. Why is she there? So she's trying to insert herself into his life in really weird, bizarre ways. And I think it's part of, like, her plan to divorce him. Dodo donated $2. What does he mean she is foreign government?
Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but, you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China trying to.
You put this on
let me ask you,
Social.
do you think China tries to influence our election?
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's foreign governments.
But she's tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't.
I think his brain was farting there. That made no sense.
Didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah.
I will read truth. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia, it turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look,
it was Russia.
Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state. Yeah. And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was.
Oh. I think I know what the plan might be. They're going to retroactively go back and try to prove that Trump was the one who won the election. Therefore, like, he should be able to, like, run again because an election was stolen from him. Something stupid like that, even though he's already served two terms. So I think they're going to try to say, well, he was cheated out of it. So, like, I think that might be why they're doing this.
She reminds me of Redacted. Why would she stream on your channel when nobody wanted to watch that dumb cunt stream? Those streams literally got 20 to 30 views because they were god-awful. And you were a cucked bitch for allowing that. Nigger.
Well, I wanted her to stream so I could take like a day off occasionally. That's the story behind that. Thanks for the donation though, jackass.
But if there was cheating, it should be found because we can't let it happen again.
Will you endorse in the 2028 presidential primary?
I hadn't even thought of it, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be inclined to. I have great people. We have a great bench. We have a lot of people. But yeah, I think so.
You've suggested that J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio would be a tough ticket to beat. Who should be at the top of that ticket?
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, you know, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, JD is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
How are they
both
different?
doing a
How are they
great
different?
job. And I do think this. It's a great question. I think that's your most interesting question. Yeah. I would say one is slightly more diplomatic than the other. I think they're both of very high intelligence. I mean,
Marco Rubio would probably be the better choice, but like JD Vance is a fucking retard.
On January.
Wait, is this?
On January 21st, 2029, do you see any scenario where you are still president?
I don't know. It would be interesting. But wouldn't it be terrible?
Wow. Like, it's just wild that he's giving these answers.
If I agreed with, you know, if I gave you the answer that you're looking for, it would make life so much less exciting, right? It would be so much less exciting. But I only do this for one reason. Make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again, greater than ever before. Our country is greater.
This is crazy. He's probably going to try to run again.
Many times. Many times.
And the president had some surprising thoughts about former President Bill Clinton.
It bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
He's full of shit. This is all to draw attention away from himself.
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me. You know, he was the one that said very famously that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. It was 18 people, including me, total. And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him. He said, Hillary, you know.
It's probably made up, but that's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In on every word, looking at him, gazing down, looking at her lips, looking back at him. That is a sheer sign that a woman is interested in you. If that wasn't enough, here's the mic drop. I want you to pay attention to the amount of time she's playing with her hair, adjusting her bra to get the girls out just a little bit more, and how long she's actually staring at him. So long that Rampage looks at the camera and is like, he is a very famous athlete, made lots of money, UFC fighter, and even he notices just how long she's staring at him. For most of you out there, most of you watching, I know you don't often experience women looking at you like this.
Who is Larry Wheels' wife? Sedgeladjakovac? What the fuck name is that? $33 or 34 years old. So she might be like a year too. How old is Larry? She might be like a year or two older than him.
Playing with.
A lot of this is just stupid. Dodo donate $2. You skipped my last link. It's a 3-hour video. Oh, I didn't notice. Sorry.
So are there really 3 hours of questions, or has it?
I don't know if I can watch like any of that, Dodo. It does not. I really don't know, man. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
With their hair, adjusting the boobs. That is a telltale sign that a woman is infatuated with you, that she thinks you're God's gift, that she would just love to rip down your pants and go to town. Now, of course, you've been using harder than last time. You know what it's for. You're most likely on Turk Builder Max.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry if it doesn't work for you that way. Remember, Larry doesn't see this right now. He's in the background. Rampage, he knows. Trust me, every man knows. Doesn't matter if that girl has a boyfriend, 2 boyfriends, a husband, family, kids, everything. When you see a woman looking at you that way, you know she wants you. Larry and his wife, they get into an interview and they ask, what do you think of all this?
I know that's like clip farming, whatever, that like I'm feeling him touching my hair, whatever. I was, huh?
Larry is so uncomfortable right now. And no man wants another man to experience this because you know at that very moment, probably over. When you find a woman, she has to have genuine burning desire for you or she's going to find someone else. She might have chosen you because perhaps she sees you as the safest option. You make a lot of money. You're at the right time in your life, the right stage. You want to start a family. But if she doesn't have that genuine burning desire for you, she will be fantasizing of other men.
I know that's like clip farming, whatever, that like I'm feeling him touching my hair, whatever. I was, huh?
He didn't let her speak. He's been bothered by this for the entirety of this. He can't believe that she would disrespect him like that. She's stalling. She's buying for some time. She doesn't know what to say. She knows by that question that she clearly has upset him and she doesn't know how to respond.
Are you?
Rather than caring about his feelings.
Jeez. Oh, man. This guy got married. What a fucking retard. Ugh. Like, none of this is surprising, by the way. This is the same, like, retarded fucking dumbass who was paying OnlyFans whores hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money for God knows what. It is just so fucking bizarre that anybody would even think of doing that. So this guy, he lets women control him. Like, clearly, that's what he does. There is no fucking world in which you could ever justify giving that much money to a fucking OnlyFans whore. Like, I could see, like, maybe 10 or 15 bucks here and there. Like, if, like, oh, yeah, that fucking chick that I watch online, yeah, she spreads her asshole, yeah, I want to... Sure, whatever, like 10 or 15 bucks, especially with the amount of money he's making, it's peanuts. But, like, he literally admitted he was sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to these OnlyFans whores. So this is a guy who's very easily manipulated and controlled by women, and he seems to have, like, very low self-esteem. I can't... Well, and I mean, it's obvious. He brought up a prenup before he got married, and she refused, and then he married her anyway. Like, it just shows this guy is a cucked beta male faggot. Why the fuck would you ever let a woman ever run your life or make a decision like that for you? It's like, no, you tell her to get the fucking prenup, and if she doesn't get the prenup, it's not happening. That's what a man would do. Larry, let's get a prenup. No, okay. Like, this guy, just beta male mindset.
Feelings and looking at him and saying, no, Larry, it's okay. I don't know what I was doing.
I wish Rockman took your money, seeing as how she basically made you who you are and helped grow your channel in a meaningful way. She deserved it.
Yeah, right. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I'm here for you. You're my man. You're my stud. You're Larry Wheels. She could have looked at him and said a number of things that would have made him feel much, much better. And they could have, in fact, moved on. But instead of that, instead of looking at Larry and being present with him, turning towards him, facing him, using her body language to convey an attraction for him, she turns away from him and laughs at him to the camera.
Are you?
I need you to understand body language. Perhaps some of you do not. When a woman finds you attractive, she's going to laugh way more at your jokes. Have you all seen myself with Mepsigram? She's clearly attracted to me. When I say things perhaps you don't even think they're funny, she's laughing. It's subconscious. It's something that she just does because that is the way she feels. When you're laughing, flirting, what women will do is they will touch you. They will move towards you. They will not turn away from you, and they will not further themselves from your body. Think of it as proximity control. If she is not trying to get closer to you, she's trying to get away. This is bad. Rather than laughing at Larry Wheels and touching his arm, getting closer, she turns and looks away while laughing. If she liked Larry, loved him, she's supposed to, they're married, why isn't she laughing and leaning forward?
Dude, just look at the chick. Like, just look at this fucking girl. I cannot imagine ever even going out with on a single date with this duck-faced freak. Like, the fake tits, lip fillers, who knows what else she's gotten done. She might have had something done to her fucking forehead where, like, they raised her eyebrows up or something. She's gotten cosmetic surgery, obviously. I'm not sure if she's even gotten, like, a BBL. You can see her butt from, like, the front. She might have gotten a BBL. Very high likelihood. So, like, this chick is just a Frankenstein fucking freak whore. It's just, who the fuck would even go on a single date with a chick like this? And she's a fucking grandma. Like she's 33 or 34. She's my age. Larry Wheels, like, just turned 30 apparently, or he's 31. Why are you dating a chick who's fucking older than you and marrying her? Like, it's fucking weird. It makes no sense. No sense at all.
In females' harebrains they actually think that though. They think they are truly entitled to half of their man's wealth after a divorce, because they stayed home and did nothing. How can they honestly believe that?
Dude, especially now, women are like the most entitled fucking children on the fucking planet. It is so bizarre. And, bro, I don't want to get into the whole thing again. But let me tell you, I know from personal experience. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I mean, he's fine, but no, he's not my type. For sure not.
What do you mean he's fine, but no? So he's hot, but no. He's hot, but I don't find him attractive. You know, I was just playing with my...
There we go. Yep. She does not respect him at all. Like, also, consider the context. Like, if this was a private conversation that they were having... where, like, they can be, like, they don't have to worry about, any kind of, you know, public backlash or, like, who might be listening and somebody might have some, like, stupid-ass opinion. This was, like, a private conversation, and she was saying, yeah, like, he's really attractive, but, like, that doesn't mean I'm actually interested in dating him or anything. Like, you're my husband. Like, that's one thing. It's knowing that there's a camera going and the way she's acting and, like, admitting that she finds the guy attractive, like, it just looks bad. So, like, she just has no fucking respect for the guy.
My hair and flirting with him because he's hot, but I personally don't like that look. Why? Well, because he's older. Since when do women not like older men? In comparison, Larry Wheels is younger. What percentage of girls do you think go for younger men?
Probably picked her up as a mail order bride from Rostov. Considering his obsession with OnlyFans, I wonder if he met her through some sort of means like that, where she was like an escort or did OnlyFans or something else. Like it wouldn't surprise me, and it's weird that yeah, she's like Russian and shit.
Versus older men. Last I checked, I'm 50. Mepstagram is 35. Do you think that women don't like older men? Oh, he's too old. Rampage.
Well, dude, exactly. Like Greg, like you can say whatever the fuck you want about Greg, but he makes a really good point here. It's like women are interested in older men. Men are generally interested in younger women, and especially when you're considering getting married, where you kind of want your wife to stay as hot for as long as possible. Why wouldn't you try like marrying somebody who's younger? Like it's like Larry has the beta male mindset. It's rather than thinking abundantly like, oh, I have all these options, he's thinking, oh, this girl has to be the one, you know?
Is 47. He's younger than Coach Greg. And so what makes you think that she wouldn't be attracted to Rampage? No, I would never be attracted to a millionaire, famous UFC fighter superstar, one that can kick almost anyone's ass and he's taller than last time. Yeah, why would I like that? You know, what possibly could I...
I don't know if I'd say women hit the wall in their mid-20s. Like, I've definitely seen a lot of hot older women, but they're also generally the types of chicks who, like, exercise a lot, eat well, stay in shape, really care about their appearance, avoid the sunlight, and they might just also have, like, a better facial structure where, like, even if they do get wrinkles, it doesn't really matter, you know? Whereas like some chicks, they look really cute when they're young, but then when you start seeing signs of aging, they're just not cute anymore. So a lot of women, I would say, yeah, once they start hitting 30, they start being less attractive, but it really depends. Like you could say the same with a lot of dudes. Like the amount of dudes I've seen, like people I've known personally from high school who just did not take care of themselves, like eat shit, drink, and they just look like a fucking mess.
See in him. In comparison, Larry Wheels, 300 pounds of muscle. Is that what you think most women want? They want 300 pounds of muscle. I mean, it's not bad, but do you think women are more, in fact, attracted to 300-pound men who lose their breath after wrestling for 2 minutes? Or men who are world champions?
You can tell I'm like fully zoned out and...
No, you should not drink alcohol today or any other day. Alcohol bad.
It was just funny, but yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that. She didn't say no.
The way he's looking at her, he's not happy. He can't hide it. He tries to smirk a little bit. It's like, it's very uncomfortable. And he's being filmed. The disappointment in his eyes, it's very obvious. And so at this point, there's not much you can do. She either wants to be...
Yeah, like, a lot of hot older women are, like, also just nicer people. Like Nina Hartley, she just comes off as, like, a very cool, down-to-earth, chill sort of person who just wants to have fun. I think that's, like, a big kind of factor to why she was still so attractive, even when she was, like, literally a fucking grandma. I don't think she ever had kids, so not literally grandma, but, like, grandma age. So, yeah, personality definitely goes a long way. Dude, Mafia the Old Country is so fucking garbage. I don't know why the fuck people said that game was good. It's so bad.
Be with you, or she does not.
No, I just said, yeah, he's okay, but no, like, he's not my type.
What do you expect her to say? Like, let's be honest right now. Do you expect her on a video, live stream, to say, well, you know, if you weren't around, like, let's say you were out of the picture, you were no longer with us, you had a heart attack from abusing performance-enhancing drugs, from using all the steroids, you know, from going on the trenbolone sandwiches, the testosterone, the bulking, not giving up like you said you would, you know, all those promises you made about going natural or at least only going on HRT. You kept abusing steroids and you are no longer with us. Imagine she said that, because that could very easily happen. Then, you know, I probably would go after Rampage. I mean, why wouldn't I?
Larry giving her the death stare.
She reads out Larry giving her the death stare. It's clear he doesn't want to look like he's giving her the death scare. He doesn't want to look like he's bothered by this. He wants to look like an alpha, like a very confident man. After all, he's Larry Wheels. He's strong.
Well, we know he has no confidence. If he had confidence, he wouldn't be paying OnlyFans whores hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Stronger than almost anyone. He's over.
Like, there's something to say about just sexual convenience. Like, even if you are, like, wealthy and have a lot of status and everything, like, yeah, meeting people and then, like, having to drive out and, like, you know, talk to them and shit, like, it's a pain in the ass. So, I get it. Like, sometimes you just want to be kind of reclusive and just jerk off to porn or something, or, like, maybe just to keep things simple and straightforward, you just, like, pay for a prostitute or something. But I mean, like, again, this guy was paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to some fucking OnlyFans whore. He is very easily manipulated and has no, like, self-confidence or self-esteem.
Over 6 feet tall. He has loads of money. Well, when you're with someone who doesn't have...
Apparently he doesn't have loads of money, because he can't pay his fucking friend and business partner. He's getting sued.
Genuine burning desire for you, there's nothing you can do. And it's not Larry's fault. Well, indirectly it is. You need to choose a woman who chooses
Yeah, Larry tore his bicep. That's why his bicep looks weird.
you. That is my...
Pregnant. Oh, I see. That vegan teacher smash or pass. Well, she's a little too old for me, dude.
My best advice. You can try to swoon a girl. Is that even the right word? Try to convince her that she should love you. You meet a girl and she's thinking, yeah, all right, you're only 5'6" though. You know, I like taller men. And the woman might say, no, I don't mind having a shorter man. You know that's bullshit. They want a taller man. Women want taller men. But if you try hard enough, if you convince them, if you do all the other things, then you might in fact do it for them. But if you have to convince...
Like, women do prefer taller men, but honestly, when women, like, actually bring that up and say it to your face, like, generally they're just shit-testing you to see how you react to it. If you just, like, shrug it off, they're just gonna respect you more, and it's more of a test to see, like, what kind of person you are. So, if, like, unless they're, like, massive fucking cunts and they're just nasty, they're, you know... A lot of the time when women bring up, like, oh, I only date taller dudes, like, they're just fucking with you to see how you react.
Convince them. Like, they look at you and they're thinking, he's too short. And you work on them, you're nice to them, you buy them flowers, maybe you buy them a Birkin's bag or some...
Oh, no, Christy Ryan's just gross. She's never been attractive. She did look better when she was younger, but she's just gross.
Bullshit. And eventually she's like, oh, you know, he does these so many good things for me. I think I could be with...
Or no, don't you mean Courtney Ryan? Who the fuck's Christy Ryan? Wait, is this a porn star? Ryan Christie. Yeah, you must have meant Courtney Ryan.
Him because, like, look at all the money he has and so on. If she's only with you for the money, she could probably fake it for a while, but there's going to be times like this that she couldn't hide it. Her true body's desires, they come through, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, all due respect to him, I don't like older guys. Like, I like them my age, or he's a bit younger than me, he's a couple years younger than me.
I mean, I listened to this like 10 times. This is what I'm hearing. I didn't hear, I don't like older guys. If she had said, with all due respect to him, I like younger men. Larry, he's a couple years younger than me. Rampage, he's old. He's washed up. Perhaps 10 years ago, I would have been into him. Guy looks all right, but he's an old man. He's washed up. Larry, you're in your prime. I love you, Larry. You're the best. Never heard that. I heard I like older guys and Larry's younger than me. What did you hear? Women like older men. On average, almost all of them will date an older man. Some will date younger, but most are going to date older. I can see some saying, yeah, I like them my age, you know, just a couple years older than me. But then she touches Larry, finally gives him some physical contact. Perhaps that's his love language. She's finally giving him this, and that's the first thing that she did right.
I mean, all due respect to him, I don't like older guys. Like, I like them my age, or he's a bit younger than me. He's a couple of years younger than me, so.
What do you mean, guys? There's only one guy for you to like.
And then Larry, he just sounds so beta at this point.
Beta.
You just got to take the L. You don't try to convince a girl to like you. You never do that. You never sit there and say, what do you mean? You don't like other men. There's only me to like. Take this. You start dating a girl, okay? It's been a couple weeks in, you're dating her. Perhaps it's 3 weeks. She then says, you know, I just started to date somebody else. I'm dating somebody else. You don't say, no, don't date that guy. No, don't do that. What, are you kidding me? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Imagine.
Nah, Dana Lynn Bailey is dumbass. I've never found her attractive.
Trying to convince her not to do that. If you...
Her husband's a massive fucking dork douchebag fucking retard too.
Do that, it's over. It's already done. The fact that she's dating somebody else, you already know it's over. And hey, this is your options. You keep dating her and you keep her on the side, or you just end it with her. You say, okay, you're dating someone else. That's cool. We're done. It was good while it lasted. I had a great 3 weeks. This is what you do. This is what you need to do. If you try to convince her not to date that other person, you are a loser, you are a simp, and it will never end well. And if you choose to stay with her, this will continue. And so do not try to...
Dude, she's not hot. She's some Frankenstein duck face fucking weirdo. She's not a pretty girl.
Convince a woman to stop dating another man. She decides on herself. She wants to be with you and only you. And that is a must. Full stop.
No, but I mean, like, in general, like, if I find somebody attractive, then, yeah, it's definitely not.
You find other men attractive beside me?
Don't ask questions that you don't want to hear the answer to. Larry, what did you expect her answer to be? No, Larry, of course not. Absolutely not. You are a 10 out of 10 in my eyes, and every man out there, they're all ones. Well, Greg's a 2. The rest of the world are ones. You're a 10. And so no one else is attractive to me. It doesn't work like that, Larry.
I mean, I can acknowledge somebody looks good. No, that doesn't mean, like, I'm attracted to them.
I mean, Larry, who was literally invested in cam girls, was spending...
Oh, boy.
Was it
Yeah, jeez. Like, it's especially funny for him to say that. He was spending crazy amounts of money, like in the 6 figures, on cam whores while he was dating some chick.
10 grand a day or some ridiculous amount on cam girls, gooning, and so on. Larry, did you not find other girls attractive? Larry, is this the only
You know, I wonder if some of this is like the steroids he's on, if the guy's like running tren regularly. I can't imagine spending that much time jacking off. When I first hopped on testosterone, my libido was through the fucking roof. Like, that was just sickening. I had to jerk off like 5 or 6 times a day. Like, even mid-workout, I'd have to stop to like jerk off. And then, like, it eventually went back more to normal. It's still a little more than it was when I was natural, but, like, still. How the fuck are you spending, like, 10 grand a day on fucking cam whores? Just literally doing nothing but jerking off. Like, what the fuck?
attractive woman that you've ever seen in your life? There is no other woman that could be attractive. You're married, but does that mean...
Like, marrying this? Are you kidding me?
It's impossible to think that some...
Like, I can guarantee you, some of the women he was paying money to, they were better looking than this chick. It's weird.
Somebody else is attractive. Do you really think that's the case? And so, to start opening up like this, to show and reveal to the world your insecurities, that you're not really alpha, to me, it's over. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you the truth.
I hope you signed the prenup. No, I have not.
Funny, I did bring it up a couple times early on, but I decided not to go forward with that.
Oh. You can see the very moment when he starts thinking about it. He's about to think about it. Oh, he cut the clip off. Yeah, dude. Like, it's insane. This guy's the man in the relationship, and then he let this bitch run his life. It's like, hey, let's get a prenup before we get married. No, okay, honey, we'll do what you want. Like, oh, jeez, it is over. She has no respect for this dude.
Airport, and I just see a clip, Larry Wheels explaining that he didn't get her to sign a prenup because he trusts her.
So here's what you do. One, don't ever get married. Stupid, dumb, fucking retarded idea. Don't ever do that. And I know there's like people who are gonna like not listen to me. And there's gonna be like some set of weird, unique circumstances where they think it is a good idea. So if you don't want to listen to me, you're still going to go ahead with marriage. Here's 2 things you need. Absolutely get a prenup. And make sure the prenup contains a cohabitation agreement where it explicitly mentions all the property you buy is your own. She doesn't have any stake in it. And if the relationship falls through, she has to leave. She doesn't have any legal right to your property. You have to do that. Like getting like even then, there's generally speaking, the longer the relationship goes on for, the less legal weight a prenup has. So it doesn't even really cover you. So it's still not a good idea, but just don't get married in the first place. It's so stupid.
I mean, of all the things that Larry Wheels has done, you know, he's done stupid things. He's abused Tran, he's done steroids, he got slapped.
Did he have sex with trannies?
Has done, you know, he's done stupid things. He's abused Tran, he's done steroids.
Oh, abused Tren. I thought he said abused trannies.
He got slapped in the face by a 300-pound man. Basically, you get a concussion. It's bad for your brain. This is probably the dumbest thing he's ever done. I mean, it's the most famous last words in the world. I trust her. What is wrong with you? And so if there's one message from this video, one thing that you must learn, is that if you decide to get married, you sign a prenup.
Dude, I wouldn't say it was entirely luck, but thank fuck I live in Canada. Thank fuck we have the separation laws we have here. Because I got off easy. So easy. I was able to just cut and run. Basically no consequences. It was great. But that is rare. Just do not do it.
I don't care how much she's the nicest girl you've ever met, how smart she is, how much in love you are. All those things can change in 20 years. People are not the same as they are throughout their lifetimes. They can change. They're no longer the same. You don't know.
Well, here's the thing. Women don't change. I think men change a fair bit. They keep, like, generally speaking, men, like, keep maturing as they get older. Women, a lot of them, it's not to say, like, I know people misconstrue this a lot. Women live in different worlds than men do. Like, if you shout, like, the N-word at somebody, or if you call somebody, like, a retarded faggot in a parking lot, like, you could get your ass kicked. You can get shot. Like, people just... There's limits to what you can do socially as a man, and those limits don't really exist when you're a woman, because people kind of infantilize women. They treat them like children. And in my personal experience, what I've seen, a lot of fucking women don't really mature past, like, age 8 or 9. Like, they develop, like, the basic social skills that 8 or 9-year-olds need, where they understand, like, what politeness is, like, how to make people like you or dislike you. But like beyond that, there's so few social consequences for women. Like, you're not going to get your fucking ass kicked if you're rude to the wrong person, if you're a chick. People won't judge you the same way. If you're bad at your job, people are going to say, oh, well, you're just a girl. Let me help you out here. If you're bad at your job as a man, you're fired. You're going to be made fun of. People are going to call you a fucking retarded dork. If you can't pay the bills and you're a man, you're fucking homeless and people are going to call you some bum loser. If you can't pay the bills and you're a woman, well, people will be sympathetic to you. And then there's going to be like a women's shelter you can go to, or there's going to be some dude in your life who's just going to like give you fucking money because they're like so pussy hungry and they think that that's just going to be an easy pathway to make a girl like them. Like there's so many, and in marriage, women can be absolute fucking nasty cunts in marriage, and then they still get money in the fucking divorce, even when they don't deserve it. But like men, they can do everything right in the marriage. The woman can be a complete fucking bitch, absolute nasty, horrible, unsupportive fucking person. They still get fucking money for it. So there's like very few situations in society where women have to have accountability. And it just makes women extremely fucking immature and entitled. And like, just when a relationship goes on, like men will mature and get better and like women will stay behind, and it just creates more and more fucking friction. And it ends up reaching a boiling point where like somebody has to initiate the divorce. Generally it's women, because they're like, one, more motivated to do it because they can get money out of it. Yeah, it's not that they changed. It's just that you've probably changed and matured and got better. And they stayed the same. Like the same kind of nasty, entitled fucking bitch they've always been. And it just ends up coming out more because they realize they can get away with more and get away with more and get away with more.
What could happen? She could meet another man. She could become a drug addict. She could become basically the most horrific person in the world. You never know. I mean, just look at Peter Tia. You never know what's under there.
Oh, yeah.
You never know what they're really like. You never really know someone. Most people, they show you the tip of the iceberg, and even when you marry someone, you at best know 50% of them. You really think that every single thought they've ever had, every ounce of their being, that you truly know everything about them and that you can predict the future. You cannot. If you're getting married, you get a prenup. Full stop. There is no maybe, there is no trust, there is no I didn't want to upset her. And remember this, if you actually get a prenup, there's a 30% increase in staying together. And so if somebody says, no, I don't want.
Yeah. Well, there's two reasons for that. One, there's less of a motivation for a woman to leave, because now she has accountability, right? So she doesn't have this option to just cut and run and steal your money. Because there's accountability. Oh, now I have to pay for my own bills. Oh, now like I have to like make sure that I pay for my own rent and apartment and car, and I have to pay for my own food. Now, like, what's the incentive to just leave? And you're also you're screening out the women who are just going into a marriage for your money, you know, because like, again, they can't just leave and steal your money.
Want to get a prenup? Explain to them, well, does that mean that you want to get a divorce? Because by getting a prenup, it secures the marriage by 30%. If they say, oh, you're ruining it for me, you don't know what you're doing, why would you enforce that? Why would you ask me to do that? You'd say, well, because I love you that much and I want to stay with you forever. And by getting a prenup, we've increased our odds by 30%. Let's go to comments. What are the people in the comment section? Is this Coach Greg? Did I get this off? Bro's a millionaire married to a bop. Crazy work. I like older guys, then says he is young. I mean, that's what I heard. I like older guys. Larry's younger than me. Like, what in the world was that? Yup, this relationship done. Get out now, homie. She for the streets. Larry Hart being ripped like nothing, painful to watch. He can lift heavy weights, but he can't pick up a good woman. What really is the moral of the story? Well, if...
Dude. This guy is just cooked. Like, I don't even... Some people don't even learn. Like, didn't Jeff Bezos get married again? He lost just a ridiculous amount of money in the divorce. His wife became the wealthiest woman on planet Earth just for divorcing him. And then he fucking marries some other bitch. Like, some dudes just don't fucking learn and they're just nuts. Even if things work out the worst way possible for Larry, like, he's probably just too fucking stupid and doesn't have the... He's just too beta. Like, beta male thinking. Like, again, this guy gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to OnlyFans whores. Like, it's outrageous.
If you're not taking Turk Builder Max, you're going to probably end up in a relationship like this. You'll probably get married and then divorced, and think of how much that's going to cost you. And so the amount of money you will save by purchasing Turk Builder Max.
Steroids are cheaper than Turk Builder, and they work. I can't even, man. Turk Builder is just... Ugh.
I think I finally figured out why there's so many cis women who hate trans women. They don't want to admit that being a woman is purely social because they don't want to give up the cash cow of constantly getting carried by society, lol.
No, I think just a lot of women are homophobic. That's all it really comes down to. A lot of people see trans women as, like, really gay dudes. And a lot of women are just straight up homophobic. You should see the amount of women who will say it's an absolute deal breaker if they find out a dude is, like, bisexual or somewhat attracted to men or has ever had sex with a man. There's just a lot of women who are homophobes. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler. So I got a little update on the Revival Fitness thing. He put out this retarded fucking video about Alex where he basically lied the entire time. He shared really garbage data on heart disease. Like, this video was just trying to make the claim that cholesterol isn't associated with heart disease. So on Instagram, he posted this on Instagram as well. I left a comment. He didn't respond to the comment. And I sent him a message, and I made a post about this on my Instagram, and people have been tagging him too. Apparently, I know from an informant, this guy's been talking on Discord, trying to find out how my cat died, Prismo, and ideally he wants to, like, be able to prove that Prismo died from a nutritional deficiency, so that he can basically character assassinate me before he ever interacts with me or does a debate. And what's also interesting, in these Discord chats, this guy, like, flat out admits he doesn't want to debate me on nutrition, and he just wants to debate me on ethics. So he knows he's full of shit. This guy knows he's a fucking liar. So rather than debating me on the topic that I challenged him on and that he makes videos on, he wants to debate me on vegan ethics because he thinks that's the only chance, like, hope in hell he has of winning a debate against me. And again, like, the reason I think he wants to focus it on ethics is because if he has some way of proving Prismo died from a nutrition deficiency, he can say, oh, you're a hypocrite. You don't actually, like, believe in veganism or something, and, like, he thinks that's going to be somehow a W in a debate. So this guy's, like, an actual fucking lying, retarded, weaselly coward. Oh yeah, and what I forgot to mention too, we should actually watch this whole video again. Actually, no, we won't do that. So he shows this study as evidence that LDL doesn't have a relationship with heart disease, even though it is showing some kind of relationship. So people who have very low LDL levels seem to have lower hospitalizations with myocardial infarction. And then it goes up. You see it peak like at around 90 or 100. And then it starts going down again. I've talked about why you see this. So, one, your LDL drops when you have a myocardial infarction, immediately after a myocardial infarction. It just does that naturally. Secondly, if you're admitted to a hospital after a myocardial infarction, they immediately give you cholesterol-lowering medication because it increases survival rates. So this data is skewed. Basically, all the people here, you'd end up seeing it. If you see their LDL levels before the heart attack, it'd be skewed more to the right, where you see more people with high LDL. What's stupid about this is a cross-sectional survey. Epidemiology, and not particularly good epidemiology. It's just a cross-sectional survey. This guy is an epidemiology denier. He says epidemiology is garbage. And he literally makes that argument later in the video.
Is overwhelming. What it's going to be in almost every case is a bunch of dog shit epidemiology.
So he says dog shit epidemiology, and then he says, oh, here's the evidence that there's no association between cholesterol and heart disease. Epidemiology. The guy's a fucking idiot. So he knows he's full of shit. He knows he's a fucking liar. And he's trying to dig up dirt on me, and he's never going to find it. Prismo died from an infection in his paw. Had nothing to do with his fucking diet. He's gotten blood tests before. He didn't have any nutritional deficiencies or anything. He did end up having dehydration and kidney failure after the infection. That's what ended up killing him. But it had nothing to do with nutritional deficiency. The guy's just like a fucking idiot.
Oh God, can we not run losers twice? And have we not learned from the last 2 times that a female candidate won't win? Not that she would be a bad candidate necessarily, but she can't win. Let's move on.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is reactivating her campaign's social media accounts. Harris announced the move in a new video this morning, saying she's excited about it.
So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, faith leaders, young leaders.
Oh boy, that is not good. Here we go again. Well, looks like we're going to have another Republican candidate. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Weird coincidence that you bring up women hating bisexual men, because I was literally just watching a video about that.
Personally, there's no such thing as a bi man. When a person likes to have sex with the same sex, then you are gay, or homosexual, if you will. Now, that's fine. If that's your thing. But when a man says that he wants to have sex with men and women, that's not cool with me. I don't think that men can be bi. Men are gay.
You were dating a guy in a relationship and he told you he was bisexual or had a male partner in the past, would that be a red flag or make a difference?
I would appreciate his honesty, but for me, it would be a red flag.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to do it?
It's not that I wouldn't, I just wouldn't want to. I think one is just because, you have a certain level of confidence as a woman, and when you allow your man to go out with his friends, you want to make sure that's just a friend. It's almost like saying if I dated a heterosexual guy, that his best friend is female, but he and his best friend are hanging out 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, that's a red flag. Right. So now if my male friend is saying, my male partner is saying that he likes...
I would bet the majority of men, if their girlfriend told them they're bisexual, they wouldn't have those thoughts of oh, she's meeting her girlfriends again. Honestly, for me, it's a turn on. It's kind of hot that women are fucking into chicks. But yeah, it's a little weird. That's a sensible, practical, kind of answer. But a lot of women just straight up hate gay and bi dudes. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
The only way Kamala Harris is doing a smart thing here is if she knows she can't win the primary, so she's just building up some voter base to support a moderate candidate when she drops out in order to cock-block the so-called progressive far-left radicals.
Yeah. Hopefully that's all it is. I'm really not a fan of just really any of the people that are kind of in the running. You know, like Gavin Newsom. Like they're just beta male fucking assholes. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Booty Cam donated $2. Let me see. What in the fuck is this?
I cannot believe you haven't lost your V-plates at 24 years old. I can't keep doing this, you know. You need to get yourself a girlfriend, you really do. This can't keep happening.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
The release of the Epstein files could go down as one of the most important troves of data in history. Not just because they exposed the twisted and depraved pedophile parties that the world's most notorious sex trafficker held on his private Caribbean island, but because they paint a complete and intimate picture of how the richest and most powerful people communicate and socialize when they don't think that anyone is watching. In this episode, I'm going to talk about just a very small corner of the Epstein files, which I think can serve as a microcosm for the entire archive. It's about the relationship between the wellness influencer and internet famous doctor Peter Attia and Jeffrey Epstein. I'm focusing on Attia in part because he's been on this channel before in a video I did about how a lawsuit he filed against the medical device tracker Oura Ring exposed the way that wellness and pharma companies buy influence over people and science itself. But now, with a periscope into their personal communications, you can see a similar pattern playing out between the incredibly wealthy and well-connected Epstein and just a budding medical influencer who would soon come to dominate the podcast circuit and found one of the most lucrative concierge medical practices in history. Attia entered Epstein's orbit around 2014 while he was raising money for the $40 million Nutrition Sciences Initiative, likely at first to solicit Epstein for potential donations. Once he has a beachhead in that relationship, Attia begins to ask for more contacts with other rich people and access Epstein's network, from Bill Gates and Sean Parker, and even the Pope. But then, in September 2015, he pitches Epstein on this new idea of becoming his personal doctor. And this begins his transition away from medical research. And in December, he tells Epstein that he's onto a much more lucrative world of concierge medicine. Because of Epstein's access to the very richest and most powerful people in the world, Attia is able to gather private clients who can afford to spend between $100 and, believe this or not, $300,000 a year just to consult with him. While his roster of clients is not public, his invitation to Jeff Bezos.
What in the fuck? Like, are rich people so stupid? I mean, you could just, like, exercise and sleep and, you know, eat a vegan diet and, like, you're pretty much good to go. Like, what would you need to spend $300K on?
Bezos' wedding, as well as Bezos' likely testosterone-fueled massive muscle gain, for which Attia is a prominent proponent, indicate that his clients are the richest and most powerful people in the world. As of 2026, Attia says that he has 75 private patients, which we can assume brings him between $20 and $40 million a year. And yet, for all the success and all of his riches, Attia is still small potatoes in relation to the sultans and heads of state and billionaires and oligarchs who appear all over the Epstein files. Epstein and Attia exchanged roughly 600 emails in just 3 years. Their messages start more formally, but it's apparent that they were friends, with Attia clearly trying to impress and flatter Epstein at every chance he gets. Eventually, Attia writes to Epstein's assistant that he goes into, quote, JE withdrawal when I don't see him after a meeting gets canceled. He also begins mirroring the language that would be familiar to anyone reading the other emails in Epstein's trove. Highlights include a response to what I think was a
Believe Billie Eilish is vegan. She's you know, just one of those celebrities. She looks obese. Wouldn't say obese. She has big tits. How does she look obese? She's so, like, dumbass. She looks like she's constantly high. But yeah, she has big tits. It's not obese, though.
A phone call in 2016 where Atiya writes, "Pussy is indeed low carb. Still awaiting results on gluten content, though." And then, sycophantically, just a little while later, "The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul," after Epstein sent him what is now a redacted photo of him with young women, which we should assume were somehow involved in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Now, I want to pause here and zoom out to the bigger picture, because these types of exchanges turn out to be pretty normal in Epstein's emails, from his sexting for pussy with a redacted correspondent to the litany of lewd notes in the so-called birthday book. The thing that drew so many wealthy people to Epstein, I believe, wasn't the sex parties themselves, but the fact that the outrageous activities on his private island were so unbelievably exclusive that they were actually a path to power. Epstein was at the epicenter of politics and finance and philanthropy and sex trafficking. His main value, from what I can tell, was his ability to facilitate access and introductions between power brokers across the world who shared his dark secret. To name just a few, and you've heard these before, we've got Prince Andrew and Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Richard Branson and Trump and Clinton, to the ex-Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the Google founder Sergey Brin, and Steve Bannon. All show up in the correspondence with similar reputation-smelting exchanges. Getting a connection to Epstein was a way to share an exclusive secret that should absolutely never be public. But the people who share that secret, well, they earn each other's trust implicitly. It's the same reason that criminal gangs sometimes require people to commit a crime, maybe murder or arson or whatever else, before letting in a new member. Anyone who attended Epstein's parties was implicated in the sort of moral flexibility that facilitates business transactions. It's not so different from that famous photo of RFK sharing a McDonald's meal with Trump and Elon Musk right after Trump's win, despite RFK spending decades railing against exactly those sorts of processed foods. RFK's moral flexibility turned out to be an asset that Trump could use. And like Trump, this was Epstein's magic, a sort of exclusive perk that money alone cannot buy. The elites around Epstein often had their own aircraft, their yachts, apartments, dream vacations, and pretty much whatever their hearts desired. Everyone in the world kowtows to the billionaire class, which conversely makes billionaires ever more lustful for things that they can't access. And maybe it's a fundamentally human trait to always overvalue exclusivity, which incidentally is exactly what Atiya sells in his medical practice. While Atiya dishes out free medical advice on his podcast, his mega best-selling book Outlive, his YouTube channel, and his blog, his real money comes from product sponsorships and his private client service. Epstein funneled opportunities Atiya's way, and the lewd language was a social lubricant that proved that Atiya was essentially a made man, a perfect sycophant to power. Once all of these personal communications came to light, however, a few weeks ago, Atiya switched into damage control, and his responses on X mirror exactly what I've been saying in this video so far. Let me quote you his recent, rather long tweet. "At that point in my career, I had little exposure to prominent people, and that level of access was novel to me. Everything about him seemed excessive and exclusive, including the fact that he lived in the largest home in all of Manhattan, owned a Boeing 727, and hosted parties with the most powerful and prominent leaders in business and politics. I treated that access as something to be quiet about rather than discussed freely with others." One line in that exchange of these emails about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of his wrongdoing. That is not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to, poorly and flippantly, was the discretion commanded by those social and professional circles. The idea that you don't talk to anyone about who you meet at those dinner parties you attend and the power and influence of the people in those settings. What I wrote in that email reads terribly, and I own that. And it's quite an apology, and it's worded really well, I would guess. But the fact is that at that point that he
Well, he was lying about it too, wasn't it proven? Because he was talking to Epstein after he was convicted of like sex trafficking, and everyone knew he was a fucking pedo. So like it's just bullshit.
He was writing that Epstein had already been convicted of sex crimes. Being in Epstein's orbit was being in a private club where power, money, and access and sex, they all intermingled. And the 3 million documents that have just been released show how this nexus of criminality and power connects an enormous chunk of the global elite to this one specific person and the places he inhabited. Which is to say that the real story isn't just about the way that Epstein abused women, as terrible as those stories have been, and they are terrible.
Hercules from Greek mythology is not the epitome of masculinity. He was cucked. Basically just did what other people told him to do. So no.
But how...
Like, part of the story of Hercules was it was kind of like this idea that men aren't always in control of their own fate. And I think another idea within that story too was, like, you can be very strong physically, but that doesn't mean you can't be manipulated or controlled. So it was not a story about, like, the perfect masculine man. If anything, Conan fits that that kind of template much better. Like, Beowulf was a similar story too, where, you know, this is like a very strong, competent man, but like women were kind of his weakness.
Power brokers all seem to agree that at least being okay with abusing women was the price of admission. Now, global elites will argue that they didn't know the extent of what Epstein was doing in private. They all universally state that whatever sexcapades got up to on his own was entirely separate from their interactions with the man. It's almost like he trafficked thousands of women only to himself. Of course, I think in some cases that was probably true. Just attending a state dinner with Epstein doesn't necessarily imply that you took part in an orgy. But what is interesting, at least in Atiya's case, is that their relationship started largely after Epstein was first convicted of sex trafficking. And even with that stain on his record, the emails prove that elites still circled him for access. In fact, they seem to admire him even more for appearing to get away with it. One thing that I feel that I need to say about Atiya is also perhaps the most damning of all. In Atiya's New York Times bestselling book on longevity called Outlive, Atiya writes about his own mental health struggles. He begins one of the later chapters in the book explaining how he tried to start a fist fight with a man in a parking lot, writing, "I was standing right in his face, begging him to throw the first punch so I could rip his larynx out, a procedure I described in surgical detail with a few choice epithets to boot. I'm pretty certain that I would have won the fight, but I also could have lost everything, my house, my medical license, my freedom, probably what was left of my marriage. Outwardly, I was a successful seeming guy with a thriving medical practice, a beautiful wife and kids, wonderful friends, robust health, and a contract to write this book. But in reality, I was out of control." Now, I do find it just a little bit funny that even while explaining how self-destructive his rage could get, he also makes a point of telling the reader that he would have definitely won the fight had they come to blows. It's the sort of detail that shows the state of his fragile ego and a desire for the reader to acknowledge his alpha manliness. Anyway, the important part of the chapter comes in actually the next paragraph, where he notes that, quote, "On Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, at 5:45 p.m. to be exact, that his wife called him saying that their infant son was lifeless."
Yeah, this was hilarious where people cross-referenced his son's death. And he He was hanging out with Epstein, doing God knows what.
And blue, and that they were on the way to the hospital. The nurse revived the child with CPR, but they weren't sure if he was going to make it. His wife wanted Atiya to come home, but Atiya was in New York at the time, and he was too busy with, quote, important meetings. He leaves her to care for her child alone for 11 days. Now, Atiya uses this story as leverage to explain how much personal growth he still has to do, how addiction is a disease, and I guess his addiction was being an asshole. But the Epstein releases put an entirely different sheen on what was really going on. As the doctor and prominent Atiya critic Jennifer Gunter notes in her examination of the Epstein files, that same day, just 3 hours before he got the call from his wife, Atiya writes to Epstein asking about an in-person meeting. They're having some scheduling conflicts, and they settle on a time to meet on July 13th, which is 2 days after his child has landed in the hospital, and he attends that meeting. So imagine, if you will, what this tells us about Atiya's priorities. He would rather wait around in New York for 3 whole days while his 1-month-old son is dying so that he could meet one of the world's most notorious sex traffickers. This all happens
he knew it.
at the same
He knew it. He knew he was a sex trafficker.
Time. Well, I don't think that the 2-hour appointment was long enough for Atiya to attend any sort of massage or sex party. Epstein was clearly on a plane out of town just 5 hours after their meeting. This exchange clearly demonstrates how the lure of power and money outperforms any ethical impulses that someone has to be a good person and do the morally right thing in any particular situation. And this is what I was talking about at the beginning. How the Epstein files are a microcosm of the morality of the global elite. The people who run this world are all connected in a tight web of economic, social, and business relationships. Those relationships define who they are more than any ideology that they pretend to espouse. While Epstein notably gave to democratic causes, had Bill Clinton over frequently as a guest, he also had decades-long friendships with Trump and Steve Bannon. And this is the reality that we all need to see clearly. At the top levels of elite life, the distinctions that we think exist in the world between the right and the left, the technocrats and the Luddites, all break down. They're all buddies. At the end of the day, the rich and powerful are actually defined by who they are in private, not the public personas that appear in the media that they, frankly, largely own. The elite don't have politics as we think of them. They only have allegiances to power. The real miracle of the Epstein files is that their private communications break down that image. They prove that the only real distinction that we need to keep our eye on is between the global elites who run the show and the people like you and me who have let them do that so far and given them that power. The Epstein files are our opportunity to see reality for what it actually is, because none of these files, Epstein or any of those powerful people, wanted to be public. And with that, I have one more thing to say, and think of it as a homework assignment. The most recent release of files contained more than 3 million documents, including just about every email that Epstein sent or received over the course of a decade. Obviously, I've only read a tiny fraction of them. That's partly because if you go to the DOJ website, the files are only organized through a search function, which makes trying to understand what is in them pretty hard, because if you don't know what is in there, you can't search for it. I mean, there's no way to simply scroll through emails to find out what's going on chronologically and then go to the next email to see how people reply. It's almost as if the DOJ is trying to make it hard for citizens to go through.
Yep.
However, independent developers at a website called jmail.world were able to download the entire archive and organize it into an interface that will be familiar to anyone who uses Gmail. And when you're done watching this video, I want you to go take a look at it yourself. And there's a link down in the description, down below my head right now. And there are thousands of worthwhile stories hidden in these files. But the most important story of all is simply that you can read their words for yourself.
Welcome back.
Yeah, the Epstein file thing is just fucking crazy, man. That is one of the most obvious fucked up cover-ups I've ever seen.
You said, I miss human trafficking. Why did you delete it?
It was just deleted by my PR team as I slept. These gotcha moments are 5 or 6 years out of date. Let's be professional, Spears. Why was the DJ unwittingly, what, he was unaware of what the song was?
Far be it from me to teach you how to answer questions in interviews, is to say that you find what's in the Epstein files utterly disgusting, and celebrating the song Heil Hitler is also disgusting and reprehensible, and if you said that, I could respect it.
There's pictures of you with certain members of...
Dude, why in the Oh, it's all a game. It's all a game. I don't even understand why Andrew Tate has to do this. Like, we all know he's a piece of shit. Pierce Morgan, like, what the fuck?
Of Epstein's circle.
Well, no, I'm happy to talk about that. The Jeffrey Epstein saga is undoubtedly one of the biggest scandals in modern history. Many VIP men are now being humbled by lurid details about their relationship with a convicted sex offender and claims about their own behaviour with his victims. Too few have faced real consequences yet, but the public's in no mood to draw a line and move on. The view that he was an intelligence asset for a foreign government has moved firmly from the realm of conspiracy to mainstream thinking. A reasonable person might think that Andrew...
Yeah, it seems in all likelihood there's a stronger connection with him in Russia than Israel.
Tate is the last person to be moralising on all this. He's fought damning allegations about his own conduct with women in multiple countries for several years. And that, he says, is precisely the problem.
For the last 4 years, the media all around the world has accused me of sexual crimes. On repeat, over and over, every single day. And now that the Epstein files are out, they're running cover, saying that being found in the Epstein files doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Let me ask you a question. If I was in the Epstein files, Andrew Tate, do you have any idea, the media frenzy, do you have any idea how they would attack me? They would accuse me of things I've done wrong. They would say that there's no smoke without fire, that I'm definitely guilty, that I deserve more prosecution, more house arrest. I was locked in my house for 4 years without being convicted. I've been to court in 3 countries, and not a single court on the planet can convict me of any sexual crimes at all. Yet the media still convince everyone at home and still endlessly print that I'm a bad person.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on with that whole trial in Romania. It's fucking nuts. He admitted to it, though. Like, this guy outright admitted he fucking had sex with a minor. A girl, like, I think under the age of 16. So, like, even if he was in Canada, like, he wouldn't have an excuse.
While running cover for the people who are in the Epstein files.
Well, Andrew Tate rejoins me on Uncensored now. Andrew, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you very much. I hope you're recovering well, sir.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Thank you. So it's an interesting point you raise. You know, I'm not going to relitigate in this interview the outstanding criminal and civil actions that you're facing, other than to repeat what I always say when I interview you, which is, as we sit here, you've not been convicted of any crime, and I do think the process that you've gone through has seemed ridiculously long and doesn't serve anybody. So let's just put that to one side for the benefit of this debate. So I do think you raise an interesting point about the experience you've had and the experience that we are seeing with people in the Epstein files.
Yeah, it's not only ridiculously long, Pierce, it's actually ridiculously harsh. My brother and I have gone to jail. We've been reputationally slandered. We had a company that turned over $150 million a year, which has been economically decimated. And we've been trialed by media endlessly while members of parliament stand up and say that we're the most dangerous people on the planet because we're committing sex crimes. When, of course, no court anywhere in all of the countries which I've been investigated under has managed to convict us of any crime. At the same time, they are doing this. At the same time, we have members of parliament standing up and saying my brother and I are dangerous. They are sitting on information, sitting on clear evidence of a link between members of the elite inside of Western governments and a convicted pedophile. And to me, it seems absolutely ridiculous that they're going to come along and accuse 2 young brothers, 2 guys from a council estate in Luton who have never been convicted, and say that we're the enemy and talk about us in question time while ignoring information.
This is like just very basic narcissist playbook. Oh, but what about them? What about them? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. This is gonna be just absolute AIDS. Fucking black cell. Dragon Quest is some dumb RPG, right? Train simulator.
they've had for over a decade, linking senior members of British government directly to a convicted pedophile. And I think anybody with a brain at home understands this reeks of monumental corruption.
Well, I certainly think, I've drawn a line on the Epstein scandal in terms of plausible deniability for people in public life, because so many people, public figures, have been connected with him. There is a qualitative difference to me between the people who disowned him after his conviction in 2009 for being a paedophile who abused an underage girl, and for those who then stayed in contact with him. And many of the people we're seeing toppling like dominoes, whether it's Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, Lord Mandelson, and others, are people who emphatically denied staying in contact with him. And now we see from the files that that is actually a lie, and they continue consorting with him for many years afterwards. Do you see that distinction? In other words, take your situation. If you were to be convicted of what are some very serious offences that you've been charged with, if you were to be convicted, and it's hypothetical, I accept that, and you must go through fair due process, and it should happen faster than it's happening. I've said that. But if you were to be convicted, would you think it's fair and reasonable of people in that eventuality to say, I want nothing more to do with Andrew Tate, and to be judged accordingly? And conversely, if people decided to carry on, being your friend and doing business with you, whatever it may be, they should be judged accordingly too.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And you've also been very fair to me. I have to give you credit for repeatedly pointing out that I've not been convicted and that you believe in the rule of law and we should wait for a conviction. The problem here we have is that we see all of our democratic institutions are absolutely corrupt. How can Peter Mandelson be promoted to the most important political position that perhaps exists inside of the UK government, which is ambassador to the United States of America, when he has such clear links to a convicted pedophile? Why was he promoted? Is it because of his clear links to a convicted pedophile, which is a whole another question? And now you're asking me, do I trust the UK courts? Do I trust the systems which are hiding information that they have on pedophiles, which are clearly protecting powerful people, which are clearly engaged in a two-tier policing structure? Do I now trust them to give me a fair trial? The whole point of democracy is transparency. The whole point is rule of law. And if they're applying rule of law to some people and completely ignoring it for elites, you now have to ask yourself a question. Are the courts fair and is the system fair at all? Please understand, my brother and I have gone through the most heinous trial by media.
This guy literally admitted to committing statutory rape, and he's acting like he's a victim of something. Like, buddy, if I were to tell everybody, I just had sex with a 14-year-old, and then, people call me a pedophile and a groomer, and, the police investigate me, and they find evidence that it actually happened, oh, there's trial by media. If you fucking admit to the crime publicly, it's... what the fuck? Greenland for vegans, $20. This is what I got. Thanks for the advice. Let me see. 5070 Ti, 16 gig, 9800X3D. All right, good. Yeah, that is definitely a good PC. Yeah, and maybe down the road, if you see a good deal, you can just upgrade the graphics card. Get a 5080 or something, but yeah, that's a good PC. Thanks for the donation, Greenland, for vegans. You should be happy with that.
That has happened in modern times. As I've said, we've already been punished more than most sex offenders are ever punished at all. We were locked up for a total of 4 years. We lost our business. Our bank accounts were frozen. We were unable to travel. We couldn't see our children. I missed medical appointments. Many bad things have happened. My mother had a heart attack and I couldn't be there. These people, where they had serious, credible, concrete evidence, haven't even been investigated. And these are the people who are in charge of the government. So Piers, as a logical person, to answer your question, can I trust anything the British government does when they're clearly running cover for people that they have serious evidence on, while endlessly attacking me and mentioning my name in the media and mentioning my name in question time when they don't even have any evidence on me and they've struggled to find a conviction for the last 5 solid years? To me, that reeks of governmental corruption.
Well, I think it's a perfectly reasonable question if I'm in your shoes. Yeah, because you've not been convicted of any crime. The interesting thing about Mandelson is you have the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, today admitting in Prime Minister's questions that he did know, because of the vetting process, that Mandelson had continued in a friendly relationship with Epstein that was ongoing. And despite that, he still appointed him as one of the most powerful people in his government as the UK ambassador to the United States. And that, I think, is going to be was going to be very damaging for Starmer, because that's the first admission that he knew that Mandelson and Epstein had continued being friends up to the point, well, we don't know to what final point, but certainly right up to near to when he died. So there you've got somebody in Mandelson's case who twice had to resign from governments in disgrace over various financial skullduggery. And then you have him supporting and staying friendly with a convicted paedophile, and the British Prime Minister knowing they had stayed in touch and it was an ongoing friendship, and still making him the ambassador. I find that crazy.
Well, the optimistic view is the one you've just taken, that he got his position despite the fact he was linked to an international pedophile ring. Of course, the more realistic view is that he got his position because he was linked to an international pedophile ring. And I think a lot of people are waking up now to the absolute rot which exists inside of these democratic countries that we're supposed to believe in. We're supposed to believe in fair elections, a rule of law, and transparency. And it's becoming clear to everybody at home that they have been lied to. that the rule of law doesn't apply. Two-tier policing is clearly taking place depending on your social status. If you're a young man from Luton, they'll trial you by media and throw you in jail and take all of your money without credible accusation. But if you're a lord, perhaps, they can sit for over...
I don't know why he's saying this. This happened in Romania. Like, it's really weird that he's talking about the UK.
For a decade on credible evidence of you spending time with a pedophile on a secret island and refusing to even investigate you, let alone slander you in the media, let alone. And I think this just shows how rotten our democratic systems have become and how much change needs to take place for anybody to believe.
Like, by the way, pretty sure none of the people mentioned in the Epstein files posted on YouTube that they had sex with an underage girl. Unlike, Andrew Tate here. So maybe that's why they weren't indicted, investigated. Who knows, though?
And any of the rule of law again. I, after the Epstein file release, have even less faith in the British judicial system, the British courts, or the British police. Because for me, they're going to contact everyone I've ever known. They're going to go through my phones, cameras, laptops, arrest me 5 times, arrest the mothers of my children, arrest my mom, raid houses, and struggle to find a single shred of evidence that allows them to convict me. However, when they have...
Oh yeah, he does kind of look like Jafar. Yeah, from Aladdin.
Piles and piles of data of credible evidence that crimes have taken place against other people of a different social status than I, they are going to sit there completely protected by the state. So it shows that these democracies that we live within are completely corrupted from head to toe. And without a rule of law, then what is a democracy?
You all know the story of Camelot, the Round Table, the Knights, King Arthur. What you don't know is Daily Wire Plus. Well, it's why I feel so strongly about Mandelson, because I've known him 30 years. I knew him as one of the architects of New Labour in the mid-90s. And the thing about Mandelson, he was always drawn to money and rich, famous, powerful people. That was his massive Achilles heel. But in terms of him now, the stuff that's coming out, and it's still coming out, but what we now know is that he was the business secretary in our government and was trading and passing on top secret information that was financially incredibly sensitive to Epstein, a convicted paedophile, multi-millionaire US financier. God knows what Epstein then did with that with his financial friends.
Very high likelihood the guy was compromised, and Russia might have been behind some of this shit.
Did he trade? Did he make more millions? Quite likely. We don't know. I'm sure that will all unravel. But he was doing this, which is an act of absolute treachery. And I saw Starmer in the House of Commons today, really going after Mandelson. I'm like, well, that ship has sailed. You knew what you were dealing with here. This guy twice had to resign from government. You knew he carried on seeing a convicted paedophile, perhaps right up to Epstein's death. And notwithstanding that, and notwithstanding you didn't know the nature of what they were doing in this ongoing friendship, you take this massive punt of putting him on the global stage again. And that's why, Mandelson, to me, he is facing criminal prosecution and very likely a lengthy prison sentence. It's hard to think, actually, of a more obvious case, a more prima facie case of corruption in public office than what he did. He sold this country down the river, giving secrets to a convicted paedophile in America.
And here's the real interesting question, sir, because it clearly is high treason. The interesting questions are, firstly, how did Jeffrey Epstein get so rich? Because nobody can seem to answer that question. Right. I sit here and wonder, while our elites of Western governments are continually making decisions which go against the will of 95% of the electorate on repeat. Nobody in the UK wants all of their tax money sent to Ukraine. We have enough problems in England. Nobody in the UK wants the small boats to keep arriving, yet they keep arriving. So we have a democratic system, which is clearly completely corrupted. There's clearly compromise on all of the elites inside of our system. These people are clearly financing pedophiles on the other side of the planet, making them billionaires. And they're making decisions that nobody is voting for and that nobody wants. And then to try and deflect and conflate, they take my brother and I and they say that we're dangerous. Or now we have Keir trying to sell Mandelson down the river, just as you quite correctly pointed out, when he made the decision himself. Our systems are completely corrupted from head to toe, and Epstein is only the tip of the iceberg. There are many other secret societies, many other islands, and many other places where these people convene. And that's where conversations are happening, which completely subvert the will of democracy and subvert the will of the electorate. And I have to give credit to Donald Trump himself. Although it may have got him some smoke because he does appear in the files, he at least released them, showing that he's maverick enough to try and bring some transparency back to our...
Oh my God. Really? So we're going to ignore the fact that Trump was skittish during his campaign about saying that he was going to release them. He was like, yeah, we'll release them. And then when he had the opportunity to release them, why are people still talking about that? It's just a Democrat hoax. And then like Congress finally tried to like pass that bill where they basically checkmated him, where he had to agree to, signing the thing into law for them to release it. And then his own Justice Department violates the fucking law, makes a whole bunch of fucking redactions that were, again, against the fucking law. Like, stupid.
Democratic systems, because if Donald Trump didn't win, these conversations wouldn't even be taking place. And Keir trying to run damage control after not mentioning this at all and trying to keep on a lid on it for so long, just once again shows there's a lot more to this story than we know.
I mean, a few things you said there I would pick up on and challenge. There is no evidence that the majority of people in the UK do not supporting Ukraine. In fact, it's the opposite. The majority of people in the UK do support helping the Ukrainians. You're right about the small boats. On Trump, I know Trump very well. I spoke to him a few days ago. I think on the Epstein files, he's dug himself into a big hole because he made it part of his campaigning in the last election that he would be completely transparent and release all the Epstein files. I had people in his administration within days of him being inaugurated who came on this show and said, we're going to release everything. We had Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, leading everybody up the garden path and saying, here are the binders with all the stuff. And none of it happened. And then we had Elon Musk suddenly coming out saying Donald Trump's in the files, which is ironic given we now know so is Elon Musk. And it doesn't mean I've done anything wrong, but they're in the files. And you've now got a situation where millions of these documents have been released, but we're told there are still 3 million that may not be released. Well, how is that ever going to solve a scandal in terms of addressing the raging conspiracy theory?
I was thinking the same thing. Thanks for the donation. Tat.
Is if you hold back 3 million documents. That's not transparent. So I think if I'm being critical of Trump about anything with this, my main criticism is the failure to deliver on his promise to be transparent.
Perhaps, but he's certainly been more transparent than the governments before, where we know that they had this information for a very long time and an absolute lid was kept on it. So at least he's beginning the process of letting the people at home.
Well, that's not true. Under the Biden administration, they've talked about this. They just said they just wanted the Justice Department to do what they felt was necessary to do. They didn't want to basically have the White House completely controlling the Justice Department. That's why they weren't released. They have Zero Caliber 2. I really liked Zero Caliber. It looks like I might get that. There is a lack of new good VR games. Hopefully, Half-Life 3 comes out sometime soon. They've got to be releasing it with the new VR headset. Has to be the case.
Understand how corrupt our institutions are.
Do you have a fat gym ass? Well, I've got a big black ass, and it is quite muscular. Let me check on the Ninja Gaiden 4 mods. Pretty much no mods. Upscalers, unlock camera, and just a bunch of game saves and reshades. Nobody's making any character swap mods for this game. I'd like to play Ninja Gaiden 4, but just I don't want to play emo gay bitch ninja faggot and pay $90 for it. I should try playing Ninja Gaiden 3, the good version. Apparently they unfucked it with the final version they released.
And myself, I'm in a lot of trouble with many charges from the British government for my speech, saying the things I say are completely unacceptable. But primarily, my message is challenging the blanket authority and the blanket narratives which are pushed by our institutions. And now that we see our institutions are completely corrupted by billionaire pedophiles, now we see our institutions have been completely overrun and they're operating in secret rooms and subverting the rule of law. I think that makes it even more important that people like myself continue to challenge authority and demand answers and demand transparency and not believe official narratives. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is going to be a fraction of what actually took place. And if I find it absolutely disgusting, and I don't want to make this about me, that they managed to do so much damage to my brother and I with no evidence while sitting on such a huge pile of evidence for some of the most important people on the planet. to address what you said about Trump, I agree with you. But I think Trump would have been under huge pressure from some of the most important people in administrations all around the world to release nothing at all. And the fact that he continued to try and be transparent and allow people.
He did not try and be transparent. The entire time he tried to block everything.
At home to understand how this world really works. I have to give him credit for it, because a lot of people would have been in Trump's ear saying, don't release anything.
Dodo Donatella's Biden has dementia. He cannot be president.
We had the greatest economy in history, but this one's going to blow it away. Already it's blown everything away. They want to be neutral. They want to be neutral or against. You know, the Democrats are against. I don't know how a person of faith can vote for a Democrat. I really don't. I did the Super Bowl interview. Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties? No. Oh. I said, why would I do that? We have the strongest border in the history of our country.
You mean for lying about the guy who she claimed was a terrorist? That's not good enough for you?
Country.
How unusual is it for a president to strike that kind of tone at an event like this?
Bizarre. Yeah. The guy's a narcissist, and yeah, he probably has, like, dementia. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's the difference between a diesel two-stroke and a gasoline two-stroke? Can you replace diesel with gas inside of a two-stroke diesel engine? Well, let's find out. You see, a two-stroke engine uses combustion to spin up the crankshaft. Gas two-strokes are built for high RPM and come with no...
Oh my god, this video sucks.
First, they come turbocharged or supercharged, are built for Mac gas engine. Instead, oil stays in the crankcase, ignition comes from compression, and they make way more power compared to four-stroke diesel engine. What's the difference?
I didn't know they made two-stroke diesels. Diesels are just fucking gross. I always hate sitting in traffic behind a fucking diesel truck. They're just nasty.
And yes, he's a maverick, as is Elon. And if our democracies are going to survive in the coming decade with all of the problems that exist in our societies, transparency is the most important thing we can push for.
Yeah, but, you know, even with Elon, who I'm a big fan of in terms of his business acumen and achievements and everything else, but he's out there every day, all day at the moment saying, I've led the charge against the Epstein stuff. I want full transparency. I had nothing to do with it. I rejected all advances from Epstein and so on. And yet we're reading emails from him where he's clearly very keen to get on the island, very keen to know what night's the wildest party night and so on, which is a complete contrary, conflicted reality to what he's trying to make us think. Age hits you like a brick, and earlier than you think. It turns out that most men begin losing testosterone around the age of 30, about 1% every year. And even worse, a lot of what your body makes is blocked by proteins in the blood. Well, Mars Men helps turn back the clock naturally and free up usable testosterone. No needles, no synthetics, just real support. Users report feeling stronger, their recovery is better, and their energy is steady. Mars Men has 8 natural, clinically dosed ingredients. It's made in the United States and it's third-party tested.
Oh my god. That's the same thing Revival Fitness was promoting, right? We looked at this. It's so outrageously expensive. I've never seen a test booster. I've never seen a test booster so fucking outrageously overpriced. And oh yeah, 50% off. Oh. Uh-huh. So we looked at this months ago. It's always 50% off. Like, this is the most scam fucking website you've ever fucking seen in your life. What's hilarious too, by the way, fucking Revival Fitness, like, shits on turkesterone, and then he fucking promotes this. Like, there's just far too many stupid people in the world, dude. Just far too many dumbasses. Like, there's always just gonna be, like, these dumb fucking retarded scams, and it's just because everyone's a fucking idiot. That's how people get rich. You just take advantage of stupid motherfuckers.
Free gifts at mengotomars.com. The perfect way to kick off the new year strong. That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts at checkout. After your purchase, they will ask you.
Well, yeah, sure. And there's pictures of you with certain members of Epstein's circle, and I'm not for a second going to accuse you of any kind of wrongdoing.
Well, no, but I'm happy to talk about that. But hang on, okay, but look, but you raised that, so I can. But I have explained that very simply. All right. So in 2013, I think it was, I went to a book launch for a guy who was editor of a British newspaper.
Well, what's funny is Piers Morgan just recently broke his hip, and hip fractures are very common for men with low testosterone. It's yeah.
Manhattan, a lot of starry people there, Stephen Fry, all these people, and I was introduced to a woman I didn't know called Ghislaine Maxwell, and the link was that I was editor of a Daily Mirror in the UK, which was owned by her father for many years, Robert Maxwell, who then fell off a boat and probably killed himself, maybe not, we don't know. And I had a 5-minute conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell, and a photographer appeared and took group pictures, and then people have cut out me and her and posted it. Now, I've explained that many times. That was the only time I've met Ghislaine Maxwell, had any dealing with her, never met Jeffrey Epstein, had any dealings with him, certainly never went to his island or his parties or anything. That's it. So my full extent of exposure to either of them was 5 minutes at a book launch, standing there, and there happened to be a photographer, and that was 2013. So I argue.
I believe you.
I've got no problem, people. I've got no problem. It doesn't really matter. That's what happened. And the point being, though, that I believe I've been 100% transparent. All I'm requiring other people to be is when similar stuff comes out about them, be equally transparent, right? And my argument about Elon is he's saying one thing, but we're reading a different thing in the emails, which contradicts what he's saying. That is not being transparent. You know, if I said this about Ghislaine Maxwell, and someone said, well, hang on, because I've got all these emails of you and her having a good old chinwag on email or going to the island, or then I'm a liar. Then I'm lying, and I should be judged accordingly. Nobody has ever said that. Everyone accepts.
Absolutely.
I met her for 5 minutes. I want people in these files to say, here's what's in there about me. I mean, look at Bill Gates, right? So Bill Gates has come out. We've got a clip, I think, of Bill Gates. This is so just for viewers who've not followed this. Bill Gates, it turns out, in one of the documents in the Epstein files, Epstein appears to have drafted a note that would have been sent by one of Bill Gates' right-hand men to Gates by way of kind of leverage stroke blackmail for this aide to avoid being fired, as he feared he was going to be. And in it, he says that he protected Gates when he caught an STD from a prostitute, and also protected him when he wanted to get medication secretly to Gates's then wife to stop her getting infected. Now, what was interesting about this? Gates says this. Let's take a look at what he has said in the last 24 hours about this.
I met Jeffrey in 2011. The focus was always he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to Global Health. You know, in retrospect, that was a dead end, and I was foolish to spend time with him. I was one of many people who regret ever knowing him. You know, every minute I spent with him, I regret, and I apologize that I did that. I was only at dinners. You know, I never went to the island. I never met any women, and so.
Yeah, so this doesn't sound like he's being honest.
You know, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Now, compare and contrast that with the reaction. Well, I want to play the reaction now of Melinda Gates, his ex-wife, when the same story is put to her. She said this.
I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles with these details.
Donate $2. Interesting. Let me see.
435. That's how many people are in the House of Representatives, the lower chamber of the legislative branch of the United States government. The country's founders expected the House to expand along with the country. But that number, 435, hasn't changed in about 100 years, even though the US population has tripled in that time frame. Some scholars think that imbalance helps explain why many Americans feel like Congress is disconnected from them.
Here's the thing that you really care about, which is whether you can get the ear of somebody who represents you, whether you can find that person in your district. The more people that person represents, the less likelihood you can get the attention of that person.
But this one congressman thinks it's time to think bigger than 435.
If you were going to make government more democratic, what would that look like? Why don't we continually expand the House? It's something that would make us more representative. It's something that would give more representation to the parts of the country where people actually live.
Representative Sean Casten of Illinois has presented a bill that would continuously expand the House as the country's population grows. But will adding more seats to the House actually be a good balance of effective governance and representation, or will it only add more chaos and gridlock?
Well, it sounds like the problem Italy has.
So 435 isn't in the Constitution.
Gridlock.
It actually says this. The number of representatives shall not exceed one for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least one representative. But we got rid of this idea pretty quickly.
That seems crazy today. We would have a House that would be astronomically large if we kept that number in place. It was thought of as a guideline, and the Constitution is in many ways an aspirational document.
Now, what the framers did enshrine was that the census would determine the number of representatives for each state. As long as the House was apportioned or divided off of that, it was constitutional. So for over 100 years, we did that, modestly adding seats through apportionment acts as the new states joined the Union. But after World War I, the population shifted to urban centers. Black communities and immigrants with different religious beliefs were changing the landscape captured by the census. And that was a threat to
the fuck is this horseshit?
Those in power.
As members of Congress are trying to create a new apportionment act after the 1920 and the 1920 census, rural members stand in the way of that. They don't want to give up power.
So after the battle between rural and urban factions, the House passed the Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929, fixing the number of representatives at 435 for the next century. Today, more than 80% of the U.S. lives in urban areas.
It's this massive overrepresentation of rural parts of the country. Our purpose, if we're a representative democracy, should be to represent the people wherever they live.
Download enhancer for YouTube extension. I'm worried about downloading some of these extensions. I'd rather not.
This divide is magnified by how we split that cap of 435 among the states. because these days we use something called the Huntington Hill formula. It can get pretty complicated, so I won't go over all the details. The important thing to know is that it assumes each of the 50 states has at least one seat in the House of Representatives. Then it uses a formula to divide up the remaining 385, roughly based on the state's population size as determined by the census. What gets tricky is determining which states get an extra representative when their population sizes are really close. Take Delaware and Montana. Their population sizes are similar, but after the 2020 census, the formula gave Montana an extra seat. This means that a Delaware representative speaks for nearly twice the number of constituents as a Montana representative. Is that fair? And is that the best system? For context, 761,000 constituents per representative is a way higher ratio than many other democracies around the world. This is why Representative Caston introduced new legislation to expand the House.
As your districts get bigger and bigger, you have to represent a much larger, more diverse set of interests. We come to have to represent the average of those interests rather than their specificity.
So if you're generally convinced that we should expand the House, here comes the tricky part. Picking a new number. Can't be too big, and it can't be too small. Political scientists came up with two formulas that really guided Caston's ideas for his own legislation.
One of the proposals, and this is the wonkiest, probably the most accurate, is this cube root law that looks at parliamentary bodies all over the world and says how many people do they typically represent. And if you squint your eyes, it sort of follows with the cube root of the population in the United States is this crazy outlier. Dismiss that because if you've tuned out once I said cube root, you understand the political problem with that as an approach. There's another approach that says you should set the size of a congressional district to be the population of the smallest state at the time of any redistricting. It's called the Wyoming rule because Wyoming for a long time has been the lowest population state.
But Caston's bill proposes something he believes is way simpler. Commit to a specific ratio of voters per representative. And for him, that magic number is 500,000.
I think the important thing is whether you do the Wyoming rule or 500,000 or the cube root, all of these tend to lock in somewhere in the 500,000-ish range. 500,000 is easy to explain, and that would add somewhere 200, 250 seats to the House, and then say every time we redistrict, we will expand the members, but keep the representation level the same.
His proposal has two additional elements to ensure expanding the House is actually more representative of the electorate. The system needs multi-member districts, meaning a single congressional district could have multiple representatives for the same area. It would also need to have proportional representation, which is where seats are allocated based on the percentage of votes political parties receive. We have videos on these systems if you're interested in getting more in the weeds. Without implementing these two other systems, gerrymandering could actually get worse.
I've done some modeling of this. If you were to bring districts down from 765,000 to about 500,000 constituents per district, you would probably make the gerrymandering problem worse. If we want to solve the gerrymandering problem, which I think we do, combining a larger House with proportional representation is essential.
So if we manage to do all of that, this new legislative body still needs to be able to pass bills and govern, right? But if there's a lot of freshman representatives, it might be harder for them to all come to a consensus.
I don't think that it's just talk. When people express concerns that the House could become so unwieldy as an institution, such that each individual member would lose their voice. I think that's a significant impediment to increasing the size of the chamber. So much of what Congress does, and it may not be doing a whole lot, but so much of what it does is actually decided by a very small number of people, that the inner circle of the majority party makes a lot of decisions.
So these are the power structures that will make it hard for Caston to pass his bill. He tried to pass a version of this in 2023 and it died in committee. But he's reintroducing the legislation because for him, the stakes are way too high to not try again.
The structure of our government is not designed to carry out the popular will of the majority of the American people. If we don't take steps to fix that, then we're doing nothing to shut down the cynicism that's in the American public that the government claims to represent us. We vote for them and then they don't do what we want. So we can either let that cynicism destroy the government or we can fix the government and heal the cynicism.
Well, it's an interesting idea. But gay.
Sad. Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable.
That story, right? Which would have been very easy to do. So I think that Bill Gates is going to come under a lot more heat for the veracity of his distancing statements here about it. And look, it may well be he's done nothing criminal either, but it looks damning.
Absolutely, it looks damning. And you're talking about him being under a lot more heat. I would argue that he's not going
People at work take notice of gig muscle gains. Hell yeah.
to face a fraction of the heat that I have. He's not going to lose Microsoft. He's not going to go to jail in Romania. He's not going to be locked in his house for 4 years. And it's important we understand context. I believe everything you said about your relation with Lashane because I know that rich and powerful people know each other. And sometimes you meet at social events. These things happen. But also I know that people who do wrong things don't often
405 without a belt on my top pyramid sets. Some fuckwit said it was bad form. I know I'm not crazy. Is this not perfect form? I feel like my form is better without a belt than with a belt.
Yeah, your form's great. I know there's some people who feel like their form is better without a belt than with a belt. Some of it may have to do with type of belt you're using. If you're using like a really thick lever belt, you might feel like it's harder to get your back into extension or something. Aside from that, it is going to feel different just because you can increase intra-abdominal pressure. I'd recommend squatting with a belt. But yeah, that was pretty much perfect form. Can't really criticize your form there. Thanks for the donation though, Killing Titan. Booty come donate tellers, why am I timed out? Probably because you mentioned he who shall not be named. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Why does it sound like somebody's sighing upstairs? Do you guys hear that? Chris donated $5. Thank you for the donation, Chris. Appreciate that. I'm gonna go take a piss and see what's going on upstairs, and I might get a bag of chips and some jubes. Yes, he's making ice cream by sawing down a tree. I have returned. And the cat has followed me. Oh, God. I think the cat heard the potato chips and he says, "Oh, I love potato chips." Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Gum Gum. Come here. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. What you doing? Come here. Come here, come here. Oh, come here, little baby. What you up to, huh? Oh. Gum Gum loves potato chips. Don't you, Gum Gum? Mwah. He always tries to steal my potato chips. He's so nice and fuzzy, though. I love him. And I've got some jujubes. I love me some gummy candies. This is what life is all about. Eating gummies with my gummy. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? I love eating Gum Gums with Gum Gum. Booty come donate $2. Oh, that person, it's a she, but yeah, okay, I get it now. Yes, thanks for the donation, Booty come. Dodo donate $2. Let me see. Oh, is that Mr. Kitters? Oh, he sneezed. Wow.
The U.S. is surging firepower to the Middle East as President Trump pressures Iran.
You know, we have a...
Yeah, they're gonna clap Iran. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who the fuck does this? 675. On the incline bench. This dude is a freak of nature.
How does this guy not, like, tear his pecs? That's what I'd like to know. That is crazy. Yeah, that is ridiculous super strength. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
a tremendous force going there, just like we did in Venezuela, even bigger.
It's a playbook Trump has used before, but Iran is very different from Venezuela. Even after its 12-day war with Israel in June, Tehran still has thousands of mid- and short-range missiles that it could fire at U.S. bases and allies. And it could try to disrupt shipping traffic in the Gulf, which could severely impact the global oil market.
I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out.
So here's how the U.S. is positioning its forces and preparing for potential Iranian retaliation. First, there's a fleet of warships, or what Trump refers to as the Armada.
There's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now.
So far, the U.S. has 12 warships in the region. That includes the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, which is traveling with 3 guided missile destroyers in the northern Arabian Sea. The Navy has additional destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz, the northern Red Sea, and in the eastern Mediterranean. It also has 3 littoral combat ships in the Persian Gulf. And submarines are likely nearby as well, though their locations are highly classified.
I would remind the Iranian regime that the president has many options at his disposal, aside from diplomacy, as the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the history of the world.
Though Trump is still weighing his options, here's why that armada matters. The Lincoln aircraft carrier is armed with F-35C and F-18 fighter jets that can attack targets. It also has EA-18 Growler electronic warfare planes that jam enemy defenses, as well as E-2D Hawkeye flying radar planes that act as the eyes of the fleet. From the carrier, those aircraft could reach Iran without using any other country's airspace. Guided missile destroyers, which protect the carrier and also operate independently, can fire Tomahawk cruise missiles to attack targets like air defense systems. Crucially, destroyers are also armed with defensive standard missile interceptors, which can take out aerial threats, including ballistic missiles. During the 12-day war, destroyers played a key role in protecting Israel from barrages of Iranian missiles. Still, some missiles got through, which showed the world just how dangerous a conflict with Iran could be. On land,
I think they're just waiting to find out Khamenei's location, then they're going to clap him. I said I might film legs today. I ended up not training, just because my knee was still a little stiff. I'm going to train legs tomorrow, and again, I might film it. Hey, little baby. Got a nice little baby kitty. It's a good boy.
the U.S. has bases and installations across the Middle East, and it coordinates with its ally, Israel. These bases have air defenses that protect U.S. troops and surrounding areas from Iranian attacks. They also allow the U.S. to stage weapons closer to Iran when the host countries allow it. So far, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan have said they will not allow their...
What brand of chips? They are Kettle Backyard Barbecue chips. These are very good. Quite tasty. Yummy likes them.
countries to be used as a launching pad for a strike on Iran. Still, the U.S. has been flying P-8 surveillance planes from Saudi Arabia and MQ-4C Triton drones from the UAE. The Pentagon has also staged various aircraft in Jordan, including these F-15E fighter jets and EA-18 Growlers. Even though these bases may not be used for an offensive...
How much were the crisps you're eating in real money, not CAD shit, talking Great British Sterling? They're $3 CAD. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
offensive strike, they would be key in defending the region from Iranian counterattacks. The U.S. is bringing additional THAAD and Patriot anti-missile systems in from Texas and Japan, according to flight tracking data, satellite imagery, and U.S. officials. These units are stretched thin and expensive to move, so analysts say their deployment is a sign that the U.S. is serious about a potential conflict. Beyond the Middle East, the U.S. has aircraft it could potentially bring in from Europe. And there's the key island base of Diego Garcia, which the U.S. has used for Middle East operations for decades. Over the past year, B-2 bombers were flown to the base to deter Iran and to attack targets in Yemen. And finally, there are long-range strategic bombers positioned in the U.S. They're capable of reaching anywhere in the world with the help of mid-flight refueling. That includes B-2 bombers at Whiteman Air Force Base, which traveled to Iran and back to drop bombs on nuclear facilities.
You have a deload day like literally once every other week. That is not training hard lol. I mean you call it deload but I call it cope. Poor Richie's leg felt stiff so he didn't work out today. That's beta male cuck mindset. You take too many days off.
That's not a deload day, that's just a rest day. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
During Operation Midnight Hammer, and B-1 bombers that traveled to Venezuela and back to bomb air defenses during Operation Absolute Resolve. All of this military hardware helps President Trump apply more pressure on Iran to make a deal over its nuclear program.
We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
But if there are no diplomatic breakthroughs and the U.S. decides to take military action, it could very well escalate into a regional war.
admit to doing them wrong. And it's the job of the authorities to investigate people who perhaps they have evidence that they've committed crimes, investigate them fully and clearly, and let the people at home know the rule of law applies. How can the British state have endless resources to try and put myself in jail, endless resources to lock people up for tweets, endless resources to knock on doors for people who are unhappy with their government, but do not have resources to investigate this huge pile of evidence that we have, that huge, important members of the British establishment have a serious link with a convicted pedophile? It is because it is two-tier policing. It is because Keir and his government and the government previous are so corrupt to their core that they want to ignore these pieces of evidence and go after the people like myself instead who talk about them. And this reeks of absolute governmental corruption. Yes, there are people in the files who did nothing wrong. Yes, there are people in the files who did a lot wrong and are lying about it. This is the job of our policing structure. This is why we pay our taxes, sir. We need to know exactly what happened to guarantee the electorate that we are not living in some kind of dictatorship, some kind of tyranny where foreign pedophiles are made billionaires based on the back of dodgy contracts and unexplained sums of money, while also influencing government in real time because they have huge amounts of compromise on some of the most important people on the planet. I want investigations into every single person inside of the Epstein files that I have suffered. I have suffered investigations. Why don't these people suffer investigations, considering there is far more damning evidence on any of them than there is on me? And I would argue that investigations can take place against Elon and Trump also. And the reason they release the files is because they believe they will eventually be found innocent. But investigations must take place. Of course, Bill Gates is not going to sit up on a video and admit what he did wrong. He's not going to ever tell the truth, but we have enough evidence to at least question him. So you have to ask why these people could meet on an island, why this evidence has existed for 10 long years, why all the governments were aware of this evidence, and why they were refusing to even investigate, refusing to even question these people, despite them having such strong evidence, and instead going after the people like myself and other members of the public who highlight distrust in the exact organisms, the exact organizations that are supposed to be doing this work.
I want to turn just to some things you've posted in the last week, which you then deleted. And I want to ask you why you deleted them. So the first one, you said the thing I'm not supposed to say about the Epstein files is that women have become such lying whores that it's impossible to take any of these unsubstantiated claims seriously. Women have sex, then cry rape so often that real victims never face justice. Now, notwithstanding that a lot of people will be highly offended by the language you've used there about women in a generalized manner, why did you delete it?
Yeah, so there are so many members of the public, unfortunately, which try and abuse judicial bodies. And we do have a problem. And I think
You know, the funny thing is, so much of what Tate says isn't even, like, wrong or bad. It's just, if he wasn't this unhinged, crazy sex trafficking lunatic, like, he'd be fairly base, but he's just, like, a fucking idiot. But yeah, it's hard to take any fucking rape or sexual assault allegations seriously when so many women lie about it. Like, there's a good chance that the majority of these allegations are just false.
I think you're probably prepared to admit this. We have a problem in the West now where girls who may not get a handbag they want will make false claims to the police and people's lives are ruined. And this is truly disgusting, not only because men's lives are ruined, but because when we have a scandal like this, where there's real victims and real justice must be done, we have too many people involved or too many people who have previously cried wolf, which makes it very difficult for the investigative bodies to get to the truth of anything. So it's truly heinous that women lie and pretend to be raped when they're not and make real victims, put real victims in a position where they cannot trust the police to get them justice like they deserve.
So why delete it?
It was just deleted by my PR team as I slept. As you know, I'm facing a criminal case in the UK for a lot of the things that I've tweeted because they think that my speech is somehow, Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer believe my speech is the most dangerous thing that exists on the internet and that the UK society cannot function while I highlight distrust in these institutions. At the same time, of course, they're promoting Peter Mandelson to some of the highest levels of government. So they're corrupt.
But you see, what I would say is I can totally understand why your PR team would do that, because you don't say a small number of women or qualify in any way. You just say women have become such lying whores. And I find that deeply offensive. I'm not even a woman. Why generalize about all women in that way? Why say women have sex, then cry rape so often? The real victims. Why not phrase it in a way that might engender some empathy for your situation, rather than actually make every woman who hears that think that you hate women, you're a misogynist, you think they're all liars, they all cry rape? Why talk in that generalized inflammatory language?
Well, it may shock you to believe that women absolutely love me and my largest fans are women and I'm approached every day by women. I don't say things to try and elicit sympathy for myself, peers. I made a brand on saying what I believe to be true, even if it's shocking, even if some people find it confrontational. My point is that we have a massive scandal now where genuine victims exist, where we have compromise on the highest levels of government, and we have women who are wasting police time with false accusations, and many men's lives have been ruined by exactly that. And it's disgusting because rape, I have many daughters, is probably the most heinous of all crimes that exists on the planet. And you like to believe that
but you also rape. But you also know that only in the UK about 1% of all rape cases are successful. 99% do not lead to conviction. You must accept that
doesn't matter. If the majority of them are false and they're ruining these people's reputations, like,
also is outrageous and shocking and has to change.
Well, that's outrageous if the 99% are.
Yeah. Like what is he talking about? Yeah, that would be outrageous if the other 99% were actually rapes. there's a good chance that only 1% lead to a conviction because a lot of them are bullshit. Like,
are genuine rape claims, of course. We can't try and get the number up without evidence. My point is, of that 99%, how many are fake? We don't know. We live in a world now where, very unfortunately, women can get huge financial gain, and they can also get huge social media gain by falsely accusing men who never did anything. And that makes it extremely difficult for the judicial authorities and the police to find true victims. If we didn't have all these fake rape claims being given to the British police all day, perhaps they'd have more interest, I doubt it, but they'd certainly have more time in investigating a serious pile of evidence of over 6 million files of people who are spending a lot of time with a convicted pedophile. These things are not mutually exclusive. Of course, we need to try and prevent any kind of fake accusation of crime happening, of course. And of course, crying wolf makes it more difficult to discern what is true and what is not true. But it is very clear that huge piles of evidence exist here inside of the Epstein files, which have been ignored. And it's not only because of fake rape claims, it's because of systemic corruption inside of our democratic systems. And the democratic system has all of the resource it needs to come after the people like myself who highlight these corruptions, as opposed to trying.
Andrew Tate literally said he likes corruption because it lets him get away with crime. Like, this guy's just a clown.
Trying to fix the problem.
Yeah, but on the one hand, your position is that the Epstein files, they should be all released. These awful men should be held to account. Blah 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 blah.
I think all men should be investigated, sir.
Okay, but on the other hand, you then say, but the problem with the Epstein files is women have become such lying whores, it's impossible to take any of these unsubstantiated claims seriously. How do you square those two positions?
It makes it very difficult for a judicial authority when they get a claim of rape, knowing that 99% never lead to conviction, to take them as seriously as they should. So this is a two-pronged attack. Of course, the police need to heavily investigate every single accusation of rape, as they did on my brother and I. Of course, they took that extremely seriously and failed to reach conviction.
You're inferring that the 2,000 women. You're inferring that the 2,000 women who've made allegations about Epstein and other men involved with Epstein, that none of their claims can be taken seriously.
That's not actually what I'm inferring. What I'm inferring is that when you understand information warfare and you understand how important it is for them to try and shape a narrative to save themselves, if one of those women have lied, they're going to take her story, prove it's a lie, amplify it, and try and discredit all of the women who have actually told the truth. That's why it's so important that women do not lie to judicial authorities about things like rape, because it's.
I don't see why RFK changing the food pyramid is a concern for vegans. Most Americans are gluttonous retards who are gonna eat whatever junk they feel like, no matter what the food pyramid says. Almost zero Americans base their diet off the food pyramid.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it really doesn't fucking matter. But thanks for the donation, dude. Like, it's still stupid. You just don't want to see government agencies doing crap like that. Oh, this is a nice kitty, though. Nice kitties are nice. I just love cuddling with this cat. What a good cat. He's just so good. Dodo Nutellers, how many seconds of this can you watch before getting sick and having to turn it off because it's dumb?
This documentary was saying that it's more unhealthy to eat any kind of meat than it is to smoke an entire pack of cigarettes.
That's absurd.
Right. A lot of absurd things. If you type into YouTube or Google debunking what the health documentary, like
they never made that claim in that documentary. Why does anybody listen to this drug-addicted, burnt-out fucktard? Like, this guy's a degenerate scumbag. I don't even know how he has any friends. Like, he's actually a fucking idiot, retarded loser. Fuck Steve-O. Would you go to warm Puerto Rico and relax by the pool and do some vegan activism with Harry? We're talking about Harry, right?
Like, I had a mushroom trip lately that made me think
I'd be
that,
down.
like, just creating a massive amount of subversive art is like the way, like, the final call is aesthetic. You just film some cool shit, just do whatever the fuck I want in camera, which includes defending animals. Savi says 100%. Steven says, yeah, that's what I do. I make videos of some of the dumbest things my family says about veganism.
Yeah, I'd be down. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Extremely
important. Why don't you talk more respectfully? All right, but why don't you talk more respectfully about women in general, but save your anger for the small minority of women who do what you'll say they do? It's not the vast majority of women. You know it, and I know it. It's not like all.
It's probably around 50%. Dude, the amount of, like every male friend I've had has a story of women making some kind of sexual assault allegation. It could be something minor, like making up some bullshit about being like touched inappropriately when they didn't want to, or saying something inappropriate that was sexual, all the way to like full-on rape claims. Like, it's so ridiculous. I have a friend who's in university right now. Some girl accidentally hit his dick. Like, she turned around and like whacked his dick. And then he just made a joke. Oh, I didn't know you like me like that. She reported him to the fucking dean for sexual harassment when she's the one who hit his dick. And what's funny too is like he knows she's full of shit, like, because she laughed after he said the joke. Like, she thought it was funny. And like, women do this because it just gives them attention. Like women are just wired to just get attention whatever way they fucking can. And when they can't do it through just normal people sensible means, like, I don't know, being pretty or likable or whatever, they do this shit. Like, where they'll look at any opportunity they can to like fuck you over just so they get attention in some way. I have another friend who he had a crazy bitch ex-wife, and she lied about him raping her. She even stabbed him in the shoulder. Then she smashed her face on like a kitchen counter so that when the police came, she had the story that he like attacked her and she used the knife to defend herself. And he was able to prove that she was lying in court about it. I have another friend who, like, something similar happened where some girl just wanted a long-term relationship with him and he only wanted some, like, just casual relationship. They had, like, a bit of sex, and then she, like, later said, oh, he raped me, when she was upset that he wouldn't, like, stay in a relationship with her. Just every fucking male friend, I hear stories like this. So, like, yeah, it's probably way fucking higher than you'd figure. I've even heard from women making false sexual assault allegations against them. There's a fucking, after I made a couple videos about like that shit that was happening with vegan activists, where the one guy got falsely accused of rape by that one crazy bitch, and it was so obvious she was lying. I had 3 women message me saying they're so glad they made a video about this because they were going through a similar thing where they're lesbian or bisexual, and then like their girlfriends wanted to try something with them where they got like drunk at a party and they'd kiss and everybody saw it. And then after the fact, they'd lie and say they were sexually assaulted because they're embarrassed, like people found out they were bi or lesbian. Like, it's crazy. Like, women just have no fucking accountability, and any time they can use a situation like this to either get attention or, like, try to save their reputation, like, they just do it with no fucking care or concern for the truth or anyone else's well-being. It's so rampant. Dodo donated $2. How do we get VG off his lazy ass and go to Puerto Rico so we can be warm and stop complaining? He said he'd be down, but how do we... Sorry, down, but we all know he would never do it because he's so lazy and just likes to sit around. Even though Isaac would take care of Gummy, or your mom would. I don't know, Dodo. Maybe later. Thanks for the nation, dude. Dodo donated $2. President of the United States is withholding critical funds that were already approved by Congress for major infrastructure projects in New York and New Jersey until Chuck Schumer agrees to rename New York City's Penn Station and Washington Dulles Airport after him. Really? Are you serious? I don't know what the... That's crazy. Place your bets, VG. What chance is the U.S. tax Iran in the next 48 hours? I don't know about the next 48 hours. U.S. Embassy warns citizens to leave Iran now. I would say within the next 2 weeks, it's very likely. within the next 48 hours. I don't know exactly how confident I am. Because usually if they would, like usually when they make warnings like this, they expect it to take a week or two for people to actually leave. Yeah. So I'd say within the next 2 weeks, pretty likely. 48 hours, not so sure. I'd say it's just issued security alert regarding Rand, urging all citizens to leave immediately, yeah. Yeah, if I were to guess, I'd say in the next week or two, pretty damn likely, like 90% sure. 48 hours, I'd say like 20% sure. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo $20. Meanwhile, Code Pink has a level 4 travel advisory against the USA, but not warning against traveling to Iran, even knowing that US will probably attack them because they want to martyr Americans in Iran. Yep, that's Code Pink, dude. They're just all pieces of shit. They're just working for the Chinese government. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
All women that make these allegations are making it up. You know that. And it's the way you talk in this generalized term is why people think you're a misogynist and hate women. And you may well, I don't know if you are or not, but I do know that when you use language like this, which even your peers...
I wouldn't say he's a misogynist and hates women. I think he's just a narcissist and only cares about himself. And anytime he can take either men or women, or take advantage of men or women, he'll do it.
Women also have an insane habit of keeping monkeys as pets if they can't have children themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
Getting a pet monkey, you have to be passionate about it from the start. I love it because he makes my day. There's a white face.
The pet monkey thing is just fucking retarded. It's so stupid. Yeah, these women are just fucking psychotic. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
PR team then take down. I mean, look, another one you posted that they took down. I presume they took it down. You can clarify. You said, I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chasing dopamine ever since.
Yeah, it's hyperbolic. I think you're aware that the internet has changed a lot across the last 5 years and that the entire nature of conversations has changed. And it's hyperbolic to highlight exactly how ridiculous it is that I was accused of human trafficking in the first place, while we have members of the Labour government which are spending time on an island with a convicted pedophile. And everybody else at home understands that. The internet is heavily hyperbolic. It's heavily sarcastic. This is the way the internet currently functions. So I don't think anybody at home really believes, one, that I'm a human trafficker. I've yet to meet anybody in real life who said anything other than they're trying to stitch you up, Andrew, for highlighting their corruption. And secondly, even if I was somehow convicted of human trafficking, that people would believe that I'm going to tweet that that's what I want to do. It's called sarcasm. I'm sure you understand it very well. The nature of the internet has changed.
Why did you take it down? Or was it your... Who took it down?
I'm answering the question. And these gotcha moments are 5 or 6 years out of date. Nobody cares anymore about these gotcha moments. Everybody knows that I've been completely unfairly treated by the judicial authorities, that my business and my reputation has been slandered by the exact people who were doing the crime.
Hang on, what do you mean? Okay, let's unpick this. What do you mean by gotcha moment?
Well, you saying you tweeted this sarcastically and you can't say that. I don't think anybody's interested in this anymore. We have a much bigger and more...
I didn't know whether it was... I didn't know what you were doing with this tweet. All I read was what you wrote, and then it got deleted, right? Which infers either... Well, who deleted it, first of all?
I understand if you don't understand sarcasm. My point is, we have a much more...
Who deleted it? Who deleted it?
While I was asleep, members of my staff deleted the tweets. And I perhaps, in my bid to fight the UK government to the very end, perhaps where I'm so pressing on the point of truth, perhaps where I try and highlight how corrupt and how disgusting these people truly are, perhaps it would be more sensible for my own freedom to not tell the truth about some of these things and not be so pressing and and go away and be quiet, because that's what they've been trying to make me do since the absolute beginning.
That wouldn't be the point I would make. No, I don't think that's what your PR team was saying. I presume they were reading the word.
Cherry Coke Zero is the best diet soda. And if you disagree, you can fight me to the death. You're just fucking wrong if you disagree. Oh yeah, there's that other story game from that same developer. Forgot about that. I kind of want to play Fallout 4 again. Gotta play Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. I don't know if it's gonna make me sign into fucking Ubisoft. I might have to poop soon. I'm getting cramping in my feet, which is always a sign that I have to poop. Do any of you get foot cramps like when you have to poop? I always get cramps in my feet. I'm not playing Skyrim. Skyrim's just fucking ass. Total fucking garbage. Oblivion was really fun, but Skyrim was just garbage.
Andrew Tate literally sounded exactly like Frank there. He said word for word, "Everyone knows that I've been completely treated unfairly by the judicial authorities, and my business has been slandered by the exact people who were doing the crimes to me."
Yeah, it's funny how they're both narcissists.
Hey, how's it going? Just checking in. How's bodybuilding going as well? Still on just test?
I upped the test dose to 350 a week, and I'm on a small amount of Boldnone. It's 6 milligrams per day or 42 milligrams per week. And that's just to control the estrogen. But I'm making gains. All the lifts are going up, getting fucking jacked. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, like, it's obvious that they're both narcissists. They literally say the exact same fucking thing, have the exact same excuses. Andrew Tate's probably just a bit smarter than Frank. Frank's like an actual retard. Thanks for the donation, though, W. Fucking Rivet from Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart, is probably... aside from maybe, Lola Bunny... who else could I think of? Like, if we stick to just video games, I guess. Probably Crystal from Star Fox. Like, maybe better, but, like, yeah, Rivet's probably the hottest furry character in any video game. But Crystal from Star Fox, probably the hottest. I tried playing Demon Souls, dude. Like, the second level boss fight, it's like, what the fuck do I even do? I just can't figure it out.
Honestly feel bad for those poor monkeys enslaved against their will just because some woman can't have children because no men will date them.
Yeah. If they didn't have a monkey, they'd have better chances. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Words, I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chasing dopamine ever since. You know, I don't think it's a gotcha of me to read back your own words and to ask you what you mean by them, given your own PR team deleted them.
It's clearly sarcastic and hyperbolic, and I think that to sit here and talk about tweets which are sarcastic as opposed to the systemic corruption that involved that.
I mean, considering the guy literally said I committed statutory rape on a 14 to 15-year-old, it can be a little hard determining what's sarcasm, what's not.
Exists inside of all of our democratic institutions is probably a waste of time. We can talk about it for the rest of this interview. But clearly what's far more interesting is the fact that we have a ruling class which is ignoring the electorate completely. There's two-tier policing taking place. People are spending time with convicted pedophiles and sending them billions of dollars. And me highlighting in a hyperbolic and sarcastic way how ridiculous it is that two young boys from Luton were accused of human trafficking, slandered, investigated, and put in jail, while none of these people face 1% of the punishment my brother and I have been through. I think that highlighting that ridiculousness is actually quite important.
So you're not only attracted to cartoon animals now but also fictional species as well.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It is absolutely insane that my brother and I have been investigated more heavily than anybody else inside of those files.
I gotta watch Zootopia 2. Maybe I'll watch that tonight before I go to bed. Judy Hopps is pretty hot. So, yeah.
Let's turn to another controversy you were involved in recently. This was the night you went to a nightclub in Miami with Nick Fuentes, Myron Gaines, Sneeko, and Clavicular. You all came under heavy criticism because in the van that you were traveling in with people live streaming from it, you were playing Kanye West's song Heil Hitler. And that song was then requested to be played once you got in the club to the DJ who played it unwittingly. There's been a lot of backlash.
Why was
this,
the DJ,
you know.
let's be professional, Spears. Why was the DJ unwittingly, he was unaware of what the song was?
Well, he claims to have been unaware of what he was playing, so we'll come to that in a moment. Let's go through chronologically what happened here. Whose idea was it to play that song in the van?
Well, I didn't play the song in the van, and the great thing about this entire event is that it was live streamed, and you could see me say, "What is this?" and leave the van quickly. I also think it's pretty ridiculous for us.
So he's lying. He was playing Heil Hitler in a video that he posted on social media months prior.
To once again, as we highlight that all of our institutions are completely corrupted to the core by satanic pedophiles, and completely ridiculous for us to sit here and ignore a genocide that just took place and complain about a song being
Yeah, so he's just lying.
played. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's okay.
Well, we're complaining about hang on. We're complaining about it's ironic because we're complaining about a song being played that idolizes Adolf Hitler, who waged one of the all-time worst genocides against the Jewish people. So actually, it couldn't be more relevant. I'm glad you mentioned the genocide word. So let's just stick to what happened because I'm curious. You're all in this van. The word is that it was Sneeko that put the record on in the van. Is that correct?
Geez, VG, I know you hate humans so much, but this is ridiculous.
I mean, furry cartoon characters can be hot. So, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I believe it was Sneeko. It certainly wasn't me. Somebody else played it, and it's all.
I haven't been the biggest fan of furry porn, you know, primarily because most of it's gay. I don't know why, but there's just a ridiculous amount of gay dudes that are into furry porn. I know some people think it's because a lot of gay dudes like huge dicks, and it may just be a size queen thing where if you can draw horses or something, that might be why a lot of gay dudes are into it. And secondly, a lot of furry porn is way too animal-like. They need to be anthropomorphic enough, like Lola Bunny. A lot of them are actual fucking animals, and it's weird. I've seen them literally draw Lion King characters. They're actually animals. So it's fucking weird. But yeah, if they're anthropomorphic enough, like Lola Bunny or Cristal from Star Fox. Yeah, it's hot.
On video, I'm sure that you and your team can do an investigation and work out who it was. And by association, being in a van when someone else plays a song, to try and grill me for that, considering that you were at a book launch and accidentally took a picture with somebody who's now in jail for pedophilia. You understand very well sometimes you're just in a place and
But I'm not
happens.
judging you. I'm not judging you in any way. I'm asking you what happened. This is your chance to clarify what happened. You have sort of clarified it in other interviews. So again, it's easy to characterize what I'm doing as a gotcha. I'm not after a gotcha. This thing happened. It got well reported. You got hammered along with all the others for it. I'm just asking you, in your words, to clarify what happened, right? So you said, unless I misheard you earlier, you said that the moment you heard this being played, you didn't like it and you got out of the van. Why didn't you like this record being played?
Well, I think the best thing for people to do at home.
He's lying. He made social media posts where he was listening to the fucking song.
If they're interested in this, instead of the satanic pedophiles which are ruling their lives, if they find this far more interesting, that the entire event took place on video and they can watch it themselves.
Yeah, but why don't you just answer my question? That's the easiest way.
Why would I answer the question when people can look up the video and they can watch it themselves and come to their own conclusions? And anybody who is more concerned about the fact I was in a van when someone else played a song as opposed to the fact we're ruled over by demonic pedophiles, well, then they can raise that with me. I think there's far more pressing concerns. I think there's far more interesting things happening in the world. I think we're living in a system which is completely corrupted. I think we're living in an empire of lies. I think our votes are not real. The judicial system's not real. The media isn't real. The education system isn't real. They're lying to us. They're scamming us. They're trying to effectively genocide us in our host nations. And I don't think the fact that I was in a van when someone else played a song 1 month ago is worth our time.
And speaking of which, the less said about the bronies, the better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is just weird. The brony shit is fucking bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What about fish characters like Finding Nemo porn? Well, fish don't have sex. I've got to look into this now. I'm curious. What the fuck would Finding Nemo porn even look like? Oh my god. Okay, I knew the octopus was going to be in it. This literally doesn't make any sense. They're drawing fish with dicks. Fish don't have dicks. Yeah, this is very weird.
Okay, but you do accept, I suppose, that for young people, but collectively you have tens of millions of people that follow you on all your social medias, that imagery of you all apparently celebrating this song Heil Hitler, which in itself celebrates one of the most genocidal monsters in history.
I'm literally shaking my head.
That is. Okay, so I'm
Please
asking
watch
you
it
what
again.
your reaction is to that song, because it happens in the van. We're now looking at footage of it happening in the club. You can see the others dancing along to it. You, to be fair to you, do not look like you're quite as celebratory of it as they are, but you're laughing and shaking your head. So what are you actually thinking as Heil Hitler is being played in that nightclub and Fuentes and Sneaky and the others are celebrating?
Yeah, I'm smiling and shaking my head because I believe it's deliberately provocative. And some people on the internet are trying to be exactly that. They want to be deliberately provocative to get clicks and get attention. With all due respect, Piers, you've been known to do it yourself. I wasn't interested in trying to be deliberately provocative. I went out because it was the first time I met some of those gentlemen. I stood in the club and repeatedly said, this is boring, I want to leave. People can watch the video themselves. And I think it's far more interesting and far more concerning that members of our government, that our democratic institutions we're supposed to believe in, are corrupted to the core, and we're sending billions of dollars to convicted pedophiles. It's really amazing that me standing in a club playing a song, or me doing absolutely nothing wrong, is going to get endless media.
Are you attracted to Yadari from ZZZ? What is that? No, not. Yeah, not my thing.
Smear, me lose my companies, lose my banks, lose my passport, go to jail, locked in my house, try and take my children from me when I've never been convicted of any crime, and we're going to pretend I'm the boogeyman. Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer are going to sit here and mention that video along with other things and say I'm the boogeyman and I'm dangerous, as opposed to discuss the fact that our entire democratic institution has been infiltrated by satanic pedophiles, Piers. That is far more interesting to me. It affects far more people's lives, and it is truly disgusting that the media and its machine manages to conflate and distract and bring up garbage to take away.
So this guy claims to be a Muslim. We all know about the pedophile thing with Muslims. He's openly admitted to having sex with an underage girl. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, this is so stupid.
People's attention from what truly matters in this world. We live in a democracy. The electorate should be respected. There should not be secret rooms where deals are made and decisions happen outside of the view of the electorate, with or without satanic rituals, with or without sex. And it turns out there is all of this happening, and we now have some degree of transparency, thank very much to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And I hope that the people who appear in the files are fully investigated to the full strength of the law.
Why does anyone even care about the Hitler song? Gay posturing, nothing more. VG, stop acting outraged, it doesn't give you or a nigger.
Okay, sure. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. I have a cat on my lap. He's a very nice cat. Gummy is so handsome. When I see him lying down, sleeping on me, he just looks like a little tiger. Oh, look at him. Guys, see this? It's my gum.
And while we are on the subject of the creepy brony shit.
Oh, Gummy. Look at this little baby. Just love cuddling with my cat. Look how beautiful he is. See his little kitty paws? He has pink toe beans. He's so nice. He's so nice. Oh my god, I love him so much. Such a good baby. Oh my god, he has such a big cat head. You guys see this? So nice. Love him. Let me see.
I actually was physically nauseous. It was the most disturbing thing.
Erica Van Meenen and her 10-year-old son were home Friday night when her phone lit up with notifications from the security camera in her horse stables.
My horse was looking very bright-eyed and aware that something was going on, so I scrolled to the next clip, and that's when a man walks by.
Van Meenen called police. When Vernon RCMP arrived, she and an officer watched her surveillance video. It showed a man allegedly violating her horse.
Goes and gets a stool and comes back and commits the offense. And after he did that and she tried to get away from him.
RCMP declined an on-camera interview. However, in a statement,
You know, if I had animals that lived outside on my property, I'd absolutely have security cameras with an alert and a gun. I've seen some farm sanctuaries where like people broke onto the property and like slit the animals' throats and shit. Like people are just fucked. So you got to be ready to just rid the earth of scum. Get a fucking gun if you own a property like this and blow these motherfuckers away. Especially in Canada, because as soon as they're locked up in jail, they're going to be let right out. So blow them away. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of provinces that are really gay with prosecuting like self-defense and shit. Just shoot out their knees or something, cripple them for the rest of their lives, and then, you know, you don't have to kill them. Just cripple them for the rest of their lives so they can't do this shit again.
Statement, police said the suspect fled the property prior to officers arriving. A police dog search team conducted an extensive search of the property, but were unable to locate a suspect at the time.
It has never crossed my mind that somebody would actually do that. And I've never had a stranger sneak onto my property.
It's fucked up, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
As I have been.
You know, the easier answer, far be it from me to teach you how to answer questions in interviews, is to say that you find what's in the Epstein files utterly disgusting and reprehensible.
Well, that's clear.
And you find the idea of a bunch of very well followed influencers with big influence over young men in particular celebrating the song Heil Hitler is also disgusting and reprehensible. And you wish you had not been there at the time because obviously it reflects badly on everybody involved. That's the simple answer. And if you'd said that, I could respect it. Instead, you go on a long, torturous non-answer, which makes me think, well, did you care or not?
Well, perhaps, Piers, and I want to be honest with you because we've spoken quite a lot of times. Perhaps after going through the hell I've been through, and it's been truly hell, after going through the endless decimation attacks, the endless slander, after going through what I've been through while witnessing a genocide in real time. Remember, I was the first person to tell you on
Here we go.
October 9th that it was a genocide before it was popular to say that. After watching all of these things, after understanding that we're
Yes, it's the slowest, worst genocide ever committed where they can't even kill as many people as Iran has killed or fucking Sudan has killed in 2 years when they were able to reach a higher body count in about 2 weeks.
Ruled over by satanic pedophiles, after understanding that our entire judicial system is corrupt, after understanding that Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer are trying to put me in jail when I've done nothing wrong, while covering for pedophiles, perhaps the idea that a song played in a nightclub that I stood in, perhaps it just doesn't register on my metrics of importance. Perhaps I've just been through so much and I've seen so many terrible things are happening in the world right now that I don't think it's the biggest news story, and I really don't think it's worth your time or mine. You're an extremely well-known, established journalist, and we're talking about a nightclub playing a song 1 month ago. If a nightclub played a song about killing black people or rape or murder, which is basically every single rap song that exists, nobody would care. So I think this is all highly ridiculous, and the more important thing is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk has allowed us some degree of transparency.
That is such a bizarre comparison to make. Look, drill rap is not making any kind of fucking political statement. So yeah, as degenerate and violence promoting as drill rap is, where like people are like making fun of killing each other, that's not a fucking political statement where we're talking about like exterminating an entire race of human beings. So they're two very different fucking things. So it's just stupid that he'd compare the two.
The tip of the iceberg into the insanity of what we believe is our democratic institutions and how corrupt they are. And I want every single person inside of the Epstein files, including the innocent people, including you, including Elon, including everyone, to be investigated to the full force of the law, because it is not down to them to admit wrongdoing. That is why we have a rule of law. Criminals do not admit they did things wrong. They go to court and they prove they did nothing wrong. And what I'm saying is that the British state has plenty of time. They have plenty of time.
That's not how the court system works. You don't prove you did nothing wrong. You provide reasonable doubt.
Time to arrest people for tweets.
You made the
plenty of time to arrest people for nothing. So they should be investigating this huge pile of evidence. And the real question.
And again, the burden of proof is on the state, it's on the accuser, not you.
So these. Why did they ignore the pile of evidence for a decade? 1. 2. Who paid Jeffrey Epstein and made him so rich? 3. What were they paying him for?
These points,
What decisions have taken place that have affected the lives of British people?
Excellent. Just excellent.
All right. Well, thank you, Netanyahu. Appreciate the donation.
Based on the back of bribe money paid to pedophiles, as opposed to the will of the electorate. What
You know
laws
what, Andrew?
need to be
Andrew,
undone?
Andrew, you've made all these points, and I agree with many of the points you made in relation to that. I just think on the Heil Hitler thing, it is beyond pathetic to see influential young men celebrating Adolf Hitler. And in your case, given how strongly you feel about genocide, to be party to any of that in any way and not just come out and straightforwardly condemn it unreservedly is a shame. Because if you really care about genocide, you would want nothing to do with a song that celebrates Adolf Hitler. But we're not going to agree. I'm going to leave it there, and I appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's almost as if he doesn't care and he's an anti-Semite.
Sexually abusing animals should honestly be punishable by death. I know UVG would kill anyone who tried to rape your gummy.
Oh, if somebody threw a can at Gum Gum, I'd rip their head off. I've heard an interesting argument from a few lawyers before. People have talked about introducing the death penalty for child sexual abuse. And there's actually a lot of lawyers that are against that, because if it ends up becoming a capital crime, you're going to end up seeing more children be killed, because if any of these kids rat on them to the police, then they're facing capital punishment. So if any like child abusers end up actually abusing children, they're going to be motivated to kill them. So I know with animal abuse, I guess that isn't like animals, unless you're a parrot, I guess, you can't tell anybody about that. So yeah, like, I mean, people who do that should be killed. I don't disagree. The only, like, the thing that I don't like about the death penalty is it does seem to violate constitutional rights. And I don't like the idea of the government just being able to execute people. But yeah, I certainly agree there are people who are deserving of the death penalty, and people who sexually abuse animals or sexually abuse children absolutely deserve it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Okay, that's enough Piers and Tate. Now let's watch this and then the 3-hour Elon interview. Oh my god, dude.
A shooter is taking aim at the President of the United States. For the Secret Service, it's their worst-case scenario, the nightmare they've trained for years. In the next few seconds, each branch of the Secret Service springs into action. The protective detail, the counter-assault team, the airspace security branch, the counter-snipers, and the emergency response team. What happens next will decide the course of history. If the Secret Service succeeds, today will be forgotten soon enough. Keeping the president alive is just business as usual, the job the agency has successfully done every day since the death of JFK. But if they fail, it will rock the nation to its very core and threaten the stability of America's democracy. This is the moment that determines everything, when instinct, training, and sacrifice have to come together, or else. Who are the people protecting the president? How do they prepare for the unthinkable? How does the Secret Service actually work? This video is largely based on the books Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service by Carol Leonnig, and In the President's Secret Service by Ronald Kessler. Links in the description. Fort Worth, Texas, 1963. The Secret Service is exhausted. JFK is their toughest assignment yet. He's constantly traveling. Miami one day, DC the next. His predecessors were older and spent most of their days working inside the White House, where the president is considered to be the safest. But JFK loves to travel the world and attend to his many adoring fans. And he has a taste for danger. Sneaking past his agents to swim in open water, where he's swarmed by dozens of other swimmers. Throwing himself into crowds. Letting all kinds of unvetted guests into his room, night after night.
Oh yeah.
Keeping up with JFK is more than a full-time job. It's a blur of double shifts and all-nighters. So tonight, a few agents are blowing off some steam. They heard about a famously shady nightclub.
Sexually abusing animals is honestly in some ways worse than sexually abusing children, because at least children can tell the police about it, unlike animals, who can't speak for themselves.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Club called The Cellar, where Texan beatniks rub shoulders with off-duty cops, often resulting in brawls. It's illegal to serve alcohol past midnight, but the cellar is one place you're sure to get a stiff drink at any hour. And the agents stay way past midnight, one as late as 5 a.m. 4 of them are assigned to protect Kennedy the next morning, starting at 8 o'clock sharp. Compared to today's Secret Service, the agency protecting President Kennedy in the 60s is bare bones, basically the size of a municipal police force. There are just 350 agents, most of them spread throughout the U.S. Only 36 are assigned to the White House, with a rotating team of 6 guarding the president. Keeping the agency lean is partly due to an American aversion to treating its presidents like kings, going back to the founding fathers. People felt that the Secret Service shouldn't be anything like a royal guard. Until that cool November morning in Dallas. JFK likes to be seen. For this trip through Dallas, he's insisted on riding around in a convertible. And though the Secret Service doesn't like it, he also insists that his usual bodyguards ride in separate cars. He wants to appear accessible to the people.
Thousands are waiting to greet him in downtown Dallas. At 1:25, the motorcade moves into the downtown area.
JFK and Jackie smile and wave as their limousine inches through Dallas at just 11 miles an hour. It's following a route that Dallas newspapers published in advance. None of the buildings on the route have been inspected. This is Clint Hill, the agent assigned to protect Jackie Kennedy. Normally, he's stuck to her like a shadow, but today he's following JFK's orders to give the couple a little space. Of the agents who went to the cellar last night, Hill was the first to leave, at 2:45 a.m. Today, he's also the first agent on duty to recognize this sound for what it is. An attempt on the president's life. This is Bill Greer, the agent driving Kennedy's limo. He's not trained in evasive driving. He slows down, waiting for instructions on what to do next.
Oh my God, what an idiot.
Another shot is fired. Clint rushes out of the car. He runs to the limousine, hoping to be at the president's side before worse can happen. But he's too late. Clint throws himself on the trunk of the car, only to find a gruesome aftermath. Within 6 seconds of the first shot, President Kennedy is dead.
If I had reacted just a little bit quicker, I could have, I guess. I'll live with that to my grave.
What happens next is history, and it will haunt the agency for years to come. President Kennedy's death revealed that something needed to change. But he wasn't the first president to be killed in office. 1865, 1881, 1901. But now the United States is a global superpower. The president is the most powerful person on earth. The threats to his life are multiplying and evolving. And Kennedy's death traumatized the nation profoundly. Nothing like this should ever happen again. In the 60s and 70s, the Secret Service massively expands its personnel and budget. No longer will it be a small cadre of glorified bodyguards. Gone are the days when the service will hire any athletic ex-Marine or patriotic beat cop. Recruitment, training, and operational protocols become way more rigorous. And this is what 6 decades of evolution looks like. Protecting a president isn't just about reflexes or muscle. It's about training agents to think clearly under pressure, spot patterns, and solve complex problems fast. The good news is, you don't need to join the Secret Service to sharpen those same skills. Brilliant is built to turn the potential you already have into real problem-solving power. You can build logic, math, coding, and scientific thinking skills. It helps you click with ideas that used to feel abstract or intimidating. Everything Brilliant offers. Protecting the president is a round-the-clock job. It's hours and hours of mind-numbing boredom, with occasional moments of sheer terror. When these moments come along, every split second counts, and the agent's response better be automatic. There's no time to weigh options. Their mission is zero fail. The Secret Service calls any would-be assassin a jackal, according to journalist Ronald Kessler. Jackals tend to strike outside of the White House. A president is most vulnerable when arriving at or leaving an event, so the agents are currently on high alert. At least 10 days before any external event, agents head to the destination. Some high-profile events, like the president's inauguration, take up to a year and a half. That's because the Secret Service isn't just about making sure a bullet doesn't hit the president. It's about making sure it never enters the event to begin with. Agents are sent in advance to assess the number of metal detectors needed, scrutinize all access points, and prepare explosive detection. Mainly, they're thinking of the ways a jackal could sabotage the event. Could he cut the lights to create chaos? Could he access the air conditioning units to introduce poison gas? Could he sneak in through a forgotten basement staircase? The bulk of Secret Service work is meticulous, detail-oriented preparation, making sure they're ready for days like this. These special agents are the protective detail, probably what you think of first when you hear the name Secret Service. They're the agents expected to take a bullet for the person they're protecting, and then evacuate them to safety. But they're just the tip of the iceberg. There's the counter-assault team. They're the heavily armed agents with the most dangerous role. They're meant to charge at the source of the attack and neutralize it before it can reach the person they're protecting, with an automatic rifle or with a flashbang grenade. Then the protective detail can evacuate the protectee to the presidential limousine, known as the Beast. The Beast is a $1.5 million car weighing about 20,000 pounds. It takes the president wherever he needs to go. It's American-made, of course, and quite a bit safer than Kennedy's
20,000 must be heavily armored.
Convertible. According to NBC News, it's bulletproof, blast-resistant, sealed off from chemical attacks, and stocked with a supply of extra blood, exactly the president's type.
Dude, that's crazy.
Not all of its defense systems are known to the public, but rumor has it shoots tear gas. Flanking the Beast is the rest of the presidential motorcade. Counter-assault agents trained in motorcade ambush tactics travel in a car close to the Beast. Another Secret Service car carries intelligence agents who are tracking people considered threats. If necessary, they can jam these people's communications. After this, you should definitely check out this fantastic episode by our friend Neo for a full explanation. In close communication with the counter-assault team is the eagle-eyed counter-sniper team, the best marksman in the Secret Service. According to Ronald Kessler, every month...
Also, I know you would rip the face off of someone who throw a cane at Gummy, but what if they tried to do something as heinous as rape Gummy? What would your reaction be then?
I don't know. I'd slowly rip them apart with a pair of pliers. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Counter-snipers have to demonstrate they can still make shots 1,000 yards away. If they fail, they're not supposed to work. Here are plainclothes agents.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Lust over you, but you show off your whole body to the public?
Not watching that. Did I accidentally close the video? Fuck. Light weights increase intelligence. Oh, lifting weights. I could believe that. I know it prevents age-related cognitive decline, but I mean, I could believe it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work well enough for some people.
In close communication with the counter-assault...
Kid Boo donated another $2. Oh, wait. Did I... You sent the same link twice. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Assault team is the eagle-eyed counter-sniper team, the best marksman in the Secret Service. According to Ronald Kessler, every month, counter-snipers have to demonstrate they can still make shots 1,000 yards away. If they fail, they're not supposed to work. Here are plainclothes agents who mingle with crowds on high alert for threats and vulnerabilities. To blend in, they don't wear the trademark earpiece. They're looking for anyone suspicious, anyone sweaty, anyone shifty-eyed, anyone who stands out in any way. But it's a delicate operation, best handled discreetly.
Wow, look who it is!
Lots of people get starstruck by a president, and they tend to act a little weird. It's not unheard of for people to weep, faint, or even throw their babies in the air, and the Secret Service can't go around tackling them all. Agents in the crowd are also trained to think like assassins. In any given space, how could they breach security if they wanted to? If they detect any vulnerability, they call the Joint Ops Center at Secret Service headquarters, who alert the protective detail by earpiece. Some Secret Service technicians are also photographing the crowds to evaluate them later with facial recognition technology. They're looking out for whether particular individuals keep showing up. Outside the venue, we have the Uniformed Division's Emergency Response Team, the first line of defense, often armed with P-90 submachine guns and highly specialized canines. Each dog sniffs up to 100 cars a day for explosives and is trained to attack any intruders. Later, they're rewarded for their service with ball play. The Secret Service is also supported by local law enforcement and emergency medical technicians. When they're not actively protecting anyone, Secret Service agents are constantly training and reassessing past events. Agents receive way more training than they did in the 60s, when they were just handed a manual and expected to learn the rest on the job. In a split second from now, it'll be time to show their stuff. Just like in 1981. Back then, a mentally ill man named John Hinckley Jr. became obsessed with and stalked the actress Jodie Foster, who starred in Taxi Driver. In the movie, an aimless drifter...
Didn't he get let out recently?
...plots to kill a presidential candidate. Hinckley, an aimless drifter himself, believed that Foster would notice him if he did something really great, like kill the president. Just before his attack on Reagan, he wrote to Foster, "You'll be proud of me, Jodie. Millions of Americans will love me. Us." Foster didn't alert the FBI to Hinckley's threats until after the fact.
The first time I knew that the FBI was involved was when somebody called me up and said, "Please come over and talk to the FBI."
But he was already on their radar. About 6 months before he attacked Reagan, Hinckley had been arrested for attempting to board a plane with 3 pistols. The plane was in the same city where then-President Jimmy Carter just so happened to be. Now, Hinckley is outside a hotel in D.C., crouched in combat position. If indeed he had wanted to kill Carter, he wasn't able to get him. But Reagan will do. Reagan is just 6 feet from his armored car when Hinckley fires his rounds. Agent Tim McCarthy doesn't even stop to think. Instinct propels him to cover and evacuate. He hurls himself in front of the president. 2 others nearby have already been shot. Hinckley's 3rd bullet hits McCarthy squarely in the torso. 1 bullet ricochets off the bulletproof limousine and strikes Reagan in the left armpit. Unluckily for him, Hinckley has used Devastator bullets, designed to explode on impact and cause maximum damage. The president starts losing blood quickly. All this happens in 2 seconds, and the seconds after that counted even more. If Reagan had arrived at the hospital just a few minutes later, he might not have made it. Meanwhile, the agents pounced on Hinckley. They could have left that to local police and traveled behind Reagan to continue offering him protection. Their thinking was...
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They used to use Uzis in the Secret Service.
And traveled behind Reagan to continue offering him protection.
Yeah, the Secret Service agents used to carry full auto Uzis.
Their thinking was that they didn't know whether Hinckley was acting alone. But after this event, according to Kessler, a new policy was established. Secret Service agents always stick to the president. Every misstep becomes a teachable moment that advances security protocols for later. Hinckley's failed assassination is considered one of the Secret Service's great successes. But it was a close call. A man with a gun was able to get just 4.5 meters from the president and very nearly kill him. Clearly, security protocols needed to be beefed up. It's now standard procedure to have magnetometers or metal detectors that screen crowds at events. Beyond that, the Secret Service found they needed way better intelligence. 6 months before the assassination attempt, Hinckley was arrested trying to board a plane with 3 handguns, information known to the FBI. But under DOJ guidelines, the arrest was deemed too minor and never relayed to the Secret Service. In hindsight, that omission deprived presidential protectors of a major red flag, a prior weapons arrest timed to coincide with a presidential visit. The Secret Service now works more closely with the FBI. They've also developed an elaborate system for classifying just how threatening an aggrieved person is. Say you make the mistake of drunkenly boasting to a crowded bar that you're gonna kill the president. If the Secret Service catches wind of it, according to Kessler, you might be considered a Class 1 threat, and an agent could show up at your house for a serious chat. But unless you have prior military training, a documented history of mental illness, or a concrete reason for the service to believe you might try to carry out your plans, you won't be bumped up to Class 2 or 3. Class 3 threats are considered the most dangerous, those with a serious intent to kill and the ability to do so. They're monitored very closely. The Secret Service receives an...
Kid boot on $8, let me see. This is probably going to be more annoying horseshit.
Post saying that they have found peace by being alone, and they're not trying to date because they just want peace. Are you trying to say that we don't bring peace to your life?
Yeah.
I have to disagree. I do not think that if a woman that you so desired was available to you, you would choose peace over commitment, sex, good meals with conversation, and things like that. So, I'm gonna call your bluff.
Yeah, you say that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
An average of 10 threats per day. Most are against the president. Not all can be taken seriously. Many threats are mailed directly to the White House. Would-be assassins seem to think that the president will read their letter personally, and they want to be heard. A letter can give the Secret Service's forensic division a lot to work with. DNA, fingerprints, and ink samples they can compare with the ones in their international ink library. Since the early 80s, profilers have interviewed and studied assassins like Hinckley and Sirhan, who killed Robert Kennedy. This helps the Secret Service understand the motivations of these individuals, who are often paranoid loners seeking attention and notoriety. Often, but not always. The first bullet narrowly misses the president. A counter-sniper tries to take the assassin out, but he's already vanished into the chaos. The protective detail pounces on the president, forming a human wall. Another shot is fired, this time from the crowd. Is that gun made of white plastic? A bullet grazes the shoulder of an agent in the detail. The counter-assault team heads straight for the line of fire. Meanwhile, the remaining detail escorts the president off the podium, hoping they reach the beast in time, and that the real threat isn't overhead. The threat that the service has braced itself for since the morning of September 11, 2001. President George W. Bush is in Florida for the morning. He's joined a second-grade class for their reading lesson. They'll be back in the White House by lunchtime. The event has been publicized for a week. It's a feel-good photo op to celebrate Bush's commitment to education. The Secret Service is well aware that the world can see exactly where the president is. When the first plane hits the World Trade Center, an agent in Bush's security detail receives intelligence. He asks if the attack is isolated to New York and if the president's security is compromised. No answer. Nobody knows. Minutes pass. The Secret Service grows more agitated.
Both Twin Towers now are on fire. Now, this was
The second plane hits, and Bush is informed that America is under attack. The age-old tension between the White House and the Secret Service has reached a fever pitch. One team's job is to project a competent image of the president, which requires the president to engage with citizens. The other team's job is to keep the president safe. The less he's seen in public, the easier that is to do. Nobody knows what to do. The Secret Service wants Bush out, now. But the White House press secretary doesn't want to scare the children or the public watching. So Bush stays put for 7 excruciating minutes.
Good job. Go on. Go on.
The chaotic aftermath of that morning revealed more holes.
I remember that was such a bizarre situation. Like, the fucking World Trade Centers get attacked. He's told by his Secret Service team, the country's under attack. And then he's like, all right. And then he like listens to this second grade fucking reading lesson. Like, what the fuck?
In the Secret Service's coverage.
That was so bizarre.
For one thing, not all important agents were briefed on how to adequately protect their assignments in case of a national emergency. There wasn't a system for getting them to military-controlled shelters, nor were the agents granted the power to do so. Instead, they were treated like mere bodyguards, elite ones, but still. They had to obey other staffers with no expertise in security, like the White House press secretary. The Secret Service had become really good at preventing attacks from crazed lone gunmen, but in the face of a sophisticated terrorist attack aimed at the president, they needed a whole new playbook and more authority. After 9/11, the Secret Service rewrote its emergency action plans. It was made sure that no political staffer could overrule a Secret Service agent attempting to evacuate a president to safety. And the government decided that maybe, just maybe, the president's bodyguards should work closely with the people tracking terrorists. A year and a half after 9/11, the Secret Service was drafted into the new Department of Homeland Security. The protection mission was now understood as a form of counterterrorism. Shortly after the attack,
I saw videos of you defending Loli. Why are you making arguments justifying Loli? Can I see your files? Show your files, vegan gains. Show me the files on your computer, my sweet vegan gains.
Well, the issue is freedom of speech. Just because you find a piece of artwork distasteful, that doesn't mean it should be banned. So, I'm not a fan of somebody drawing, like, underage children in sexual acts, but, like, the problem is, if we're gonna have the standard that just because something offends you, then it's justified to ban it, then okay, well, that could extend to a whole lot of fucking things that ought to be fucking protected. So that was the argument I was making. Like, unless somebody has like some actual basis that this is something that causes like such a extreme degree of substantive harm that it should not be protected under free speech, then, you know, make that argument. But I haven't seen an argument in favor of it, other than it's just icky and I don't like it. Thanks for the donation, though, Xenon. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Oh, is this, okay. This is not going to be good. Ooh. Whoa. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised that happened with a relatively low degree of load. Like, that's only about 315, right? Whoa. That is nasty. Yikes.
You gotta do, drink a dap of it, you feel me, put it in the cup. Once you're done, you wait 2 minutes, then you get 40. Think you can do it? I can do it. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. Once you're done, show the camera you're done, so the 2 minutes go. Swallow it, show the camera you're done. Alright. How hot it is from 1 through 10? Like 10 being hottest, where is that? 20. 20? Double. And how would you describe the flavor though? The flavor? Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, dog. Hey, is you gonna double up though or not? Yeah. I'm gonna try again. You got 40 more seconds left.
Yeah, what you did? Drop it.
Now,
You gotta put that scroll.
I remember I saw a video where somebody tried one of the spicy noodle challenges at a restaurant, and he got like ill from trying to eat the spicy noodles. He didn't get anywhere close to finishing them, and he had to go outside and take his shirt off to like cool down.
Pour down a straw. Hey, so is this still? Hey, is this hotter than the chip or the chip hotter?
Hey, hotter than chip.
You say this hotter than the chip? Nah, bruh. Just Yo, how you feeling? Why you doing all that?
Get him some soy milk.
Where you?
Hey, would you ever do this again? No. I got to work.
That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Trump has made an absurd claim again.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said he understands that the president's sort of plan to deport people here who are here illegally, but he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it, you know. She decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this, the ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
You don't say. The ICE.
Welcome to Runkle of the Bailey.
The ICE shit is fucked up. Like, they're clearly violating people's Fourth Amendment rights. Like, that's undeniable. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Secret Service established a new unit, the Airspace Security Branch, responsible for monitoring and controlling the airspace of the president's current location. Will today be the day they have to down a rogue drone? But the sky remains calm. The president makes it into the beast. And that's when he starts exhibiting strange symptoms. Tiny pupils, profuse sweating, wheezing, and convulsions. The nerve agent Novichok is a swift and brutal killer. It can take a victim down in less than 2 minutes. To kill or incapacitate a victim, a nerve agent needs to penetrate the skin or be ingested or inhaled, meaning that only someone in very close contact with the president could have administered it. Is there a third assassin among them? The Secret Service will deal with the holes in their security later. Now, the focus is on saving the president. That's where the Hazardous Agent Mitigation and Medical Emergency Response Team comes into play, also known as HAMMER. Today, HAMMER agents will save the president's life. The first would-be assassin was sniffed out and tackled by the Canine Protective Unit as he attempted to escape the venue. He's now in jail, awaiting trial. The second assassin, with the 3D printed gun, was shot by the counter-assault team. He died on the spot. And the third, the guy in the Secret Service itself, a career agent who rose through the ranks to the president's personal security detail? Turns out he's a sleeper agent, sent by a foreign nation. It isn't yet clear which. And they don't know how he infiltrated the service. Recently, the agency has been strained, struggling to fill key positions. Could there have been a lapse in their vetting process? They'll be sure to interrogate him intensively to find out. Our story may be an unlikely scenario, but it's just one of many possibilities that the Secret Service prepares for every day. Threats to the president have only expanded in recent years, so the service is now trained to deal with previously unheard-of attacks. The war on terror gave the Secret Service more power than ever. More budget, more reach, more respect, but also more responsibilities that stretched them beyond their capacities. Internally, the machinery started to rust. The Bush and Obama years saw waves of scandals that undermined the agency's reputation and their motto, worthy of trust and confidence. In one case, a senior agent reportedly took a female informant up to his hotel room. She died that night from a drug overdose. He was later promoted. Other agents were caught stealing federal funds, having sex with minors, drunk driving on White House grounds, becoming embroiled in prostitution scandals, engaging in racist hazing of black agents, brawling in bars. Plus, there were several near misses during Barack Obama's presidency. Obama received 4 times as many threats as previous presidents, largely motivated by racism. Some commentators have said it's a miracle he's still alive. In the service, morale is often low and turnover is usually high. It's not easy to find qualified replacement agents. Not just anyone is willing to take a bullet for $48K a year. Plus, the job requires agents to travel constantly.
That's all they get paid? $48K a year? What? That's nothing. They get paid between $50 and $80K a year. Holy fuck. That's not worth it.
Move frequently.
Like, you may as well just try to be a cop in, like, New York or LA or something. Even, like, not particularly big cities, you would get a better pay being a cop.
And work huge amounts of unpaid overtime.
Yeah,
it's
ICE
common
agents
for
make more than
to
that.
quit and find better pay and job conditions at other federal agencies, or start their own security firms. Still, since JFK, the Secret Service has done its job. No dead president.
Dude, like, ICE agents are getting $50K sign-up bonuses on top of their fucking salary. So why the fuck would you even... Like, why would you be in the Secret Service? Should be an ICE agent.
Since 1963. But there was one particularly close call.
Really see something that said, take a look what happened.
In Butler, Pennsylvania, in 2024, Donald Trump was nearly assassinated as he was campaigning for his second presidency. Check out our video that breaks down that event. People still wonder, how could an assassin get to an unguarded roof with a clear line of sight to Trump? It's widely considered a major failure of the Secret Service.
Sir, this could have been our Texas school book depository. I have lost sleep over that for the last 17 days,
Then
just like you
fire
have.
somebody to
and I will
hold them
tell you,
accountable.
Senator,
6 agents were suspended, and the director stepped down. Just 2 months later, another attempted assassination of Trump rattled the service. And it's possible there have been...
Damn, these cops should honestly retire if they're getting paid that little.
Yeah, fuck that shit. It's no wonder the Secret Service is so fucking incompetent. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bro, I've seen some businesses pay janitors better.
been many more incidents of nearly successful assassinations throughout U.S. history. We just didn't hear about them. Maybe that's the real secret of the service. All the times history almost changed, then didn't. Hey, we hope you enjoyed the video. Videos like this take a lot of work by a whole team of creators, and it's our sponsors that make...
That is messed up. Well, here's some good news. The fucking government wants to ban all guns from us, but the police are working with organized crime to help get people murdered. So, yeah, while Carney and the fucking libs are trying to take our guns away, well, look what the cops are up to.
My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. Recently, 7 Toronto police officers were arrested around allegations that they assisted organized crime, which sounds absolutely crazy if you don't know Canada and Toronto in particular. A lot of people have this notion of Canada as kind of this sunny, lovely place where everything is perfect. Michael Moore famously said that Canadians don't lock their doors, which is
bullshit.
Not true. I lock the heck out of my doors. But if you have this kind of notion, let me introduce you to Toronto's tow truck problem. The problem is that the tow truck industry in Toronto is massively overrun by organized crime. You might be saying, oh, well, what kind of organized crime can you get into around tow trucks?
Did you know an Inspector General's report about Epstein's death in jail concluded that the noose collected at the scene was not the ligature used to kill him? Also today a couple big funds gave Bitcoin a price target of 0 and it's been crashing hard.
Interesting. Yeah, dude, the Epstein thing just is really fucked. Huh. Well, maybe when Bitcoin crashes, hopefully it's temporary and then you can buy some Bitcoin up and then make a ton of money. Guess we'll see. It's all a gamble, right? Nobody knows, so. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Do you know that Resident Evil Requiem is going to be on the Nintendo Switch? Yeah, and you can play the game on like a fucking ROG Ally or a Steam Deck, and it'll run better and look better, and you can mod it, and you won't have to use the fucking shitty Nintendo service, and you can buy it off Steam and get a refund if you don't like it. Like, the Nintendo Switch is just fucking garbage. It's a stupid dumb baby console for retard dumb babies.
Extortion, threats, firebombings, bombings, like the regular kind, not the fire kind, murders, those kinds of things. It's really, really effed up. The tow truck industry in Toronto is bizarre, and quite frankly, like if your car breaks down in Toronto, it is like, it's quite possible that the guy coming to help you out is organized crime and like actually scary in various ways. So with that,
they'll hold your car hostage for like $5,000. It happens all the time.
That in mind, the allegations, a lot of them are connected to sort of that, although some of them appear to be connected to illegal cannabis dispensaries.
I honestly can't believe the whole Epstein is still relevant a whole year later.
Well, more shit keeps happening. Hopefully it leads to some people getting, like, convicted and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Gummy, you're not getting potato chips, for fuck's sakes.
Which isn't really a thing anymore, but it was before marijuana was legalized in Canada. There used to be sort of illegal dispensaries, and at least one of the officers is accused of basically providing them with tips. Now you might be saying, what kind of issues could they be facing? Well, Here's the CBC article. I'll link it below, but it notes 7 Toronto police officers facing charges related to tow truck violence. And the police have declined to give much comment, although they did give a brief press conference. But they note that the officers are accused of trafficking, leaking addresses to hitmen. By the way, the trafficking appears to be cocaine. Leaking addresses to hitmen, and leaking police officer addresses, possibly also to hitmen. The investigation also uncovered a conspiracy to kill a unit commander at the Toronto South Detention Centre, which is insane. Like, it is crazy that they're like trying to kill peace officers here. So now let's talk a little bit about this a little further, because apparently it's been revealed that 2 of the people charged were released on a promise to appear, which I found to be crazy. And to say why it's crazy, I need to explain a little bit about.
Okay. I remember fucking Carney and the fucking libs had some press conference saying, oh, we're gonna reform the bail system and, like, you know, this bullshit where we let criminals out. We're gonna fix all that. Oh, people who are involved in fucking murdering police officers and corrupt cops, oh, you can just stay out of jail. Just, you know, promise to show up to the court date. Holy, it's just a joke. They let criminals do whatever the fuck they want.
The, like, Ontario bail system. Now, I'm from Alberta, where typically people are released on sort of the lowest documents where possible, but, you know, but Ontario has long had a much more restrictive bail system. Now, a promise to appear is the lowest form of release. It's the lightest form of release. It's basically a document that says, you have a court date, make sure you come to court. And, you know, so that is when the police are not opposed to somebody's bail. They're okay with the person getting released, and they're okay with them getting released on the simplest possible form with the least penalties. So, to put this into perspective, I once had a file for bail, but out of Ontario, out of the same kind of area. Now, the allegations on that file were not what I would consider super serious. Somebody with a firearms license and again, the allegation was that they had a handgun, and the handgun was in a locked box, was unloaded, but that they had forgotten to put a second lock on it. So it was locked once, but it wasn't locked twice. And so this person was arrested and held for a bail hearing. They were not released on a promise to appear. And when they got to the bail hearing, the prosecutor was opposed to this person's bail.
Yeah.
I mean, the prosecutor didn't win. I won that bail hearing. The person got bail, because of course they should get bail. But if we have somebody whose allegation is only locked a gun once and forgot to lock it a second time, who was entirely cooperative, who was licensed, then how the heck are we having promises to appear for people whose allegations are assisting organized crime?
It's a joke. So, by the way, this is political targeting. They want to target legal gun owners to fuck them over, to have their lives as miserable and difficult as possible. It's just political targeting. Then actual criminals, they just let out of jail to let them do whatever they fucking want. It's so fucked. I fucking hate the liberal government. Fuck the libs. Like, seriously, what the fuck? How did they get elected again? They're the biggest fucking pieces of shit on fucking planet Earth.
It feels like it's good to be a police officer.
How many daily grams of protein do you normally consume from protein powder?
Around 100, 150. Thanks for the donation, W.
Also, the new Jeff document dump revealed a new Belarusian girlfriend we didn't know Jeff had, that he left all his assets to. I'm convinced Epstein is in witness protection.
So there is a new name emerging in the millions of pages related to the Jeffrey Epstein saga that are being released by the Department of Justice. But this is a name you probably haven't heard before. Karina Shuliak. Now, she's not a victim. She's not a co-conspirator. Her name surfaces instead in Epstein.
You mean this chick is in witness protection? Like, Epstein's dead. We can take a look. We'll look at that next. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Like, it feels like that is kind of a job perk, and really ought not to be a job perk, because the public does not appreciate when, organized crime is happening, especially not if the allegations are that police officers are involved. Now, the question that, always comes up when these things are raised is, what about their pay? Are they getting paid while they are facing charges? And the answer to that is apparently, again, reported by the CBC, that the Toronto police chief is trying to have 4 of them suspended without pay, but the others appear to be suspended. Well, it appears they're all suspended with pay, but they're trying to, without pay, at least 4 of the officers, which kind of seems like it's an essential thing when you've got this kind of allegation, because, hiring or helping out hitmen. Keep in mind that police officers have access to a tremendous amount of information. They have computer systems where they can plug in like a license plate and get all sorts of information about you, who you are, where you live, whether you've got warrants, all of these sorts of things. And so if there are hitmen who are looking for you, the police, for instance, could look up and determine what your address is and then go, hey, this is where he probably is. Go murder him. So this raises a few points. First of all, it is extremely serious if you've got officers misusing this system. And the second point is that we probably give officers access to too much information with too little oversight. If they're pulling these kinds of names, who's checking their work? Who's going, hey, you pulled Runkle's name. Why? Did you arrest Runkle? Did you stop Runkle? Were you investigating Runkle? Or did you just pull his name because you saw him on YouTube and you were curious? And that stuff happens. I don't know if it's happened to me, but I would bet money it probably has. These kinds of things start to become questions, right? And when you compare and contrast with, for instance, nurses in Alberta are very strictly monitored as to whose information they check. And I know this because I have friends who are nurses. And so if they get somebody in and you pull that person's file, but you don't have any reason to do so, you can get fired so fast. People are fired all the time for looking up, their ex, their new girlfriend, their, new whatever. Or, maybe a celebrity shows up at the hospital and somebody checks that person's info. People get fired for that all the time. It's rare that you hear of officers getting fired for that, although sometimes they get disciplined for it, but still remain police officers, which also kind of raises some questions about this, because you get people like, again, this is from the CBC. They reported that one of the arrested individuals is Constable Timothy Barnard. And apparently he has what they have described as the longest list of offenses, including he's accused of supporting illegal cannabis dispensaries by accepting bribes in exchange for protection against police investigation and being involved in cocaine trafficking. They also say that he leaked confidential information to criminals, which helped facilitate targeted shootings. So when you see on the news the various people who are, these like drive-by shootings and so forth, it might have been a cop helping out, like not sitting like in the passenger seat with, with a Glock and a switch leaning out the window, but going like, yeah, here's where you go. So he's got 17 charges. He is not one of the people who got a promise to appear, but you can see the picture of him here. And police officers, please stop taking such creepy selfies, because, ooh, that is a creepy, creepy picture. They note here that he apparently earns $131,000 as a Toronto police constable in 2024. And so that's a fair chunk of money. That's a lot of cash. And I hope that they manage to suspend him without pay, because we shouldn't be paying $131,000 to an individual accused of like helping murders. But this officer pled guilty to a count of discreditable conduct back in 2016. And basically what happened is people told him to leave the lot because he had no permission to be there. It was a private parking lot. And he let his emotions get the best of him, according to the decision. And then he also apparently charged the person with running a red light, which he hadn't. And so it appears that he was abusing his police powers in order to get back at somebody he was upset with. Now, clearly, because that happened back in 2016, this individual was kept on the force. Yep. And I bet they regret that now. Maybe we should have stricter standards for who gets to be a police officer, because, if we have these individuals who are, engaging in discreditable conduct, and especially discreditable conduct that implicates the badge. It's one thing if...
I'll tell you why they let this horseshit happen on the police force. The reason they don't have these high standards is because the police, the primary, thing about the police is you want to keep people in line. So they're fine with corruption. They're fine with them violating your rights. They're fine with this bullshit because they just want to keep the peasants, in line. They don't want the peasants to rebel. They want to collect your tax money. They don't want you to think for yourself and get rebellious and start questioning, why do I have to follow this law? Why am I paying these taxes? They just want to keep everyone in fucking line, and they don't really care if the police are fucked up assholes.
Somebody who's off duty, goes to a bar, gets too drunk and has to be bounced out and is a jerk in the process. Okay, all right. Maybe doesn't implicate it. But the instant they start doing something like, writing a ticket or using police powers in various ways, it's like, no. You got to lose those powers. You're abusing them. You got to lose them. Because one of the things that they sort of warned us about as, very junior proto-lawyers, articling students, and so forth, is that when you find somebody in the legal profession who's cutting corners, that person, is when you find them committing the small infractions, they are much more likely to be committing big infractions too. So yeah, various other things. There's a retired officer who again is accused of being involved in extortion, being involved with assisting, various other sorts of criminal operations, but also possession of a prohibited weapon. This is shocking and horrible. And I will commend the Toronto police for catching these guys, because that is good. The problem is how long did it take to find these people and how many more are out there? Because if you found a few, there's probably more of them out there. And this isn't even the first time that the Toronto police have had this kind of controversy. We had the senior case, which I covered in detail because the case was long and complicated and it took 5 videos to get through the decision. But we had that case where an officer was again sort of ensnared up in...
Gummy, come here. Come here. I swear to God, if you press the power button. I'm worried he's going to press the power button. Don't press the power button. Don't press the power button. Okay, I got to get Gummy off. I'm going to get a drink too. He's going to press the power button on my computer. I fucking know it. All right, come here, Gum. Oh. There you go. Go look for crumbs. Yeah. Don't bite me. Ugh.
Organized crime stuff, and some of that was his own kind of thing with this undercover operator and whatever else. But one of the things you notice is that when you've got the one bad officer, they've got other officers around them who are helping and facilitating and looking the other way and so forth. Now, I'm going to continue following this case as best I can, but one of the problems we have in Canada is that our system is incredibly opaque. And normally, if you had an instance like this, you'd have the police releasing all sorts of detailed information about, here's how this worked. But when it's police officers, they're a little less open about it. And, they're like, listen, we're going to make a statement and that's all you're going to get. in many jurisdictions in the US, like when they charge somebody, they have to file like probable cause statements or various other things detailing not just what the person is charged with, but also like why they're charged. You know, what is it alleged that they did? How was this discovered? How do we know this? These kinds of things. But in Canada, the only thing they really release is called an information. And the information is badly named because it has basically no actual information on it. So in Canada, when they lay an information, what it says is, you know, so-and-so was charged that on or about date in or around the town of Townsville did commit, and then whatever particular crime, you know, so extortion contrary to section whatever of the criminal code. But that doesn't help the public actually understand what's going on, understand these charges. And in fact, you know, when there's details that are revealed at a bail hearing, for instance, where somebody says, I want to get bail, and the court is like, okay, let's have you, let's talk about whether this person should get bail. The Crown prosecutor in those cases is going to lay out sort of the prosecution's theory, but it is virtually always granted that there be a publication ban imposed, which prevents, for instance, me from speaking about any of the details that were revealed in that bail hearing. So you can report, for instance, so-and-so had a bail hearing and they were granted bail on these terms, but you can't report, for instance, that the Crown's theory is that they, had a shotgun or whatever else. So we're going to be limited as to what information we get on this one. There's 7 different officers with different alleged areas and degrees of responsibility, but more. And given that they found people with the senior investigation, now they're finding more. They need to keep going because I can guarantee you that there's going to be more there. They also should really do a major overhaul of this. Look at the institutional underlying systems that allow for this kind of stuff to happen. In terms of the computer system usage, they need audits, they need checking, and quite frankly, they need those things to be independent. They need those things to go to somebody whose job isn't to facilitate the business of policing, but whose entire job is to hold police accountable. Because yeah, it's
I can guarantee you, police officers' unions fight all of that bullshit, and it just makes it that much harder to implement crap that should be there in the first place. But the police officers' unions, none of the cops want it because they all want to be corrupt assholes. So, yep, it's horseshit. This is normal, by the way. This happens in every fucking police agency. It's just the way things go. It's retarded.
Epstein's final phone call from jail in an apparent secret trust signed just 2 days before he died. One that was set to give her essentially a huge portion of his fortune and his properties and a diamond ring. Who is she? What do these documents reveal about Epstein's final plans? Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law &
Yeah, Game of Thrones sucks. It's just not good. I have a cat, though. This cat's really good.
Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, before we go any further, I gotta say something. Look, I think family is the greatest achievement, but it is very scary for those out there to think, what happens if they're not around to take care of them? And I know life insurance is not fun to think about. Nobody wants to think about it, but this MEET.
Life insurance companies are just fucking assholes.
Fabric.com/sidebar. It's a name that surfaced at the edges, buried for years beneath layers of redaction and different documents. And now we have millions of pages released by the Department of Justice, documents tied to one of the most disturbing sagas.
People online say Leo Closen from Tekken is a girl. Is that the guy from Switzerland? It's definitely not a girl. I mean, he looks like a gay fanboy, but he's not a girl. It's a twink, but where did people get that idea?
Sagas in modern criminal history. And right now, I want to talk about one woman in particular. This woman has quietly emerged, not as a victim, not as an accomplice, but as something different. According to the New York Times, she was the last known confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, the woman that he apparently called just hours before he was found dead in his jail cell. And that woman, according to the records, is Karina Shuliak. Now, why does that name matter? Because buried in those same files is a seemingly secret financial document signed by Epstein just 2 days before he died. And this document appears to place her at the center of his final financial plans, outlines and central to his life, central to the future that Epstein appeared to be planning. And the questions now surrounding her, the mystery only deepens, because also buried in those files are details that are even more unsettling. An email from Sarah Ferguson, the former Duchess of York, congratulating Jeffrey Epstein on the birth of a baby boy in 2011. A diary entry from a teenage victim who writes that she was made to feel like a human incubator for what Epstein allegedly described as his superior gene pool. This is all incredibly unsettling. We're trying to unpack as much as we can from the Epstein saga and this deep dive into what his life was about and the questions that still linger. I mean, what else don't we know about Jeffrey Epstein and the world that he left behind? So if you're just joining us, or even if you've been following this whole thing from the very beginning, just want to lay out for everyone what's going on so we're all on the same page. For years, the name Jeffrey Epstein meant a few things to the public. Financier, the registered sex offender, the guy with the island, the one with the powerful friends, but the full, ugly machinery of it all, that was locked up. It was sealed. It was hidden in vaults, redacted files. Now that changed, or at least started to change, with what's been called the Epstein dump. It wasn't one big reveal. It was a slow court-ordered trickle of documents released under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Millions of pages, emails, flight logs, depositions, police reports, financial records. A lot of it is exactly what you would expect. Disturbing, suggestive, grim, procedural, and it kind of lays out what this guy's life was like and who he was talking to. But in that mountain of paper, we've started to uncover threads that appear to deviate from the main story here. Threads that pointed beyond the criminal activity or the alleged criminal activity towards what he was building, who he was protecting, what he intended to leave behind. And that is where we get to Karina Shuliak. Because she wasn't in the headlines about the victims or the trial. She wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. Her name popped up in the financial documents, a trust, a will, the asset lists, the stuff that deals not with the past, but with the future. What Epstein planned. And one of the biggest funds that we have uncovered is a document called the 1953 Trust. It was dated August 8th, 2019. Now, Epstein signed it while he was in jail, right? This is as he was awaiting trial on federal sex crimes charges, sex trafficking. And then 2 days later, after he signed it, he's dead. And the document was basically his blueprint for what happened to his empire, valued at over $600 million at the time after he was gone. By the way, we knew about this document. It was referenced in his will, which was publicized. It was mentioned in litigation over the years, but we really didn't know the exact content of it and what it shows us. It was kind of a secret. So this is big. And right there at the very top of the beneficiary list, Karina Shuliak, set to receive more money than anybody else, plus all of his iconic properties. And according to Business Insider, this document superseded an earlier trust from just January of that year, which had named apparently someone else at the top of the beneficiary list. So that document, which they say was called the Jeffrey E. Epstein 2019 Trust, it's actually no longer available on the DOJ site, by the way. We actually tried to find it, we couldn't. But Business Insider says they saw it, and so that would mean between January and August, something changed dramatically. Now that is the document trail that led us to her, and it raised immediate questions. Who was this person who suddenly became the centerpiece of his final plans? What was their relationship? What does her prominence to these files tell us about Epstein's inner world that we don't fully understand? What did she know? So we're gonna get to all of that with our guests, but first, let me just quickly run through what we seem to know about Shuliak from the public record. So the basic facts before we dive into the documents themselves. What do we know about her? Well, if you were to sketch a profile from the public reporting from outlets like the New York Times, Business Insider, The Independent, here's the picture that comes together. She's a Belarusian immigrant. She came to the United States in 2009 when she was about 20. She entered Epstein's life not long after, which is interesting, right? Because that was right after he was convicted in Florida for sex crimes. And this is again when a lot of his old social circle had peeled away. In fact, a source quoted by the Daily Mail claimed that her willingness to stand by him after his initial disgrace, that only strengthened their relationship. Now, she was trained as a dentist. The Independent reports Epstein actually helped pay her way through dental school at Columbia University. She was licensed in Florida and California. She was even linked to a dental office in St. Thomas that shared an address with one of Epstein's shell companies, which is interesting, by the way, because in a previous episode of Sidebar, remember we showed you an image of a dentist chair that was found in a room on Epstein's island? We couldn't really confirm what that was, but it does make you think, does this have anything to do with Shuliak if she's a dentist? I mean, you gotta wonder if there was some sort of correlation there, considering her profession. But here's the thing, for much of their alleged decade-long relationship, and I don't know if it was on again, off again, or what the circumstances were, Shuliak was actually married to another woman in Epstein's world. I'm talking about Jennifer Callan. Their wedding was in 2013, and lawyers for Epstein's victims have alleged that his network used sham same-sex marriages to help associates with immigration status and citizenship to keep it all under the radar. And Shuliak and Callan, they divorced in 2019. Remember, this was right about the time of Epstein's arrest. Personality-wise, the descriptions based on the reporting, they're all over the map. Some sources called her the inspector, that she was madly jealous of him, monitoring who he was talking to, his contacts. Others, like author Michael Wolff, who dined at Epstein's home, had this kind of friendship with him, recalled her as, quote, absolutely silent in company. But two facts are consistently reported and they're crucial. First, she's widely believed to be the last person outside of the MCC, the Metropolitan Correctional Center, that Epstein ever spoke to. The Bureau of Prisons records show a 20-minute unrecorded phone call with her the evening before he was found dead, okay? Second, the documents explicitly frame the relationship as profoundly significant to him. We're not talking about rumors here. We're talking about the cold language of a legal trust. The handwritten note about the diamond ring in contemplation of marriage. The staggering scale of this bequest. So we have this figure, young, from another country, professionally established with his help, legally entangled in his world, privately described as his intended fiancée, the last known person outside the jail that he spoke with. That's the who. But to really understand the why, like why her, why then, what it meant, we got to go to the documents themselves. And that's where the story moves from biography into something else, something a lot more complex. And to do this, I want to break it down, but I want to bring on a special guest, okay? Somebody who has been tracking all of the Epstein files that have been released. Justin Shepard, host of the Just in the Nick of Crime show, the podcast. It's amazing. Justin, thank you so much for taking the time. Before I even get into this specific issue, I mean, I have been following your account for the last 5 days. You have been very specific in what you've noted from the document release. Generally speaking, what do you think some of the biggest takeaways are from this Epstein file release in the last few days?
Well, I think that it's not even that I'm trying to be pointed with it. There is just so much information coming out. There are names that, we didn't know before. You're hearing about this secret baby.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Corn driblets and some mushrooms that look quite delicious. So it's got a grilled nopal salsa and these achara marinated mushrooms. You can see quite a bit of kale and romaine as well.
I do like corn.
So we've been fans of the corn ribs over there at the Hungry Bear. Different, but also very good. This one has more of a grilled flavor than those ones.
Oh, let's try this mushroom.
We're spinning already. Yeah, we'll totally eat this.
All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Clinic that he wanted to do. You're now hearing, things about Bill Gates, and you're hearing things about Donald Trump, and you're hearing things about Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, Jerry Seinfeld, like massive names that are now being brought up and brought into this, things about Vladimir Putin. So it's really all over the place. One thing that's kind of a takeaway for me, it's really insane how massive this network was, how many very well-known people are in this network, are being named or somehow in this sphere of influence, if you will. Obviously, just being in that sphere does not equate to committing a crime, but just being in that, the amount of access that Jeffrey Epstein had to these people, and nobody really knew about it until this whole document dump started coming out. It's almost mind-boggling.
And again, let me just put the caveat. Somebody might know Epstein, somebody might have been in his orbit per se, doesn't mean that they were involved in criminal activity or had knowledge of criminal activity, but obviously, being mentioned with him is so toxic. And the interesting part about this too, what's happening, and before we get into Corinna Shuliak, the Clintons, right? The Clintons have now agreed to testify on Capitol Hill about Jeffrey Epstein. I was listening to Cuomo last night on News Nation, and he had on Vicky Ward, and he asked her, what would you want the Clintons to be asked? And she was basically, I want to know, what were they expecting from Epstein? What did they think they were going to get? What do you think about the Clintons and what they might testify to regarding him?
So the Clintons are an interesting group of people. Bill Clinton, going back to even his time in office, even his time as governor of Arkansas, there have been rumors surrounding him with impropriety with young girls, et cetera. I'm not saying anything illegal, but just those rumors and speculation have been there for decades. At the same time, when you look at kind of everything that's gone on with Congress and the potential contempt, because I believe that they were going to vote for a contempt hearing later this week, I think possibly tomorrow, when they decide all of a sudden, okay, well, we'll go ahead and testify. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but here's what I do know. Both of them are Bill and Hillary Clinton are incredibly intelligent individuals. Both have law degrees. He's a Rhodes Scholar. She came from Yale. So whatever they're planning on doing, in my opinion, there was a method to their madness in delaying their testifying, and I'm very interested to kind of see what comes out of this.
I think we all are. So we'll see what happens there. But now I want to go into the main focus of this episode.
Wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to come up with a story, collude,
Corinna Shuliak, okay? Is this somebody that you knew before? Is this somebody, her name surfacing so prominently in these financial documents? A, what does that signal to you? And B, have you heard about her before? What do you know about her?
So I'll answer the second one first, which is I had not heard about her before until this recent, document avalanche that we got. As far as everything, I mean, he's looking at leaving her a 33 karat diamond. I should have looked up what that was worth. I have no idea, but I would imagine millions and millions of dollars. The island itself, there was another $50 million in liquid assets, plus apparently he was looking at a ranch and possibly a Paris property. So obviously this person was somebody who meant a great deal to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the reason for that, I'm not exactly sure. I also find it interesting that this will was signed by him 2 days prior to his death.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Weird.
It's hard to overlook that.
Yeah, because that would seem to suggest to me that the theories out there that he was killed, I don't know if that necessarily lines up. I mean, it would make more sense if he was getting all of his affairs in order and 2 days later did something to himself versus 2 days later he was killed, or some will say, oh, he knew he was going to be killed, right? I mean, that does become a question.
I do think it changes the public narrative a bit. It's like, he knew it was coming. So that means one of two things. Either he did it himself, which is, in this case, I would say the more likely outcome, or he knew somebody was coming for him. And I think that it's probably more the former than the latter.
So let's talk about this, because I think the financial documents tell a lot of the story. There was this shift, apparently, from this earlier document in January of 2019 to the 1953 trust in August, again, that he apparently signed in jail just 2 days before he died. What does that tell you?
That's nice that Ryan and Angie are having a happy, healthy marriage. Unlike you, who can only find toxic, abusive women. He found a girl that is a sweetheart, intelligent and makes money. You must be jealous.
No, I'm not. I'd rather be single. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Right, about Epstein's state of mind. What does it tell you about his priorities? That's what we're talking about. So I want to talk about the two fixers that are named alongside here. So you have Darren Indyke and Richard Kahn. And from a legal and a practical standpoint, their central roles as executors and trustees. Do you know anything about them? Have you heard about their names before? Does it tell you anything about the structure of this?
They're another one that I had not heard before this whole myriad of information came out. But the thing about Epstein is you can say what you want. He was obviously a very vile human being. He was a trafficker, a convicted pedophile, or convicted trafficker, predator. But he was brilliant. You can't deny that. So he surrounded himself with people who he knew would maintain his secrets, do what he wanted, and even in death, that I think still stays true. Now, to answer your question, the shift, for whatever reason, he really wanted to make sure that it's she was very well taken care of, and other people who were close to him were taken care of. Because I believe that, we have a $288 million estate. He's got 44 benefactors. Obviously, Corinna is the one who is benefiting the most from this, or is getting the most from this. His brother was going to get $10 million. There was somebody else that was going to get $10 million.
Maxwell.
Yeah, it was Maxwell. Thank you. We're going to get $10 million. So these are all people who were very close to him, very loyal to him, that he was making sure were well taken care of. So I think that basically what this tells me is that these are the people who he's rewarding for keeping his secrets, for keeping the structure, for doing everything that needed to be done to keep his world operating.
And by the way, just to be clear, we don't know for sure why he gave the money to everybody, whether or not it was, like you said, to reward. But it does beg the question, and I'll get into this a little bit more. The government's saying right now, the Department of Justice, there's nobody else to investigate, right? There's going to be no more criminal prosecutions as of right now. When you hear about her and you hear about the money that he wanted to give her, it didn't work out, and I'll explain that away. I'll explain it too. I don't know if she's ever been interviewed. I don't know if she's ever been sat for, interrogation.
Not that I've seen. Mm-hmm. Not that's been released yet, at least.
By the way, and this is also something to note as well, you put aside maybe the conspiracy theories about what happened to his death, this 20-minute unrecorded phone call that she had with him the night before he died, so maybe the last person that ever spoke to him, what do you make of that?
I would say that somebody who had intimate knowledge of him, who was in an intimate relationship, who had that final or one of the last phone calls he ever had, to not sit down and interview them to know what they find out what they know, it seems a little suspicious to me. It makes you question, why wouldn't you do this? At the end of the day, yes, people want names, people want to know who's implicated in this, but at the center of this, there are a bunch of victims, a bunch of survivors who deserve answers as well. And if for nothing else, this is supposed to be the Department of Justice. The only way they're going to get justice is to have answers, and this woman could have a lot of those answers. So I'm with you. Why not sit her down and at least see what she has to say, do a recorded interview?
And by the way, I know they're still going through the documents. I don't know if there's something to suggest maybe there was some sort of interview with her or some sort of conversation. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe stand corrected. I don't know. But I do want to go through what we seem to know from these financial documents that put Shuliak at the center of the story. So you have this foundational document. It's the Jeffrey Epstein's last will and testament, but I think that funnels the money into the trust. But what I really want to get to is the 1953 trust. So it's the one that names Shuliak. And you have this particular section, and it reads, to Corinna Shuliak, if she survives me, $50 million. In addition, the trustees are directed to purchase an annuity for the benefit of Corinna Shuliak in the amount of $50 million. So that is the headline, $100 million dedicated to her. And then you have this next section, 2.3b, really breathtaking. It lists the specific properties for her. All of my interests, Zorro Ranch, New Mexico, the island known as Little St. James, the island known as Great St. James, 22 Avenue Foch, Paris, 358 El Brillo Way, Palm Beach, 9 East 71st Street, New York. Justin, these are iconic properties, the islands, the townhouse, the ranch. This has all been under a part of an investigation. Leaving it to her, thoughts?
I mean, it's a lot for somebody in their 30s. I mean, you're talking about millions, tens of $millions of property, maybe more potentially. But I mean, it's a lot, and you have to question, why is everything going to this one person? Why are you not liquidating it? Why are you not having the state to do that? What is the method behind this, or the motive behind giving this woman all of this? There has to be a reason, and I don't even want to speculate what that reason is, because I have no clue. I don't know what's going through the mind of a madman, especially 2 days prior to his death. But it's very interesting, and I think it's one that definitely deserves a question that deserves a little bit more in-depth conversation and research. Conversation with her, perhaps.
Yeah, and apparently there's another section that created a separate multi-million-dollar fund just for her. You wonder if that's to cover maybe operating costs for these states, like taxes, staff, upkeep. But then you go to pages 12 and 13, okay? And there are what seem to be handwritten notes in the margin. So next to the description of that 33-carat diamond ring, the handwritten note says, I had given to Corinna Shuliak in contemplation of marriage in the event the marriage is not consummated. Interesting. Justin, it seemed like he was going to be long-term with her.
It does seem that way, and maybe that's part of it. At this point, I haven't seen. Do we have any idea how long he was with her? How long they had been in a relationship?
So I mentioned before that she was in his orbit from 2009. So he'd been. I don't know when they started, if they were on again, off again, but they were basically together for a little bit, seemingly, and she had known him for quite a bit. So it does raise again a question about what did she have access to? Because there's been so much talk about Ghislaine Maxwell, right? So much talk about her being his number two, his associate, his girlfriend, and there's not a lot of talk about Shuliak. And I'm not saying, by the way, that she has any knowledge or was part of anything that Maxwell or Epstein were up to, but again, this kind of money transfers are interesting.
No, I would agree with you. And, again, everything at this point is speculation, and it's very strange, because things that you would once have said to anybody else, oh, this is just an absolutely wild conspiracy theory, some of those things are coming out in these documents as apparently truth, and perceived truth, I should say. And so it's kind of hard to even guess what's reality and what's not with some of this, but you almost wonder, I'm trying to do the math. I know she's in her 30s now. If you go back to 2009, she was probably in her late teens, early 20s when they met. And, I almost wonder, was she being groomed to take over this empire for him?
You make a really good point. And by the way, I should tell everybody, all of this money, all of these properties that Epstein wanted it to go to, including her, didn't work out that way. The money of the properties didn't go. The estate went into a trust, which was used to pay out all the victims, the legal fees, the expenses. The New York Post reporting that now it's just under $130 million that's left. It's all tied up in the U.S. Virgin Island probate courts. I mean, do you know the status of that, Justin?
I mean, probate goes slow, and that's what I heard too, about $127 million still
Dude, that would suck so much if the millionaire dude you were with wanted to give you 50 million and then like you couldn't get it. Like that'd suck.
Tied up. And that I would imagine it's going to be for a long time as you continue to process through this as victims come forward and try to, stake their claims, to be compensated for the abuse that they went through. I think that, the odds of her receiving anything, it'll be years before she does, if she does at all.
I want to look at a different kind of document now. So these are apparently the emails from Shuliak to Epstein, herself. We have two I want to read. The first is from May of 2012, and it reads, "I love you very much. You will always have me, no matter what, as long as it makes you happy." The second, from June of 2013, says, "You have absolutely ruined me today. Each minute I am struggling to not cry." Justin, sometimes very tough to make sense of what these emails could mean, particularly, you've been going through how many communications and messages. Look at the thing with Peter Attia. I mean, my gosh, you can go back and forth with that. Anything you take away from these kinds of emails? And by the way, so much of this is documented. He had so many communications through email, shared so much through email communication.
So, there's a lot through email. And to me, and I want to say to that point for a moment, it's insane to me how many very, very wealthy, powerful people just communicated so nonchalantly with him with some pretty incriminating, verbiage. Like they never thought it would, I guess I'm sure they never thought it would be seen. But, in my mind, and I know, you're an attorney, in my mind, I always think, well, if I'm going to send this email and it's going to be seen 5 years from now, am I comfortable with what it says? And it's like none of these people.
I always think about that whenever I send messages.
Who are supposed to be these brilliant, highly intelligent world leaders, businessmen, et cetera. They're all just, emailing these things. And it's just, that kind of blows my mind. Now, to answer your other question, I think, and this is my opinion, I think that what you have is you have a situation of a young woman he met when she's like 20 years old. He's probably in his 50s or 60s at this point. Again, I'm not doing the math in my head. But, I feel that this is a grooming situation. So, you go back to what we saw last year with, the Diddy trial. We'll use this as an example. You saw these women who had great days with him. You would see the emails and the messages when they had great days with him, and you'd see the emails and messages when they had bad days with him. At the end of the day, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted predator. We know what he did. There's no question about that. And so I would imagine you have a young woman here trying to make sense of this much older man, this relationship that they're in, that he's kind of pulling the strings on everything, and she's struggling with it. We see that oftentimes in cases like this when you have people with a lot of power and then a much younger dynamic.
We also have this diary entry I got to mention as well. Now, I don't know who this is from, but this is kind of making a lot of headlines too. And as we're just talking about the writings, we're talking about communication. And the handwriting is kind of difficult to decipher. But this person writes about feeling like a, quote, human incubator, claims that Epstein talked about creating a superior gene pool. She mentions the pressure to play piano as well as the reason that she was chosen. You've seen stuff about that, Justin, right? To say, was there a secret child or something?
Yeah, there's supposedly, and I believe, don't hold me to this, I believe I saw this morning right before I came on to speak with you, something that where Sarah Ferguson had, congratulated him.
So 2011 email from Sarah Ferguson, casual congratulatory note. "Don't know if you're still on this BBM, but heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Even though you never kept in touch, I still am here with love, friendship, and congratulations on your baby boy, Sarah XX."
So, you look at that and you look at the funding that he was trying to do, allegedly trying to get into as far as, my wife and I were actually talking about this because at this point, nothing's off the table. It's like, why would you want to have this secret facility? And like, well, if you're into trafficking children and you can grow your own children that have no record, that's kind of, and I coupled that with another email. I don't know if you saw this one between him and a physician where this physician.
That is really weird and gross.
I believe well-known renowned neurologist, I forget his name off the top of my head, gives him a casual hint, and this is going to be disturbing, so I'm sorry. At least when you look at it in the context. And this physician, this doctor is saying how babies, newborns, will suck harder on their pacifiers at the sound of their mother's voice. And it's just, that comment alone isn't disturbing, but when you look at it in the context of who is...
That is really weird and gross. Sir William Squire von Dutchmeyer donated $2. I really like the band NSYNC. My favorite member is Harpo. Think there's a Harpo. If not, there should be. I will write their next hit, maybe. NSYNC is like fucking gay. Oh yeah.
You die this time, bitch.
Nothing will stop me now. How much is this?
$10 million cash.
That's what he should have done. I ain't dying for some bitch I just met. Thanks for the donation, Sir William Squire von Dutchmeyer.
It's being sent to, I don't think your mind can help but go to where your mind goes. And so you have all of this stuff where he's now putting himself with babies, like you said, the human incubator thing, with this potential secret facility that he's wanting to fund. There's just a lot of very, again, strange things that a month ago would have been outlandish conspiracies that are now we're seeing in writing and documents being dropped by the Department of Justice.
And him with his fascination with Putin and Russia, and videos of his mouth, and a video of him chasing around what appear to be young girls, and a video and a picture of Andrew.
Fucking
what appears to
bizarre,
be a young
dude.
girl. It's very hard to make sense of it all and try to have a connection.
Some of this seems like really dark.
Issue, but given what we know about Epstein and given what we know about Ghislaine Maxwell, a lot of this just appears to be so dark, so sinister, so disturbing on multiple levels. I'll give you the final word, Justin. What else are you going to be looking out for as you continue to go through these documents? And is there anything that you've seen so far that would indicate to you, maybe we talked about maybe having further questions, but is there anything that you see that could potentially justify a prosecution of anybody?
I think it depends. I think with what we've seen now, a prosecution, not necessarily, but an investigation, absolutely. I feel at this point, like you said, we're seeing some very, very dark things coming out of this, things that most people couldn't even comprehend exist until you really look at these. And in my opinion, no matter who the person is, if you were in this man's orbit, a thorough investigation needs to be brought upon you. That's just it. It needs to be looked into. There are real victims. There are child victims. For a nation who we claim that we want to protect children. Here's your opportunity. Here's some very rich and powerful people, surrounding themselves, or one of the most notorious pedophiles surrounding themselves with some of the richest, most powerful people in the world. This all needs to be scrutinized. Now, again, like you said earlier, like I said, just because you were in his orbit doesn't mean that you committed any illegal activities or knew that illegal activities were happening, but it at least deserves an investigation. Yeah. That's my opinion.
Justin Shepard, Justin the Nick of Crime. Let everybody know where they can find you. Watch your stuff because you are fantastic. And again, I've been following.
Hey guys, Ivan here, and today's video, we got a couple of really interesting bodybuilding updates.
Oh my God.
First thing we're going to talk about is Mike Sommerfeld's coach, Neil Hill, talking a little bit more in depth on prepping Mike for the Arnold Classic and for the Mr. Olympia, and also opening up about the height controversy. And that's really why most of us clicked on that podcast. Now, Neil Hill is a phenomenal coach. He prepped, for example, Flex Lewis.
So Goku Donate Tellers, why is it that we live in an era where you have access to basically all the information in the world, yet the vast majority of the population is still so damn ignorant and irrational? Dumb people be dumb. You can give them all the access to the information, every resource available, they'll still just be dumb. I think some of it too also has to do with ethics and like ethical priorities, where some people care more about feelings rather than facts, or feelings matter more to them than facts. So if they feel a certain way about something, so like vaccines, they're just scared of vaccines, they're going to like focus on that rather than any real evidence, right? So you can provide somebody with all the evidence about vaccines, like they're still going to have that bias because they just don't care about the facts, they care about their feelings. And again, there are people that just completely are utterly lacking in any kind of integrity. They don't hold themselves accountable. They don't hold other people accountable. They just go based off emotions and shit. And you just see absolute ridiculous, stupid nonsense. Because they just don't care. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
For, I think, all the 2012 Mr. Olympia titles that Flex won. Also, William Bonac. Now he's prepping Rafael Brandau. A lot of other great bodybuilders. You guys can name a couple if you think of anybody else. But, yeah, a great coach now, today, he's basically known as the coach of Mike Sommerfeld. Because Mike Sommerfeld is the hot topic these days. Everybody's talking about him and the height controversy. And in this podcast, guys, I encourage you to go and watch the full thing, but there are a couple of very interesting parts in which Neil Hill talks about this issue, and there is one theme that keeps repeating the entire podcast, and that's something I wanted to address in this video before I actually talk about it and explain what I exactly...
Donate $2, this is cool. Let me see.
$1 million. This is a vision of a futuristic car in, let's say, a couple hundred years. Yeah. It's also inspired by the universe of Pandora. It's more like a creation.
I've seen this car before. It's been at car shows and shit. Rather not see a fucking Mr. Beast video on this stupid shit. He's just a fucking asshole. But one thing that the car industry seems to be trying to work on are 360-degree wheels. Let me see if I can actually find it. It's not this. Maybe it's spherical. Maybe I should put spherical wheels. Yeah, they're looking into creating these spherical wheels. And what that'll allow you to do is like you can change like the turning radius and handling characteristics. Depending on what speed you're going, you can literally move perfectly laterally without tilting the car. It would eliminate the need for like a differential. So I've seen that sort of shit. That might end up becoming the future. So some of that stuff's interesting. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Mean, let me play one part of the podcast for you guys here first.
We had such a short timeline for us to make weight with the announcement. There's no way that we were able to lose like 12 pounds within 4 days, because it was pretty much 4 days, because I think the announcements took place on Saturday. We took time to sort of process it. Weigh-ins was on Thursday morning.
Yeah. Last Epstein thing. The files have receipts for V-Bucks Jeff bought for a Fortnite account that has been active post-Epstein's death. No joke.
I have no idea what that could possibly mean. But that is weird. What the fuck is going on? Thanks for the donation, retard.
So you've only got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You've got 4 days.
Right.
How can you lose that kind of like weight?
Do you guys see what I'm getting at? While listening to Neil here, are you thinking the same thing that I am? Well, if you don't, let me explain. So basically, he says, after the announcement, we had 4 or 5 days to make the weight. So how did they know exactly that Mike's height is going to be 5'8" and not 5'9"? So they were pretty sure, they were aware that Mike's real height is not 5'9", that it's...
You know, the height thing is kind of ridiculous. There's no fucking, like, bodybuilding's a little silly, like, but there's no way to create an objective standard where you have height and weight ratios. How do you determine somebody who's, say, 6'3" should be at a maximum weight cap of like 240, but somebody who's like 5'8" should have a maximum weight cap of like 210? You know, like there's no way to know if that's actually fair. The person who's 6'3" may have to be way heavier to have similar proportions and look as muscular on stage. So I would say ideally they should get rid of the weight cap for classic. It does create an issue where, like, yeah, it could just turn into open bodybuilding, but it just seems like silly and unfair to me. I guess so far it hasn't really been a problem. Like, I mean, you know, Chris Bumstead, he was heighted in at like 6'2". He was, you know, the biggest winner in classic, but it's a little weird to me how they came up with these like height and weight things. Dodo donated $2, and
Which brings us to
there's no other classes that require like a height and weight thing.
Upside Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken, which is incredible because over 220 million understand a small amount to minus and you've got thousands of them out. Those are the step. This is protein. Chicken cells over so they can right, yeah. And through the factory, swimming every few seconds. Diseases, so you don't have to worry. Put the meat we right, you won't be able to tell. Okay, this is what it actually is. Me and Tree do not. Well, chicken. Chicken. Now we're gonna try this one. This is what it is. We don't know. Choose it. I honestly can't tell. It's actually scary how similar. That's the.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The best case scenario, 5'8". So how the hell did anyone make that height before? That's what I'm thinking. Because Neil was for sure, if you listen to this, you knew that Mike is going to be 5'8" max. Listen to this again.
There's no way that we were able to lose like 12 pounds. Weigh-ins was on Thursday morning.
Can you please react to this video? I think it's something your audience should see, especially the men. It really changed my perspective on marriage.
And in this video, I want to talk about why marriage is a form of incremental slavery. It is slavery, but to get to that point, it doesn't start out as slavery. It starts out as a man and woman getting together, and they fall in love, or they have a lot of attraction for each other. There's a lot of freedom, there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of fun. They go traveling together, the woman's coming over to the guy's place. She's sleeping with him, she's full.
Oh my god, I can't stand the fucking YouTube. Only on this PC. I don't understand. Dodo and Tellers say at least he is not fear-mongering about lab-grown meat and seems to be generally supportive of it. That's a good thing. Whoopee fucking diddly do. Like I give a shit with what Mr. Beast thinks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fucking hate that guy. He literally reminds me of Griffith from Berserk. That perfectly sums up who he is.
Fulfilling all of his sexual fantasies. And before you know it, the man's on the hook and he's willing to sign his life away because a lot of guys think that if they marry a woman, this is the only way that they are able to keep a woman. Now, this is very, very tempting for men who get beautiful women, especially men who don't have many options. They will get a relatively beautiful woman, they get amazing sex, and they're willing to sign their life away to keep it. Not understanding that over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, their attraction for this woman is going to decrease drastically. The amount of stress she's going to cause you is going to increase as well. She's going to become more problematic, more difficult, more invested in you, and expect more from you, which is going to cause you more problems.
They definitely fudge the heights. Chris Bumstead got measured by Eric Konevsky, 6'1" with shoes on. Like, height is a funny thing. A lot of people don't know this, but your height fluctuates throughout the day. You're going to be taller in the morning than you are at night, and it can fluctuate by as much as an inch. So if you've had like a heavy squat session and you do cardio and you're dehydrated and your spine is a little compressed, it can fluctuate up to an inch. Usually it's not quite that extreme, but it happens. A lot of marathon runners, they also, by the end of a race, they can lose about an inch to their height. Some of that's from their spine, dehydration, even your feet. There's like muscles and fat tissue and stuff in your feet that can end up getting compressed. So I could believe he might have been able to be legitimately heighted in at like about 6'2", if you measured him at 6'1", and your height decreases with age just because of spinal, like arthritic changes in your spine. But yeah, they lie and do something to fake their height so that they can come in at a higher body weight.
Seeing as how he has 90 million views on that video already and how influential he is, yes, what he says and promotes to his hundreds of millions of followers obviously matters. I don't like him personally either, but I think that was surprising and good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I still hate him. Like, here's the thing. If he thought it would be beneficial to tell everyone, don't eat lab-grown meat, it's poison, it's going to kill you. If he thought that was going to be a better way to get more wealth and fame and success, he'd do it. So I just don't trust anything the guy does because I know the way he thinks. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Now, what I mean by incremental slavery, you start off free. And before you know it, you're working to support your wife, who no longer wants to work because she wants to take care of the home and get ready to have a baby. And then you have a child, and then you have to work to take care of the child and the wife. And what does a woman do? Well, she knows that she has to keep you as a donkey, a work donkey. And so how does she do this? She uses sex as a way to control you. She restricts your access to other women, and she ensures that she's the only source of sex, and she controls the amount of sex that you get, so that keeps you on the hook. And bit by bit, you're slowly trapped and enslaved. Now, a lot of men accept this deal. They just accept it. It's a part of life, right? The wife is the ball and chain. You're getting hitched. You're getting married. This is why all the married men I talk to are envious and jealous of men who are independent and free. If you go out into nature and you look at animals, they're free. They're not tied down. They're not restricted. They're not locked into relationships. They're not locked into a marriage. I'm not against relationships. I think relationships can be wonderful. They can be beautiful. But this is a warning for men. It's a big warning. Marriage can lead to slavery unless you're willing to maintain your freedom. Now, I've probably only seen a handful of men who've been able to stay married and keep their freedom at the same time. They can do it, but they do it from the beginning. They set strict boundaries, and the woman accepts the deal because women naturally want to take care of men. They want to serve you. But if you allow her to flip the script, she will make you her slave. Instead of her serving you, you will be serving her and the house. I used to look at my dad, and my dad got married fairly young to my mum. And when I looked at my parents, my dad was never happy. He was always stressed out. He hated being married. I could tell. He didn't like being married. He didn't like having kids. He didn't like the restrictions on his freedom. He was highly stressed out. I remember he used to come home from work. And back then, when I was a kid, this was really rare, but my dad had a gym at home. And he used to come home. He used to pump the weights really hard for 2 hours. And then he would go on a long bike ride. And then he'd come home. He'd get out the bottle of whiskey, pour in the ice, pour in the whiskey, sit in his favorite chair and watch the news all night or watch a movie drinking whiskey. And it was anything he could do to kill stress. So it was a lot of exercise and a lot of alcohol, anything that could reduce his stress levels. Now this came from work, it came from being married, and he was just so frustrated from the whole setup that me and my siblings, we noticed this and we said to him later, look, you didn't really like being married, did you? And he admitted it. He said it was very stressful, and if he had a chance to do it again, he wouldn't do it. But it doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to allow yourself to be enslaved. You can get married, you can have a relationship, but you need to set strict boundaries about how you're going to do it and what kind of life you want to live. You can.
By the way, this guy actually says don't actually get married. This is just the, like, soft sort of introduction to a lot of his ideas where, you know, people who aren't totally bought and sold can kind of get used to it. But yeah, don't ever get married. It's just a fucking, it's all a bullshit scam and a scheme. Even having kids is a complete trap. Like, it's just so unfair for men, the way the world works right now. Even if you avoid marriage and you have kids, well, the kids are a huge liability. Dude, women take advantage of that shit like crazy. You're on the hook for child support. So even if you have, no marriage, even if you sign a cohabitation agreement where she owns none of your property, as far as I'm aware, I don't think you can sign a legal agreement where if you split up, you're not on the hook for child support. That's just something that's mandated by law. And child support can be absolutely fucking ridiculous. What ends up happening is women who are complete fucking retarded dumb bitch cunts, they will go to court. They'll argue why they need a certain amount of child support. So, you know, oh, well, our kid is into sports and he needs money for sports. And, oh, well, he needs this much food, or he goes to the school, he needs this much clothes, you know, he needs a certain amount of, like, toys, you know, this and that. So that'll be like, that'll all be weighed out in court. And generally speaking, there's a general guideline for child support. So they'll look at your income, assets, and everything, and, like, based on that, there's, like, basically a set standard where it will begin. They can add on additional things. So, oh, well, my kid needs therapy. He's traumatized by something. That's an add-on. So now $500 a month because the kid is going through some kind of fucking therapy. And by the way, women will do this just to fuck you over. It doesn't benefit the kid, doesn't even necessarily benefit them because they don't necessarily have to use the money. They can't necessarily use the money on themselves. They'll just do it to fuck you over. Oh, I put my kid into piano lessons because I want to enrich his mind. Even though the kid hates piano, like they'll just put him in piano lessons. And oh, the piano lessons, that's like $300-400 a month. That gets added on. Like they just do stupid fucking shit to add on nonsense onto child support. So like if you want to protect yourself, the best thing you can do, don't get married. If you ever have a live-in girlfriend, make sure there's a cohabitation agreement. And 3, get a fucking vasectomy. Just make sure you're as sterile as possible so that you can't get a girl fucking pregnant. So get a vasectomy. Taking steroids also helps because while you're on steroids, it also decreases your fertility. So vasectomies are highly, it's the most effective form of contraception. But like, why even chance it? Take steroids, lower your sperm count. And then like, there's no way for women to fuck you over other than like false rape allegations. And again, a way around that is to like make women sign non-disclosure agreements and shit. That can help disincentivize them from doing anything. And then there's like also legal recourse. So, don't do it. Yeah, it's stupid. It's just, society's a Ponzi scheme. Everyone wants to live different lives. Like, my main interests are working out, video games, motorcycles, getting a bit more of an interest in cars, and gummy cats. I don't give a fuck about having kids. It's just not my interest. I know there are some people who just want kids for whatever reason. Like, that's just their interest. You got to know what you're getting into and really choose your partners carefully. Do not let women ever have any control over you. It's hard for like dudes to understand this, and it's because like a lot of dudes have an ethical mindset. They want to be loving and supportive and do what they can for their partner. But like women and just people in general, like they'll try to find as much, like they'll try to find where your boundaries are and how much they can get away with. Women especially these days, because again, they're brought up in a society where we give no accountability to women. They will try to find what they can get away with, how they can manipulate and control you, and just the way around that is to never give in. If they want you to go to like a fucking Taylor Swift concert and you don't want to, and you're thinking in your mind, oh, well, maybe I should go, just to support her. Like, she does some things that she doesn't like with me, so maybe I'll just return the favor. Don't do it. Just tell her, no, I'm not doing it. Like, just never give in. It's the safest way, like, it's the best way to protect yourself.
You can still remain free, but it's going to take work. If you get married, it's going to take a lot of work to retain your freedom. And I believe that freedom is the most important thing a man can ever have. It's more important than sex. It's more important than a relationship. Freedom is number one for an alpha male.
Hell
Keep this
yeah.
in mind. If you want to know more about this, I highly recommend you get a copy of my book, Atomic Attraction. It's based on over...
Chris Canwell's based.
Epstein ordered cloth from the cobber to use as a cum rag. Confirmed. Also Bobby's hairline looking like Minecraft. LLLLLLLLL.
Yeah, he Bobby's perspective told everybody that, oh, his girlfriend stole his child. Why is every video the exact same? What in the fuck?
Guys, as you can see, crazy. And then just...
Jesus Christ, this is just... So basically, Bobby told everybody that his girlfriend stole his child, ran off to some other country, and he needed money to hire a lawyer and a private investigator and all this shit. He ended up spending that money on a hair transplant. Never bothered tracking down his girlfriend, looking for his kid. I'm not sure exactly how much money he raised, but he literally just pocketed all the money that people gave to him to help him with his like family issues, and he spent at least some of the money on a hair transplant. And who knows, he might have upgraded his computer equipment, got a new set of headphones, microphone, bought some video games. Like, it's crazy. So yeah, he has just... He looked fine bald. Like, he was not a bad looking dude when he was bald. So, and he lived as a bald man for so long. Just total cue ball. And then, like, rather than using the money on something that might have, like, actually been productive and made his life better, like, I don't know, like he could have invested it in something, like bought like some property or, you know, whatever. Waste it on a fucking hair transplant. That just looks stupid. Like, these people are a fucking joke. Thanks for the donation though, Mr. Superb. Dodo donated $2. He wants to bring me back to life.
Back to life, and is currently working on bringing back the woolly mammoth and dodo bird. This is...
Yeah, apparently this is some bullshit. The dodo bird one's kind of interesting. I kind of like dodos, but I think this is a big kind of scam. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. I'm highly skeptical of that dire wolf thing. Apparently there's a lot of controversy over it because they don't actually know what the dire wolf even is. Like, apparently it's a number of different like types of wolves, and when you look at the wolves that they say that are like these dire wolves that they brought back, they just look like normal fucking like Arctic wolves or some shit. So like, it's just, I think it's just a scam. Geegan Veins only $2. Disregard women, up the dose. Yeah, fucking right, man. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dorian Gaze, this guy's faces. What do you think about the idea of a man getting married to a woman just to get a green card in the USA or Canada, presuming that they are already poor, so the bitch won't be able to steal shit? That's the only benefit to getting married that I can think. Yeah, I mean, if a woman makes more money than you, especially substantially more, there's not much they can really do. So I have family members, by the way, that have gone through a divorce. It's really weird the way certain things are set up. Like, if you have no money, no assets, you know, sure. I guess you don't really have to worry about anything. If you make roughly the same income, it's kind of like a weird free-for-all with what can happen. They can steal your car or your house. You can steal their retirement and their car. Like, it's weird. Like, there's strange asset exchanges that can end up happening. But yeah, if you're like totally fucking broke, no money, no assets, and then you marry to like get a green card or something, like, it's fairly safe. The only thing they can really do is basically rat on you to immigration and then like try to get you deported. Thanks for the donation though, Geegan Veins. Or Dorian Gaze.
Sup, Richard? At no age can women be held accountable. Leonardo DiCaprio can't date women in their 20s because of course 20-year-old women can't determine if they want to date Leonardo. At what age are they accountable?
Dude, if they're going to claim a 20-year-old woman does not have the agency to decide whether or not they can date Leonardo DiCaprio, let's go full Andrew Wilson. All right, I guess adult women don't have a right to vote anymore. Because if they can't decide who they can date, I don't know how they can decide who the president is. So let's ban women from federal elections, because apparently at no particular age do they ever have agency to decide anything. There's that one crazy wacko bitch feminist who's claimed all sex is rape. Women cannot, by definition, consent to sex with a man. Okay, if women do not have that kind of agency at any age, then okay, ban women from voting. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say women are adults with rational minds with agency, and then say, well, they can't use a rational mind with agency for dating. So like it's one way or the other. So like, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Saxony. Sengoku donated $2. Would you say psychology is a science worth understanding, or is it just a bunch of soft science bullshit? It's soft science bullshit. There's some stuff in psychology that's definitely useful. Vast majority of it, like, it's getting, it's becoming worse. So, best example of this is probably autism. I think the first autism diagnoses were made in the late, like, 1950s or early 60s, something like that. It was identifying clear, obvious developmental deficits where, like, children weren't able to talk, weren't able to socialize, and, like, they're retarded in some other ways too, where they can't learn how to read or something. And then they kept gradually expanding the, like, autism, and now they, like, have autism spectrum disorder. And some of this seems to be encouraged by the industry so that they can give people with personality disorders a diagnosis that allows them to avoid accountability, particularly women. That's why you see so many women online saying they have autism when clearly there's nothing wrong with them. They're just totally normal. And it's probably industry related, where these people are getting paid, you know, obviously to take on clients, and the clients want a certain diagnosis. And because women are far more likely to, you know, go seek psychiatric help, I think that's a huge reason why you saw that shift in psychology and psychiatry. So it's, yeah, it's mostly bullshit now. And the problem with psychology and psychiatry too is just that you're going off of self-reporting primarily. It's like 99% self-reporting. And on top of that, there's no way to test a lot of these hypotheses, either because it is literally logically impossible, or it's unethical to actually test and experiment. So it's nothing but a bunch of hypotheses, and there's so much risk of bias that, yeah, a lot of it's just complete and utter fucking nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
Yeah. So you've only got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You've got 4 days.
Right.
How can you lose that kind of like weight?
So this doesn't sound like he was, well, maybe we'll make the weight, maybe not. Let's not risk it. Let's play. It's an entire inch.
Yeah.
That's 2.5 centimeters pressure. Everybody was talking about is there were so many photos out there before. They were measuring the hairs and everything. They didn't pay that much attention to the actual height. And after seeing that Mike spoke.
You know, I had an idea. Bodybuilders are like known for doing crazy shit like site injection and stuff like that. They'll like inject oil into their muscles. I wonder with this height class shit if somebody's going to end up getting implants in their feet or injecting some kind of substance into the bottom of their feet to like artificially increase their height temporarily. No. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody ends up doing that to gain some kind of temporary advantage. Because, like, even fillers like hyaluronic acid, it gets dissolved by your body, but if you inject it, like, under the ball of your foot, presumably, like, that could create enough of a cushion, even if some of it gets, like, spread out, it could artificially increase your height by, like, at least half an inch. So, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody's going to end up doing that.
Do you think in a post-scarcity world, we would need money anymore?
If we had Star Trek level technology where you could use, what do they call them? Like the fabricator machines or something, where you could literally create any element just out of any matter or energy. So let's say you can get a bunch of rocks from somewhere and turn it into food or turn it into water or turn it into gold. Yeah, you may not need money anymore. I would still suspect that some type of money would still exist. The reason is there are other types of assets that would have value. So like land, like there are going to be people who want to live in certain areas. So as long as there's some sort of finite resource or asset, I would suspect there would still be some form of money. It's just that it wouldn't be used for something like gold or food or water. It would just be tied directly to something like land. Thanks for the donation though, Rec. Goober donated $2. Have you ever been so depressed that you literally don't want to or engage with anything? Yeah, absolutely. What do you do if nothing motivates you and you just want to? Oh, Gum Gum. Gum Gum was having a dream and he got startled and he booped his head on my desk. Oh, Gum Gum, did you have a bad dream? Poor baby. I had a dream the other night where I had to go through this hallway and there was this big, gross, gigantic spider that spun a web in the middle of the hallway. And I didn't have anything to like knock the web down and get rid of the spider, and so I decided to like crawl under the spider web. And then what ended up happening was the spider like dropped down onto my body, and I tried to shake it off, and I couldn't. And then I actually like shook myself awake, and I was like, eh, and then I woke up. What do you do if nothing motivates you and you just want to rot in bed day after day? Well, one, I would say take steroids. Testosterone is a great molecule for motivation. It's dopaminergic and GABAergic. It just makes you feel better. I'm fairly convinced at this point, out of any drug, testosterone is probably the most effective antidepressant. Taking something like crystal meth, that might give you a better mood boost temporarily, but if we're talking about like an actual practical antidepressant, testosterone's probably the most effective one. So if you're a man, the first drug that I would recommend considering if you want to use some sort of drug treatment to help treat depression and anhedonia, it would be testosterone. Every man should be on testosterone anyway. It's one of the most well-tolerated drugs in existence. Based on the research I've seen, again, seems to be the most effective antidepressant, and it doesn't have the drawbacks that other antidepressant drugs have, where antidepressants can actually make you more depressed. They're not particularly good at increasing motivation, which is a huge problematic aspect of depression. It kind of just numbs you. And it also doesn't cause sexual dysfunction. It does the opposite. So I would say if you have really severe depression like that, whether you have low testosterone or not, just take testosterone and keep taking more until you feel better. So obviously you have to manage estrogenic side effects. So like, have an aromatase inhibitor handy. And I would also just recommend getting Boldenone, because if you do have to go on an aromatase inhibitor for a prolonged period of time, Boldenone's highly effective. And at low doses, I wouldn't really be worried about some of the hypothetical side effects Boldenone can have. Like, it's theorized it could be kidney toxic. That's only being found in rodents, not humans. And at lower doses, it's not really a big deal, like doses that you'd be using it as an AI, and you can mitigate that potential effect by just taking high-dose vitamin C. In rodent research, it completely attenuated the kidney toxic effects. But yeah, I would say just go on testosterone. And it's this whole, like, I'm depressed, I can't get out of bed, I don't want to engage with anything. It's like this weird cycle where each problem feeds into itself. So the depression feeds into the lack of motivation, and the lack of motivation feeds into depression, and it's like this spiral that keeps going down. So you kind of need to break that cycle, and you just need to force yourself to do shit. It's hard. It sucks. You really don't want to do it, but you just have to force yourself to do it. And I've talked about this before. Happiness is not found in just simple pleasures. It's found in, like, difficulty. There's that whole there's this anticipation phase where happiness peaks, but there's like this like struggle and reward system that your body or your brain is kind of wired, to kind of follow. So it's like, imagine a caveman. Okay, what's going to keep a caveman alive, right? Or a proto-human troglodyte or whatever. Like, this is an ancient reward system that was built up biologically. You're hungry. Well, in order to get food, you have to kind of go out and, like, search for something. It could be, like, just berries in a tree, or it could be hunting. That requires effort and difficulty, but that effort and difficulty has a reward at the end, and when you are kind of struggling finding food, you'll get to this point where you realize, oh, that food is obtainable, I'm very close to it. That's where happiness peaks, and then there's that anticipation phase. That's where chances are, like, happiness peaks for most people, and then you finally get the reward. Happiness ends up, like, trailing down a little bit once you get that reward, and then you kind of settle in this like valley that's not depression or sadness or anything. It's just like a more neutral state. And then, like, you might get hungry again, and then you dip down in mood, because, you're kind of, like, in pain, you're not feeling great, and then there's that, it's like this ebb and flow. So you have to find ways to, find things that give you that sort of, you have to find ways to kind of set yourself on that ideal trajectory where you don't want to be on this, like, insane roller coaster where, like, oh, super happy, feel amazing, crash, feel like shit, like, with crystal meth. Where you have a hit of crystal meth, you feel good for a little bit, and then like crash, you feel like shit, and then you're looking for another hit. You need to find activities and a lifestyle that gives you a more ideal up and down. And that's why weight training and exercise is so great. I think weight training in particular is really good because it's this really prolonged, drawn out process but you keep getting these like goals, and like they're always like within reach, and you can always increase the goal. So, I want to be able to bench like 135 pounds. I'm really weak. Well, there's like this long anticipation phase where you like week after week, like you can increase the weight by like 5 pounds. And there's a very long anticipation phase where you see that you're making progress. And then you finally get to that 135. And rather than like experiencing like this crash and dip, well, now you can just set a new goal. Okay, now I'm going to try to bench 225. And like it's just very easy with something like weight training to set those kind of goals where there's an obvious reward that has all these other ancillary benefits, and you're constantly on that, like you can constantly modify your goals and see the trajectory you're on, where you're putting yourself in a really good like mental state pretty consistently. But that it can, like, you can use that sort of knowledge for anything. It could be like racing. A lot of people get into sim racing for a similar reason. Like sim racing gives you huge highs, and it just feels good, like always seeing yourself improve, and you can always set goals for yourself with like lap times and placings and shit. But like weight training is always, like exercise in general, but weight training in particular is a very good way to take advantage of that sort of human reward system to maintain more happiness. But yeah, if you're experiencing pretty consistent depression that's like really severe, go on testosterone. Don't listen to like fucking idiots and doctors and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Goober. Son Goku donated $2. Is Wikipedia a decent self-education tool? Yeah, it's pretty decent. I think you've asked me this like 50 times, but yeah, it's a fine place to start off with just learning about shit. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
About his height actually being 5'6", not even 5'8" or 7, 5'6".
Higher circulating testosterone is not linked to higher CAD risk in men. That is complete, utter nonsense. In fact, men with higher testosterone have lower risk of cardiac death and lower risk of all-cause mortality, and this is being studied in randomized trials. Men on testosterone replacement therapy with established heart disease do not have higher incident rates or death, so complete made up, fabricated nonsense. And the reason testosterone doesn't increase risk of heart disease is because testosterone converts to estrogen, and estrogen is cardioprotective. So if you have low testosterone, you're also probably going to have low estrogen, and that's not good for you. There's also a confounding variable. A lot of men with low testosterone are obese, so that ends up becoming a confounding variable that ends up getting associated. Testosterone also increases, nitrous in the blood, and it helps promote blood flow. It also has beneficial effects on insulin sensitivity, which is also cardioprotective, so you don't know what you're talking about. Kid Boo donated $2. Niggas are stupid. Let me see.
It's because of white people. Because they brought all them damn diseases because they believe in bestiality. You know what I'm saying? If white people could have kept their dick out of animals, we could keep our dicks free without latex and Prep Plus and all that shit.
That was a cognitively inept, ignorant mess.
Ooh.
Protection has been used by ancient.
So the reason HIV ended up becoming a thing is because black people were eating chimpanzees. Chimpanzees have HIV. It ended up spreading to humans because people were eating bushmeat, and of course it was black people eating bushmeat. Had nothing to do with white people having sex with animals.
Civilizations, Asians, Egyptians, humans have been using the most rudimentary form of protection for centuries, eons. There's archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence.
People were using contraception, not protection against sexually transmitted diseases. So one of the earliest contraceptive methods is just the pull-out method. That obviously won't protect you from disease, really. It might reduce fluid transfer, but you're not doing it to prevent STDs. One of the other methods was women would put sponges up their vaginas. So basically they'd get like some kind of sponge, they would soak it in vinegar or something, and then put it up their vagina, and it would both block sperm, and it would also kill some of the sperm because of the like acid and the and like the vinegar or lemon juice or whatever they'd use. Again, that's not going to prevent STDs. And they also used to use, lambskin or sheepskin as condoms. That's a really ancient form of condom, and I think they'd also use intestines. But those also don't protect against STDs.
That logic was so stupid. We only use protection because of white people. Bro, by that logic, we only do a lot of shit because of white people.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the nation, kid.
6. So after all that, it was obvious that Mike had a big advantage compared to everybody else, and that's why he was winning. That's why he looked like a freaking bodybuilder. It didn't make any sense. After that, IFBB was forced to remeasure him, and they allowed him to compete like that. I don't think it was Mike who cheated. They actually just let him. And I don't think IBB had bad intentions under this. I don't think they were pushing Mike because he had connections. They just wanted to...
Let me see. Fuck. Son of a bitch. That's the title. Well, by the way, if you're severely fucking depressed and want to kill yourself and you can't get out of bed, I don't know why CAD risk would be your primary concern. So what the fuck does that even have to do with anything I fucking said? Like, it's weird that you'd fucking bring that up. Higher circulating testosterone linked to higher CAD risk in men, Mendelian randomization, survival analysis, testosterone supplementation, increasingly widespread. Human genetic studies demonstrate Mendelian randomization. Perform Mendelian randomization study to assess the causal effect of higher circulating testosterone. Tested the phenotypic association between measured circulating testosterone CAD and cohort of men aged 40 to 69. Testosterone genetic instrument data had been derived from blah, blah, blah. So one issue here is they're not actually measuring circulating androgens. They're measuring genetic. So they're analyzing polymorphisms associated with higher test, which doesn't actually tell you if these men actually had higher test. They're just more likely to have it. And secondly, the problem here is higher testosterone is also associated with higher risk of smoking. Men with higher testosterone are also more likely to smoke and do other fucking other drugs. So if I'm assuming they probably adjusted for smoking incidents. Higher genetically predicted circulating testosterone conferred higher CAD risk in men. 1.17, there's no evidence of an effect in women. Genetic association in men appear to be mediated by higher blood pressure. Okay, so, all right. So if your blood pressure's fine, then there's no... Did you even read this? It's literally in the fucking abstract. So basically, this was due to high blood pressure. If you adjusted for high blood pressure, there was no increase in CAD risk. You're a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Yeah, great. In longitudinal observation analyses, a directionally opposite association was observed in men likely arising due to confounding by type 2 diabetes and BMI. Wait. Oh, that's in... Okay. Wait. Okay, this is kind of unclear. So in longitudinal analysis, they actually found that men with higher testosterone had lower risk of CAD. So what the fuck are you talking about? Data suggests increased testosterone may increase risk of cardiovascular disease and recommend the safety concern. Yeah, this is stupid. So again, there's randomized trials with use of testosterone does not increase incident rate. There's been a number of trials that have been done that do not show increased incident rate. In fact, they've shown a reduction in all-cause mortality. And there's other there's other prospective cohorts that found men with the highest testosterone had lower risk of all-cause mortality. So, like, and again, the paper you fucking suggest I read, literally in the fucking abstract said, once they made adjustments for blood pressure, there was no association with increased incidence of CAD. And they found the opposite. When they looked at longitudinal analysis, higher testosterone was associated with lower CAD risk. So, and again, why are you even fucking bringing this horse shit up? I was talking about treatment of fucking depression. So if you're severely fucking depressed and you want to blow your fucking brains out, what the hell does it matter if a fucking drug is going to increase your risk of heart disease when you're going to fucking blow your brains out anyway and your life isn't worth fucking living? Like, you're just trying to fucking gaslight people into not taking fucking testosterone. Like, why do you do this? Is there a fucking reason why you're trying to suggest people with severe fucking depression who want to fucking kill themselves shouldn't take a fucking drug that will improve their lives because it increases CAD risk by 17%? Who the fuck cares? And again, the paper you linked even said this association was nullified when they made adjustments for fucking blood pressure. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you're so out of this fucking world stupid.
My total test score of 649, but they didn't test for free test. I've been feeling unmotivated and sluggish. I read that boron and magnesium in avocados and pumpkin seeds keeps SHBG, allowing test to roam free. I felt better today after eating both. Placebo?
Yeah, you're not gonna see a difference in a single day. What do you mean straw man? Are there any situations where a person would have to stop taking testosterone for biological or medical reasons? I don't know what the fuck you mean biological reasons. Like, what do you mean by biological reasons? Medical reasons? No. They might have to modulate the dose, but in terms of, like, medical reasons, completely stop taking testosterone, no. There's no reason whatsoever. Isn't this a drawback since their muscle would decrease? Not necessarily. I lowered the amount of steroids I was on. I went from 350 test, 200 Boldnone, to only taking 260 milligrams test. I kept growing muscle. I actually was growing muscle at a faster rate. So no. That's not how that works. You grow muscle due to training stimulus, not because of the drugs you're on. So you need a certain amount of bioavailable androgens to build muscle. But if the androgen load is adequate and you have a significant training stimulus, you're still going to build muscle. And again, I don't recommend men all go on testosterone just because it helps build muscle. It's because of all the other ancillary benefits combined. Yeah, so Alawali, Aliwali's gay lover. If you're still apprehensive of going on testosterone, get your total and free testosterone checked along with SHBG. See where you're at, and then make a decision from there. You can try taking like a boron supplement or whatever the fuck. But like, again, if you have the money to source testosterone, it's extremely fucking cheap. In Canada, for whatever reason, prices across all suppliers are like extremely consistent. They seem to all be selling vials of test for about $90. So that's test sip, test nenthate. Like everywhere I've seen, they're selling it for the same price. In the US, it ranges between $30 to $60 per vial. I don't know why the prices seem to be less consistent in the US. But yeah, you're looking at about $30, $40 a month for a high TRT dose in Canada, and about $15 to $30 for a high TRT dose in the United States. Just about anybody can afford that, and the only ancillary medications that you might want to keep on hand are an aromatase inhibitor. Those are dirt cheap, and you don't have to stay on an aromatase inhibitor. It's just something that you might want to keep handy just in case, and you may want to go on blood pressure meds depending on where your blood pressure ends up. And again, those are dirt cheap. So, and they're always covered by insurance. So even if you have like really shitty low level insurance, blood pressure meds are so cheap, you probably won't even have to pay for it. And if you do have to pay something out of pocket, it's going to be like $2. So, I would recommend just going on test. You're going to feel like a different human being if your test is like, you know, around 1,500 or 2,000, which would be, you know, a fairly high TRT dose. But yeah, get your blood tested. You don't know unless you get your blood tested, right? So get your total free and SHBG tested. Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali's gay lover.
To see the best physiques out there, and if somebody was slightly above the weight cap, they would just let them in without really being too strict with this. They just wanted to have the best possible shot.
Yeah, all men should be taking test. Again, given the propensity of evidence, it doesn't increase CAD risk. And the other effects like blood pressure is very easily managed. And TRT generally lowers your cholesterol. So again, I would say probably up to about 200 milligrams test, you're very likely going to see your LDL lower or not change at all. Why the fuck wouldn't you go on test? You probably won't even have to take cholesterol lowering medications if you're just on a TRT dose. And even then, like, statins are dirt fucking cheap. They're generic medication. It's only PCSK9 inhibitors now that are still brand name. There's no generic form. Those are expensive as shit. I think those generally cost around $2,000. I think like I can't remember the figure. It was either $2,000 a year or $2,000 a month.
Ugly fat hoes are for real the lyingest, cheatingest, nastiest bitches. Don't placate these bitches, they really give no fucks.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Scoop. So, like, oh my god, dude. It's baffling to me like, this conversation is so fucking silly. Your average person, like, does so many things that are just not good. You know, like drinking, smoking, recreational party drugs, not eating great, exercise, and then it's like, testosterone, you shouldn't do that, even if you're, like, eating healthy and exercising, and, like, what the fuck? It's, like, it's such a joke.
Show out there, but it's just not fair towards some other guys who are trying to make the weight exactly where it needs to be. And now this rule is applied. I love it. It's the way it needs to be. But Mike doesn't love this, and Neil neither, because Mike will never be at his absolute best with this new rule. And I know his goal is to get taller, but that's not happening. That's not happening, and there is no way he can actually.
I have a suspicion you can cheat the system some way. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he, like, puts hyaluronic acid or, like, some weird filler or something in the bottom of his feet when he gets heighted in. Like, who knows, right?
Update from Mike Sommerfeld, and in this one I can finally understand what Neil Hill actually wanted to say when he said that Mike is quite there, almost there, body fat percent wise, but he's not there yet with the look. Because here you can see that Mike is lean, like conditioning is 2 weeks out probably, but
Mike Sommerfeld is a really weird guy. I saw his training with Janicki. He's kind of an asshole. I don't know if it has something to do with him being on prep and, like, doing tren or something, but he seems like a weird dickhead.
The shape and the fullness and the detail, the quality, it's not quite there yet. Now, he could potentially change drastically with a good peak week, carbing up and dehydrating and just nailing the peak. But yeah, you can see it, like, especially in the back, I would say here, in the hamstrings and certain body parts. I don't know if this is just him being flat, but it just, he does lack that pop, that wow factor. It could be the flatness only, but it honestly kind of looks like he is not injecting great gear. He kind of looks like he could be using some fake gear or something like that. Or maybe that they didn't start the hardeners yet, certain compounds that will actually make his physique start.
I don't know what fucking IFBB Pro is getting fake gear at this point.
Start to look more alive, more fresh, more.
It's so weird. Like, I've been through this horse shit. It's like, when you're online, there's so many people who, like, hyper criticize you, and, like, there's, like, one video and they're like, he looks smaller for some reason, or, compared to yesterday, it looks like he gained weight. What happened? It's like, what the fuck? You know, there's, like, cameras, lighting, you might have a pump one day, like, it's just, whatever. Like, who cares? You know, like...
He's finally showing us his legs as well. And yes, his upper body.
Yeah, Nick Walker said he had fake gear, I think. Well, I don't think he said that. I think he said he wasn't responding to the gear he was on. I doubt it. I highly, highly doubt it was fake gear. So the thing is, steroids are rarely faked these days. When you look at some research, like, I've seen some studies, like, out of Europe. I don't know about the United States, but, like, they'll say something like, oh, only 50% of the gear is actually what it says it is, and, like, the dosing isn't appropriate and stuff like that. Well, what are the sources? Like, if some random dude is getting fucking steroids from some gym bro who's cooking it on his own in his basement, like, whatever, but most of these pros are getting it through trusted, like, UGL distributors, like, it's what I do. If you're getting it from a major UGL distributor, like, it's just not going to be faked, like, in all likelihood. So these drugs are very cheap to make, and because of the internet, everyone talks about their fucking gear sources and shit, as soon as one of these distributors is selling fake gear, they're going to lose money and somebody's going to go with a different distributor. So these days, there's a huge incentive for UGLs to actually accurately dose their stuff, and a lot of them provide third-party testing results on their website. So it's pretty rare that you ever see anything faked. Even with the like Masteron and Primobolan shortage that's going on now, they just won't sell it because they don't have it. Like, there's no point in them selling fake gear because they're going to end up having a reputation of selling fake shit, and people are just going to go with a different distributor. So, like, it rarely happens these days. It was a more common issue, like, maybe, 10, 15, 20 years ago, but now, like, it just doesn't really happen just because of how widespread gear use is, the internet, everyone's talking on forums. And again, especially like an IFBB pro, like it just doesn't happen. So he was either not following his diet, not doing training, he was fucked up and injured or something, or his health was kind of not great. Something was going on where he just wasn't putting things together, and he made up some excuse. Very, very fucking unlikely that he was getting fake gear. And like, especially like, all of these dudes are on high doses of testosterone, and like for a competition prep, they might be doing tren and stuff. Like, those are very cheap drugs to make. So like, especially in those cases, like, it's just not going to be faked. Primo's like, even if you're getting fake gear, it's not like fake. It's not just oil. So if you buy Masteron and it's faked, well, it's going to be faked with like Test Prop or something. They're not going to just sell you pure oil. They want you to at least think that it's doing something. So, like, it's always good to test your shit and stuff, but yeah, the idea that an IFBB pro is getting fake gear, incredibly unlikely.
It came up quite a bit in a very short time span, but now we can find
Ian Blair might end up competing again.
Like, these are some freaking huge legs.
Yeah, dude, I'm going to be making some quad gains soon. My knees have been feeling really great. I had a bit of stiffness and stuff, but the stiffness is fine. It's the cracking and pain that's a real problem for consistent training, but my joints have been feeling great. I got to take a shit. Once I take a shit, we'll play some games for a little bit. Look who's in my chair. This is Gum Gum stream now. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, my little baby. Alright. Let me just move you so I can lie down. And you can have some laugh. Alright. Look at my big baby. He's so handsome. Yeah, you're such a big, handsome baby. Oh, this little kitty loves cuddling. It's my Gum Gum. Do you use Insta much to consume content or mainly for DMs? I kind of like seeing what some people are doing on Insta. Like, I like looking at some fitness chicks and shit on there. And like, you know, silly animal videos and stuff. And I do use it a lot for DMs. Dodo Nutiller, should I take an extra rest day if my sleep was really bad, or is that just an excuse and not beneficial? Slept 5 hours yesterday, very uncommon for me, and sleep has been a bit off in general. If you're really fucked up, like really, really fucked up, I would recommend just taking a day off. If you're just a little tired, like, yeah, just work out anyway. But if you're really fucked, like you only got 2 hours and you're just a zombie, I would say just lower your stress levels. Training probably isn't going to be a great idea, and you kind of just want to reset, get your sleep on track. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm pretty sure some of my sleep issues that I've had recently were related to training. Being on steroids and being able to train way harder, way longer, I think it's actually affecting my sleep, because I've noticed on days that I take, you know, rest day, my sleep is better. So, yeah, if you have to do hard training and your sleep is kind of fucked up, it might make it worse. So if it's only like you got like a little less sleep and you didn't sleep great, but you still feel like you can train, like, yeah, go ahead and train. But if you're really fucked and you got like 2-3 hours of sleep and you just feel like a zombie, just take time off. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, that was a nice shit. Was that 2 poops I had? I think it might have been. It was probably from the potato chips I ate. Potato chips tend to make me poop more. This cat poops. He makes really big poops because he's a big cat. Is it fine to take tests with Ozempic semaglutide? Heard you need a lower dose of test if you're taking Ozempic. I don't know where you heard that. You can certainly take test and a GLP-1 agonist drug. And I don't see how taking test would I think I saw something. The fuck? Hey, it's her! Over there! Are you serious? How? Got it! Whatever. How did that miss? What was that? You just... That was bullshit. I wanted to throw the fucking Molotov and then it, like, hit the car for no reason.
I got her! Right there!
Wait, what the hell's going on? Oh, hey, another med pack. Nice.
Gotcha.
I've taken retatrutide with test and growth hormone. Red is a great drug. I can't take very much of it because it's just too much of an appetite suppressant. But if I take a very low dose, 1 milligram per week, I don't get the appetite suppressing effect, but it does help prevent me from going hypoglycemic, which I'm prone to. Pick up the fucking thing. Why is it... There we go.
All right. Up there!
Fuck. Fuck, where am I?
Hey! Move in! On it!
Oh shit, I didn't have another Molotov. Fuck! Oh my god, that's so fucking annoying. Just ate an entire medium pizza. Nice. What a bitch. Oh, great.
Might have seen her.
Get her from the side!
What? Where the hell? Fucking hell. Oh no. Ah. Fucking son of a bitch. Mac Daddy Donate Tellers, what's your favorite Resident Evil game? Probably RE4 Remake. Which has the best gameplay story? Probably RE4 Remake. RE9 looks very well polished and optimized with exciting gameplay, mechanics, great animations. Not sure how the story will be though. How are you watching The Boys Season 5? I'm not caught up on The Boys. I've got to start watching that again. A lot of people said it was disappointing. The last, like, season or something, but I'm not caught up on it at all. Fuck, I forgot about the... Great, we're fucked.
Leave! Right guard! Yeah! No!
Give me a fucking break. Son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck!
Where the hell did he go? Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Motherfucker!
What the hell? Great. That was messy. Yeah, I'd say RE7 and RE4 Remake probably have the best story and gameplay. It looks like RE9 is going to be kind of a mix of RE7 and RE4. Sort of a best of both worlds sort of thing. Yeah, there seems to be some, like, stealth elements, some, like, you know, classic sort of horror stuff. They seem to have made the zombies a little more complex, where you can, like, avoid them, sneak up on them and stuff. The melee shit with Leon looks really interesting, where he has the hatchet. Boss fights look really cool.
Push forward!
Pretty sure they're all dead. Yeah, I think there's a way of, like, sneaking past all of them. Or if you drop down through the house and then go over here, you can sneak under the garage, but I wasn't able to do that. Yay, ammo. Shit. God damn it.
What the fuck is going on with these trespassers? Let's get one alive and find out. Fuck that. Don't take any chances. Jack! It came from there!
Oh shit. It's probably gonna hit me. Oh, there we go. Too bad I can't get that gun. Oh yeah, I think there's the thing downstairs where they're gonna try to rush me. Trap mine, should probably make one.
Over here! Find the fence!
Ah, what the hell? Give me a break. Fucking son of a bitch. Favorite game? Is this your favorite game today? Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Dumb bitch.
Don't let him escape! We've got them surrounded! Move
This is The Last of Us Part 2. Gum.
What the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, you're such a good boy.
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
It's nice playing video games with my cat.
Jesse. Where's Dina?
She's safe. She's just sick.
Oh, what a nice baby.
She's fine.
You know I love you so much.
Christ, there's a lot of them.
Hey, how hurt are you?
I'll be okay. Your friends out there rushed me. No warning, no nothing.
Tell me you didn't come alone.
Give me shit about it later.
You're a fucking idiot. You know that, right?
Yeah. Right. See that truck?
That's your plan.
We need to get some distance.
Okay.
You ready?
Hey, be smart about it.
Okay, the hell we searching for?
Trespasser.
Shit again?
There's no chance. How the fuck is the guy gonna make a shot like that? That is so just... Fuck off. Some of the shots the AI makes are just crazy. Oh my god, dude. The amount of healing items. Let's see, is there... Doesn't look like there's anything in here. They drop any ammo? Ooh, healing pack.
Get in the damn car!
Oh, it didn't let me pick up the handgun.
Jesse, get the fuck out of here!
I'm trying!
Jesse!
Jesus!
Watch out! Get the door!
Hang on!
Go, go!
Get her! Keep him off!
Arc Raiders is bullshit. Stupid fucking game.
Ellie, take out the driver!
Look out! Go, go!
Come on!
Uh-oh. What is going on here? Alright, well, it crashed. I have not had that many crashes with this game. That's weird. Yeah, Arc Raiders is just... The big thing was looter shooters, then it was battle royales, now it's these stupid extraction shooters. It's just, it's retard slop for ADHD-riddled fucktards, where they found some weird gameplay loop that gets a bunch of dumbasses addicted to just playing the game over and over again when there's nothing to really accomplish in the game. It's just stupid. I wasn't using any cheat codes. Yeah, I've played Warzone, it's complete garbage. One of the stupidest games I've ever played. Everyone cheats. Literally everyone is using some sort of aim assist tool in that game. So it's completely fucking unfair. And the way they did the gameplay with the body armor that you can stack, it just ends up becoming fucking ridiculous. Like, what's stupid is, you'll find plate carriers. Well, what would make logical sense is, if you hit somebody in the chest, the plate carrier would protect them. But even headshots end up doing less damage. Shots to the arms and legs end up doing not as much damage. It's fucking stupid. And because of the limited amount of ammo you have, you can't choose your loadout, you have to find guns, like, it's a stupid party game for fucktards, and there's so many idiots who, especially on console, who just get those plug-in aim assist tools, and it's just a joke. It's not fun at all. It's just horseshit.
Owen! Owen!
Abby's really sexy. I like Abby.
Owen, wake up!
I'm here.
I like big, sexy, muscular women.
I need whatever medical supplies you have. Put the phone down, it's okay! Alex, shut up! Put the phone down! Alex! Lev, lower the bow. It's okay.
Abby, how are
Gum's
these
really
kids?
tired. Isn't that right, Gum?
You saved my life. Can you take a look at
You
her?
are so handsome. Oh my god, I love you.
Stay out.
You have such a big cat head.
This is Yara.
Gummy is just one of the most beautiful cats I've ever seen.
What did this?
A hammer.
His stripes are just perfect.
It wasn't me.
How are cats so beautiful?
Let's lay her down. Can you feel this? Yara.
No. I was gonna clean it and try
The
resetting.
bone's shattered. She has compartment syndrome. What does that mean?
It means it has to come off.
She's a soldier. You can't take her arm. We leave it, it'll turn gangrenous.
Just make it stop hurting. Please.
What do you need?
Ideally, a saw, sutures, clamps, antibiotics. But we're far from ideal right now.
We have knives, fire. Cut and cauterize it.
She would die from infection. Make me a list. I'll go to the hospital, I'll get
It'll
whatever
take
you
you
need.
all day to get there.
I don't mind.
It's not about you, Abby. She doesn't have a couple of days. What if I can get you there in 2 hours? The Wolf Hospital, right?
Can't wait until we have full dive VR and then you can just like
Oh.
grab Abby's butt.
We built bridges high up. It's how we get around the flooding and...
I'd really like to feel a muscular girl's pecs.
Can't you handle 2 hours?
Be a lot different than feeling their boobs.
Probably, yeah.
So make the list.
Gig gotta wake up in 4 hours? Oh no,
Are you
you better
serious?
get the bed gig.
These bridges are used by scars.
They only send in small groups at a time.
You heard that? Small groups.
This isn't a joke.
Love?
May she guide you.
May she protect you.
Abby. Abby. Hey,
What?
did you steal my keys?
Sorry.
Can I talk to you?
Talk?
Why are you doing this? Look, she just showed up.
Okay.
I don't think she knows about
I
last
don't-
night.
I don't care about last night.
Well, I do.
Which one?
Sweet gummy. This is an amazing cat. So beautiful and perfect.
Hope you know what you're doing.
So special. I love you, Gum Gum. Dude, I'm so happy. It's gonna start warming up soon. Like next week. It's gonna be like -1. Let me see. Yeah, next weekend, it's gonna be -1, and then later in the week, it's gonna go into the positive numbers. Thank fuck. Holy shit.
Friends are wolves too.
Yeah,
Early spring, dude.
we were lucky Mel was there. She's one of the best surgeons in Seattle.
Mel. And what's his name? The man?
Owen.
Mel, Owen, Abby. How do we get to the really tall buildings? The bridge is there.
Path ahead kicks out toward
Bro, like 0 degrees is a hell of a lot better than -30, I can tell you that much. That's what we've been dealing with for the last like 2
These bridges are
weeks.
really gonna get us over the rapids?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yes.
Like you can't even
In
step
just a
outside for
couple
more than a
hours.
minute.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
Wolf, there it is. That's the building we need to get to.
Okay, I see it.
What happens if we can't get the stuff your friend needs?
She'll have to try to do the surgery with what Owen has around. It's not... That wouldn't be good.
Do you think she'll make it?
We get the supplies. Yeah, she'll have a good shot.
Abby has such a cute muscular butt. Wish I could just kiss her bum. Girls' butts just drive me nuts. Fucking love butts.
You know our dogs can play cards like that?
I'm 13.
Look at those dogs.
You're the size of
Oh
an
my
8-year-old.
god, you're playing cards.
Do other people think you're funny?
No.
What's my partner say?
If too much pressure builds up in your muscles, the blood can't move in and out of the tissue. See if we can get to the top of this building. You've been to these sky bridges before, right?
Yeah.
You think we're gonna see a lot of scars?
Seraphites. I don't know.
You gonna be okay if we do?
I was yesterday.
Yeah, but those guys were hunting you.
They're all hunting us.
Hey Kenny, what's up?
Watch the glass.
Might put on trainers just so I can max out the stats. There's no chance you're going to be able to finish the game and max out the stats even if you collect everything. It's funny how she's afraid of heights.
You okay? I'm fine.
You sure?
I said I'm fine. Getting closer to your tall building. We're gonna have to do a little
Warhammer.
How long have you two been on the run for?
2 days.
Where were you headed?
I don't know. Just away.
So you're gonna tell me the real reason why they're after you now?
I did.
They want to kill a little boy because he shaved his head.
I wasn't allowed. It's the rule. I broke it.
Jeez. So why'd you do it?
I don't know.
Pretty punk rock of you.
Punk rock?
I get the impression you don't follow most rules.
Oh. I guess so.
Here we go. Alright. Let's cheese this. Last of Us 2 safe codes. Ah, it's so annoying. Are male cats better than female cats? They tend to be more cuddly. I've had a female cat that was very cuddly though. But yeah, male cats tend to be more affectionate and cuddly. Gum Gum's my big, strong, handsome man. Love my cuddle cat.
Cool. Huh. How long you been using that thing?
My bow? Since forever.
You're good with it.
You should have seen Yara. Why did they do that to her?
We can be cruel.
My mom would say that. About wolves.
Well, she wasn't wrong.
I'm scared for her.
Yeah, Gummy is neutered.
People will blame her for what I did.
Don't know if I'll have Gummy hop on test. It's already pretty jacked and alpha male. fuck? Oh, that's not good. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, that's a shame. What? Shit, damn it. Oh my god, this is stupid. God damn it. Oh shit. What the fuck? Son of a bitch.
You okay? Yes.
Wasted a pipe bomb too.
Why? Curious. I don't know.
Hmm. Every time I look at reviews of this game, it's kids complaining about Joel being killed by a trans. Yeah, I know. Most people are fucking retards. This was a way better fucking game in every conceivable way. The first game wasn't very good. It didn't have good shooting mechanics, didn't have good hand-to-hand mechanics were fucking horrendous. Had terrible stealth mechanics. So the basic mechanics of the game just weren't good. It was also very straightforward and boring. Like, the combat encounters, like, just weren't interesting. Just felt very stiff and stupid. And again, all the basic combat mechanics just weren't very good. And there wasn't really a story. The story happened at the end of the fucking game. The only reason people really talked about it was because the ending was so good. So the story really was just the ending. Otherwise, it's just go from one place to the other place.
I don't know.
Otherwise, like, nothing actually happened. And it was just the ending that was really good. And then, you know, there's that big discussion over whether what Joel did was right or wrong. That was the only interesting thing about the whole game, just the ending. And this game improved literally everything. Shooting is way better, hand-to-hand combat is way better, stealth is way better, the level design is way better, way more interesting, complicated. It actually has a story. And then, Joel died at the beginning. This game sucks. Why is Abby muscular? I hate muscular girls. Everyone's a fucking idiot. Just complete fucking retard. I live in a hot place, so I'm worried about Worm coming. I'd rather it be too hot than too cold. When it's too cold, like, you cannot do fucking anything. Too hot is manageable, too cold, like, you're just not going outside. And when it's very warm, girls' butts get nice and sweaty, and I love sniffing at nice sweaty girl butts. I just love the way girls smell when they're sweaty. Oh, fuck, I love it. I need a muscle mommy girlfriend to sniff her butt after a workout.
Yeah, this building will take us to the building next door.
Yeah, the first game just wasn't good, man. Everyone tries to cope and say, like, no, it was good. It wasn't good. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It just was not good. I don't know if I should go up or down or through that door first. I should probably go through that door first. Like, I know it was a different time, but, like, even when the game first came out, like, if we're talking about PS3, no enhanced edition, the graphics weren't great. Like, you know, it was the era where things were running in 720p, and it wasn't even quite 720p. It was, like, 648p, and then they upscaled it. It was, like, blurry. The frame rate was really low, like 30 FPS game. You can just look at how simplified and dumbed down a lot of the combat encounters were. Like, the first time you shot a dude, it's like, oh, duck behind the chest-high walls. Just everything was so much more dumbed down. I felt like there was not enough options in terms of, like, stealth gameplay. Like, I was questioning, why can't you go fully prone? Like, if you could lie down, you'd have so many more options. So everything just felt very stiff, robotic, just didn't work well. Especially on just a PS3 controller, like, it was impossible to fucking aim. There's also just weird decisions they made with the amount of weapons Joel had. He had, like, fucking 2 shotguns for some reason. 3 pistols. I thought that was a little bit awkward and weird. One thing that annoyed the ever-living fuck out of me, and it does still annoy me with this game, it's just not as bad. The loot drops were completely nonsensical. I remember, like, especially considering the marketing for the game, they're talking about how, oh, the AI is so sophisticated, they're going to have a limited amount of ammo just like you, and they're going to have to, like, plan how they're going to attack you. That was just a flat-out lie. The enemies have infinite ammo. You could literally test it yourself. You could, like, get them to shoot at you infinitely, and then when you kill them, no ammo whatsoever.
Show off.
It's not that hard.
And, I mean, I can understand that there's, not all, like, guns don't have compatible ammo. Like, you can't shoot a 9mm out of a 45, but if you're in the zombie apocalypse, you have a finite amount of resources, you're completely out of ammunition, and somebody's using a gun that uses incompatible ammunition, well, you'd think the logical thing to do would be, oh, well, I'll just pick up his gun and use that until I can find ammo for my gun. Nope. So it's like, what? You wouldn't pick up someone else's gun that has ammo in it? And that's still a problem with this game. It's just that you can change the settings, like the difficulty settings with the loot drops and shit, so it's not as big of a problem. But, like, that's still a silly issue with this game, where enemies have infinite ammo and then when you kill them they drop nothing. Fuck. Fuck. Kidding me? Fucking horseshit. Fuck. Bitch. What? Oh my god. And again, there's no story. Like, nothing happened for the entire game. Just walked from one place to the other place. Like, that's all it really was. And then, you know, just... You know, you're dealing with enemies. The one part in the game that I felt was... I'm just gonna restart this encounter. The one part in this game that I thought... In the first game that I thought was really good was when you played Ellie. The level design was just better, plain and simple. And the combat encounters were more fun because it felt like stealth worked better with her switchblade. Like, I don't know why Joel would have never thought to just pick up a knife, whereas Ellie did, in fact, have a knife. So that, it just made the game more fun overall. Her loadout was more sensible, you know, she had a rifle, bow and arrow, pistol. Whereas Joel had, like, you know... why couldn't I pick... Should have never pulled him hostage. Yeah, whereas Joel had like fucking 3 different guns in each class, like 3 shotguns, 3 pistols, like it was just weird. They just it was strange. And again, that mechanic where you can't pick up an enemy's gun made that much less sense with Joel because it's like, okay, well, you don't seem to have an issue with picking up like every fucking weapon you find.
I got it.
I think what's even sillier is the ammo caps. Like, if you desperately need ammo, you'd think you'd be able to make more room for it versus other unnecessary shit.
Do you want me to ask you about it?
The ammo cap limits are silly in this game. They only let you carry, like, 2 pistol magazines, basically. And I think when you start off the game, it's not even 2 full magazines. It's like 1.5. Like, pistol magazines are tiny. You can fit those up your asshole. So, you know, they don't have anything in their pockets. Like, yeah, if you're regularly fighting people, you're gonna store mags in your fucking pockets. Loose ammo. Even if you only have 2 magazines, you can just have loose 9mm ammo in like a little, you know, pocket or something. So yeah, the ammo cap limits are a little silly, and again, that's a restriction they made just for the sake of gameplay, so that you're not just relying on guns. I mean, the way around that is to just make combat encounters that much harder and more realistic, so that you're incentivized to use more realistic tactics where you try to take out as many as you can with, like, you know, your knife or something. And then when you can't anymore, you use the gun, or you create a situation where you can easily just, you know, pick people off. But, you know, they have to make the game for fucking retards who can't actually play a difficult game, so...
Whoa.
And, like, you can see what people do when, they're in a situation where they need ammo. Like, look at Vietnam. Dudes would literally carry less food just so that they can take as much ammo as they possibly could. They'd carry, like, bandoliers and shit around, their shoulder and just wrap extra fucking ammo around their body because they know they're gonna need it. So yeah, the idea that Joel, knowing he's gonna have to shoot and kill so many people, wouldn't just carry more ammo. It's dumb. It's just so much, especially in the first game. Like, again, this game fixed some of the stupid issues with the loot system, but it's still not perfect. Recoil, stability, I think fire, I don't know. Reduce weapon recoil. I think fire rate makes more sense. But yeah, the first game was just massively fucking overrated, and I think the only real reason people really like it is because they really liked the character Joel and they loved the ending of the game. And most people are dumbasses who don't have a real understanding and appreciation of, like, good gameplay, like, which is why stupid ass games like Arc Raiders and shit are popular. And oh. Thought I had more suppressor.
Hey! Up ahead!
That was weird. Ah, there we go. Shit.
Fuck these scars. Seraphites, whatever.
Yeah, fuck them.
Never heard a Seraphite cuss before.
It's my first time.
I do not like games like Arc Raiders. Like the stupid, like, looting mechanic and stuff. I hate games that are focused around shit like that. Like, what do I fucking care? Like, I want to kill people. I want to win. You know, I want to blow shit up. Mass murder. And if the game isn't around that, like, then there has to be, like, a story or something, you know, like some sort of story-driven game, but, like, it's just boring to me, just picking up stuff. And I really hate fighting other people and not having the same loadout or being able to choose a competitive loadout, and it's all reliant on, you know, what you pick up in the game. Son Goku, No Tellers, Fuck, Marry, Kill, Wonder Woman, Catwoman, Harley Quinn.
Wait, let me guess.
Shit.
Yes?
I would say fuck Harley Quinn, kill Catwoman, marry Wonder Woman. Harley Quinn's definitely better in bed. She'd do ass to mouth. Catwoman, I don't see that happening. And then Wonder Woman, like, doesn't age. She's immortal, so if you marry her, she's gonna stay pretty. So that makes the most logical sense to me. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. No, I didn't see the Einstein files. Didn't know there were any files on Einstein.
Is that an elevator?
Yeah.
No, I haven't played Code Vein.
Can I give you some advice?
Oh my god.
Just think about the good parts too.
The good parts?
Yeah, like you run faster. You're more focused. You don't feel pain as much. Every bad
It's
feeling,
cute how she's afraid of heights.
sweating, your heart racing.
I love that trashy makeup she has on with her alt costume.
So when you feel afraid,
I'm not into makeup, but if girls do wear makeup, I like them to, like, wear dark lipstick and dark eyeliner and look really trashy and hoary. Should give Code Vein a try. Alright, I'll be on the lookout for it. I'll
That's a profit thing?
put that on the maybe list.
I thought you were anti-electricity and all that sinful old world stuff.
there are exceptions, especially for soldiers.
That's convenient. Windy up here. What the fuck is that?
That's the bridge.
Lev!
Follow me.
Fuck!
We'll go slow.
I don't know if I can do this.
It's not as bad as it looks.
People cross this regularly?
Yeah,
You're lying.
I'm not. I mean, it's not the most popular route.
Oh my god.
Just try not to look down.
Shit.
Oh, fuck. How you feeling?
Waiting on all that true strength.
Oh.
Cool.
What?
Never mind.
What's going on between you and your friend Owen?
Oh my god, Lev, now?
It seemed really awkward.
Just go! I did it!
Come on!
Can we take a minute and be impressed by me?
Not yet.
Why?
Why?
You'll see.
Holy shit, Lev!
It's gonna be okay. Eyes on me.
Shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck. How are you not terrified of this? And don't quote the prophet to me.
Heights never scared me.
What does?
The ocean, dogs.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Almost there.
It is a long way down.
Shit. Hey, look! You can see the hospital now. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Focus on me.
I can't do this, lad.
I just wish I could
can't
sniff
do
her
this.
butt.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
You're going to. Come on. True strength.
True strength. True strength. Okay, you're almost there.
Wait, what? What? I didn't do anything that would make her jump. She, like, literally just dove off. What the fuck?
Okay, you're almost there. You can make it. Careful.
Almost there.
Alright.
Come on.
I'm dizzy.
Abby! Hold on.
Hold me up.
Hold on.
BG, Gig has to go to sleep. Please stop streaming. I was actually planning on ending the stream right here, because it's the checkpoint. Man, I can't imagine how good Abby's butt would smell. Just running around, killing people, getting all sweaty.
You ready? Can I get a minute? Please. Okay. Okay.
All
Yes,
right.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
This is the right building, but I've never been to this part of it. The bridge drops.
We'll
over
save
the
things
top of it.
here and try to finish the chronological mode in the game next time. Would you rather smell Abby butt or Bella Ramsey butt? Definitely Abby's butt. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams. And make sure you get some sleep tonight, Gig. Nighty-night.